Hey, if I unmute my stream and show the cams, can we all refrain from saying the N-word or showing genitals? Am I good to do that? All right. Okay. I'll see you if I lose the advert now.
Completely ruin all of their connections with Dylan just to hold something like that.
Okay, everybody say it quickly.
If people will suicide bomb in real life, they'll do that shit online, okay?
Yeah, but you know, it's not.
Dylan was
exactly
very
the biggest target
careful.
here. Your ad revenue is not going to motivate many people, I don't think.
I don't know. It's a hefty price.
Wow. Hefty? Ooh.
Also, Central or Mike, you know your
Yeah.
cam's not on, right?
Yes, it is.
On
Not
our
on
stream, it's on.
the web, yeah.
I can literally see it.
So it might be because it's being utilized in another program. It doesn't like it when you. I don't know.
Yeah, sometimes you just need to refresh the page. I don't know if it's the same for Dylan though.
I'll try it
Yeah.
again. I'm gonna re-knock for Hippy Dippy Boy.
Thank God we have a Frenchman on IT.
There you go.
Beautiful. Beautiful. It's just me in a dark void.
So many
That's how
American
you
flags
do it.
in our backgrounds. Almost feel like I'm missing out.
You know what I should get?
You should just embrace it. Vosh,
We can send you one.
the perfect foil, Vosh, is to just argue that, like, because of American exceptionalism, we should have public programs. And then, like, what do the conservatives say? Like, no, we're not great enough.
Well, that's always been my argument. If fascism comes to America swaddled in the flag, why should socialism not? Why should we not be
True.
making arguments bathed in as much stupid nationalism as the Republicans go for, you know? Now, I can't do that. My allegiances are known. But I think there are other lefties who could do that better. I think Bo, the Fifth Column, does a decent job.
Vosh, are you making unrecorded content for me right now? Are you not making me money while making political points at the moment?
Yeah, I'm trying my best
Wow.
to. Do you want me to do it better?
Okay, man. Let's get this started. I'm happy to have everybody here today for the first ever YouTube edition of the Hippy Dippy Podcast. I was originally kind of worried that maybe not as many people would show up, but currently we're doing very well. A lot of people have really tuned in, and I'm very happy to see that. We have a broad cast of characters today. On the right, we have Vosh, Central Committee, Lycan, and Denmis. And on the left, we have Communist
Yeah.
Rob Noor. We have CTV, Endernax, and Hardcore Communist ML last username. So I'm really
I think
excited
we're all
to bring you all
Stalinists,
together.
right?
Yes, I believe
Yeah.
so.
It's called appropriation. Y'all need to keep up.
And Endernax, what happened to your mic? Where are you currently located? Are you in a bunker?
Well, after the leftists stormed my house, the Antifa mob stormed my house. They threw water on me, or I'm sorry, milkshake. I'm sorry, concrete powder or something. I forget what the meme is. On my computer, and it stopped working. So I'm actually at Sieg's house right now.
You are you actually at C's house?
Yeah, actually, yeah.
Wow.
I also streamed from here today.
See, that's right wing unity over there. I
True.
wish I saw more of that on the left.
If only we could get along.
Well, today I'm happy to say that this is the first ever YouTube edition of Hippy Dippy Podcast. I'm very excited, and I will start off by allowing everybody to introduce themselves before going into the rules. While everybody's introducing themselves, please try not to interrupt other people. I'm going to start in the top right-hand corner with Rob Noor.
Hey everyone, I'm Rob Noor, Trump supporter, consider myself a conservative. I think the biggest issue I have in politics is ending corruption in politics. I feel like that our government hasn't worked for average people for 40 to 50 years, and that we should try to come together regardless of what side of the aisle we're on to get a government that comes together or that actually represents people. I ran for office for federal Congress in District 12, lost obviously, but I got a channel called Normal America with Rob Noor. That's a pun on my last name. You can find that on YouTube, DLive, Twitch, or Periscope. I also have podcasts that are put up on iTunes, Stitcher, and elsewhere. But thanks so much for having me.
No problem, Rob. Next, I'm going to throw it over to Lycan.
Hi, my name is Lycan. I do a little bit of casual political commentary on here. I have two shows, Untitled Morning Show on Twitch, and that is also released as a podcast, and then The Pod Thickens, which is just a little interview show I do. I'd also stream that on Twitch and YouTube, and that's it. Oh, did I say my political affiliation? Progressive.
Yeah,
Liberal.
got it, communist. Next, we're going to throw over to Denmis.
Is it? I can't tell if you're trolling me or it's a meme.
I'm horrible. Look, I've been having this problem for the last week of getting your name right, then getting it wrong, then getting it right again. Can you please help me out?
It's just like the pans, super easy. Denims. Yeah.
Okay, got it.
I'm a sock dem. I stream on twitch.tv, almost said com, and I just talk about how capitalism is a sham, but sometimes it's okay. And yeah, that's about it. Also, I wanted to close my window. I'm just going to turn off my cam so there's nothing sus or whatever.
Got it. Next, I'm going to throw it over to small-time lefty commentator Vosh.
My name's Vosh. I'm a classical libertarian, so very left-leaning. And yeah, I'm on YouTube entirely of my own volition. And yeah, I have a lot of fun here, you know?
Got it. Yeah, you went there on your own volition. You were like, you know what, Twitch, we've been great partners. They're like, oh, please don't go. And you're like, I'm sorry. It looks so nice over there. And you decided to impart your knowledge to YouTube instead. We're going to throw it over next to CTV.
Everybody, I'm critically thinking veteran. I served 9 years on Ohio class submarines as a machinist mid auxiliaryman. I have a pretty big background in mechanics. I also drove commercial vehicles all over the country, and have a great love for the Constitution and love arguing with people. So that's me.
Amen, brother. I'm going to throw it next over to last username.
I am last username, a liberal anarchist, more commonly known as an anarcho-capitalist. One of the few of those in Canada, and occasional streamer, and probably more occasional panelist. So good to be here.
Wonderful. Next, I'm going to throw it over to Central Committee.
Yes. Hi, Central Committee. Mike from PA. You can find me Central _ Committee on Twitch.tv. Organizer, former Democratic candidate. Been involved in politics for the better part of 10 years, doing direct actions and running campaigns. You can see me on twitch.tv/Central _ Committee. Every single day, we talk about politics, and you'll get a real deep analysis that looks beyond just repeating what everyone else's takes are.
Wow. Every day?
Every day, baby.
Enter next.
I see you saved the best for last, obviously. But, you know, I'm Enternax. I piss off basically everyone on every platform ever. Not because, like, I say anything that controversial. It's just because I don't really fit in anywhere. I identify as a Christian Democrat. I mostly started streaming, so that would mean I'm socially right, economically left. Most people just colloquially call me a Nazbol because they don't really understand how to deal with that. I'm not a Nazbol. But I started streaming mostly because I was involved in real-world politics for the last 5 or so years. I worked practical politics in terms of trying to get progressives elected, despite the fact that I disagreed with them. I worked on several different presidential campaigns. I've ran Democratic U.S. Senate campaigns. Recently left the Democratic Party, though, don't really have much hope. Kind of a doomer in that light. But to clarify for the, I know we have a disproportionately left-leaning audience tonight. So I want to really clarify, because you see the American flag, you see I'm wearing a suit, and you know, you hear I'm like abnormal politically, and you think, oh, this guy's just a Nick Fuentes clone. So let me be clear. I have never been on a date with a Nazi catboy, ever, okay? I disavow cookie deniers. I'm not a Holocaust denier. Go fuck yourself. I did not vote for Donald Trump. I did not. I voted for none other than Kanye West. And there is my I voted sticker. So please, before you rush to my chat, which is twitch.tv/Internax, or my YouTube, as I'm streaming right now, and call me a Nazbol or other such nonsense, use your brain for a little while and understand that I'm not that person. Thank you.
So, Endernex, personal question. Don't you think entering every panel, show, or debate with an opening of I'm not a Nazbol might make people think, wait, what the fuck, even though they're just meeting you?
I mean, you know, now that I think about it, probably the better strategy, but also imagine how much content there is of me screaming at your chat, Dylan, that I'm not a Nazi or a Nazbol every time it happens.
I mean that's good money, but I mean that just makes you look like an Nazbol, doesn't it?
I guess Nazbols would typically be angry, huh? Like the Enoch crowd? Yeah, that's not me though.
Also, why are you speaking out of a potato today? I was never given I was not given the information that you'd be speaking out of a potato.
Wait. Is my microphone on Discord the shitty one? 1 second.
Yes, it's actually the worst possible quality. I would expect no more.
Wait, is that better?
Right winger though.
Is that better?
It is significantly better. I can actually understand you.
I don't know about
Why did no one-
significantly.
No one was
I
like,
don't know
no
about
one was like,
that.
Internax, why is
Yeah.
your mic shit?
Hold on.
Well, now
Wait
it's
a
actually
minute.
now it's like
No.
too
So now
close to your
you need to
mouth.
bring the compression back a little bit.
Yeah,
It's,
the compression is horrible.
Jesus
Actually,
Christ.
Okay, okay.
See, now I
Okay.
can hear you like a human being.
yeah.
Wow, this is great. This is wonderful. This is great. Okay, let's okay,
Long
I'm gonna
time-
get straight to the
Long time
rules.
first time streamer.
I'm really proud of what we've done here today.
Yeah, me too. I am excited to be here.
Wow,
Yeah,
I see
very
a lot of pride in all of your eyes today as we're going towards this wonderfully productive conversation that is going to befall our ears. So, let's open up with the rules, so nobody is in confusion once like I step in if somebody broke one. First off, Twitch TOS for the first time ever doesn't apply here. So now you just gotta abide by U-terms terms of service. So there you go. That feels a little liberating, but it also
It is.
you know what? It feels liberating, but it also means that it's going to open up to even possibly more toxic discussion. So I'm kind of on the fence, but then again, more content at the end of the day. Now, the first topic is if I ever speak up or start talking, it's not because I'm going to say, here's my opinion. It's because I simply just want everybody to shut the fuck up so I can move the conversation along. Either somebody's talking too much and I want to get it over to somebody else. Either I think it's off topic or there'll be some reason and I'm speaking up to stop it. So once I start talking, everybody stops talking. If you don't stop talking, I will mute you. I don't care who you are. I will mute you. Okay. Next rule. There are a few things that you can't do in chat. The main one is just don't at other people on the show in chat and start arguing with them in chat. If you want to argue with them, you have a voice, you have a mic, you can do it here. If you want to argue with chatters, that's perfectly allowed. For every starting segment and ending segment on any topic, you'll get a short period of time where you can state your opinion uninterrupted. If you interrupt anybody else, that's going to be a mute. There's only one excuse for that. And that's if you can make me laugh. If you don't make me laugh, that's a 10-minute mute, and with no fallback on that. 10 minutes out of the conversation. So if you're it's got to be really funny for you to risk it. So that's the rule. And so that's
Get the biscuit.
Exactly. That's smart intro, a small intro, and small outro. Everybody's gonna get a short period of time. When it comes to interruptions, some interruptions make sense. If somebody made an accusation of you, it only makes sense that you get to respond in some manner and be like, wait a second, that's not true what you said in the middle of that. But if you get overbearing with that, I will try to interrupt you and stop the conversation and be like, hey, you can't do that. Besides that, there might be a rule or two I'm forgetting, but that's the main rules that you got to follow tonight. If I remember any more, I'll be sure to tell you. Is there any questions about moderation, rules, or anything like that? Nope.
What types of jokes do you like?
What types of jokes do I like? Just swing. Go for it. If you're gonna try, look, I'm not gonna encourage it by making it easier. You're just gonna have to guess. If you're gonna go for it, you're gonna have to guess.
Gotcha.
Yeah, if you're asking that question, you're already behind the curve.
Yep, you already look.
Sorry, I don't have
See,
much hippy dippy
good.
podcast experience. My bad.
Yeah,
You
wow.
don't- wait,
man,
neither of
jeez.
you watch every Friday? Wow.
Ooh,
Okay, both
thank you,
negative 10
Alex.
points.
Wow.
Negative 10 points. The right is already dominating tonight once again. They're making up for Trump's crushing victory/defeat, depending on what you think of voter fraud. Anyway, let's get on to the first topic, which just so happens to be voter fraud, which is very simple. Was voter fraud a widespread problem in this election? I'll say it one more time. Was voter fraud a widespread problem during this election? I'm going to start in the top left-hand corner with Lycan.
I'm sorry, the order changed on me. I was expecting someone else to go before me. All right. Voter fraud. First of all, I hope that throughout this podcast we can not conflate voter fraud with all the other issues that are being brought up. Voter fraud is the idea that people have cast fraudulent ballots. At the end of the day, though, if a quick Google search about voter fraud and search debunk or fact check or whatever your favorite word is, and you will find that it's all a big crock of shit. For instance, the accusations that in Michigan that people weren't allowed to watch the ballots, that was with one specific center that had enough people in there that they were at max capacity for the people that were allowed to contest anything, and they told them to fuck off, and that was it. The pictures were put up because people that weren't involved in that process were taking videos and intimidating them by shouting "Stop the count." As far as anything anything fraudulent. Like we have the issues of thousands of ballots, dead people registered, or thousands of ballots sent to people that never requested them, dead people registered, etc. These are all things that, again, often come up every fucking election. And yet, despite a conservative-run congressional investigation in 2016 that was brought up by Trump, finding that there is nothing in the last 40 fucking years of any meaningful substance when it comes to voter fraud, it's not happening. I'm sorry. I think I just said it all. We don't need to have this discussion. Next topic.
Well, okay. Okay, Lycan. If you don't need to have discussion, you'll be put on mute for the next hour. We're gonna throw it over to Vosh now.
Yeah, sure. So really, this is a matter of
Maybe
whether
muted.
Muted.
Am I muted?
Still muted.
Hello?
There you go.
Oh, goodness, my apologies.
Professional streamer.
There we go. Professional streamer, guys. Listen, this is a matter of whether you want to live in reality or whether you don't. There have been literally at this point hundreds of completely baseless claims made by Republicans and their sycophants to the effect of there being election or voter fraud. Nothing is borne out. The Department of Homeland Security recently came out and said this was probably the most secure election we have ever seen. They have found no evidence of voter fraud, and time after time after time, the conservative spotlight is put on yet another particular issue that turns out to be baseless, whether it be the sudden jump of 100,000 votes for Joe Biden that turned out to be a reporting error from the decision desk, had nothing to do with the actual count, or the Republicans complaining that they weren't being allowed inside to witness the vote counting when they were, to the Project Veritas scandal, which went from indisputable proof that ballots were being postmarked before or backdated before the election to him recanting in a recording that he made with post office investigators and then recanting his recant. There is a reason why Republicans make such bold claims outside the courts and then shrivel up into tiny little babies the moment there's a legal consequence to them telling lies. And that's because this is all this is. Lies and cope from a dying party ran by failures who lost the election.
Well, next I'm going to throw it over to Rob Noor.
Hey, thanks so much. Thanks for hosting as always, Dylan. Great to be here with everyone. So there's two components to this that I'd like to talk about. One is the actual voter fraud and election fraud. Despite what we heard from the previous two people, I do think that there is evidence that strongly suggests that there were anomalies that could in fact be voter fraud. Now, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to tell you I have 100% definitive proof. In the same way that my friends on the left will talk about the problem of money in politics, but in each specific situation, they can't tell you that just because a specific congressman had a donation from an oil lobby, that's why they voted the way they did. But we could say that it's suspicious and strongly suspect that something happened. So actually, there were problems in Pennsylvania that I'm most familiar with, as I'm involved in politics here, that I'll be able to talk about. We had a court case that ruled that actually in Pennsylvania, Republicans in the Philadelphia area were not permitted within 6 feet, which legally they're allowed to do. And so a judge overruled that to say that they should be there. After that judge overruled it, the Philly people decided to stop counting and to fight that in court until they were forced to go back. Why would they want to hide that? We see that hundreds of thousands of votes, when supposedly they stopped counting, were issued in the middle of the night. Atlanta district claimed that they stopped counting because of a pipe leak, which no Freedom of Information Act request was able to show that there was some sort of pipe that burst. So there seems to be suspicion there. There's other mathematical anomalies we could talk about. Vosh specifically talks about this person in Erie from the USPS from Veritas that recanted. He did not. I've seen a lawyer that was able to hear the entire recording that says that they used aggressive interrogation techniques. I'm old enough to remember when the left said that whistleblowers were sacrosanct and we had to treat them with dignity. But now we have inspectors that aren't interested in going after the truth, but instead interrogating potential whistleblowers. So there's a lot of things. But the other thing I want to talk about real quick, even if our friends in the left think that fraud didn't occur, what they're in effect saying is that the conglomeration of the mainstream media, tech companies, the intel community, corporatists, and the Democrats totally controlling the flow of information before the election were able to pull the least active candidate in the history of modern politics, Joe Biden, to a victory. And so they've actually signed the death warrant of the chance of any progressive actually being elected president, because whoever these corporatists want from now on is who they'll get.
Wonderful. Next, I'm going to throw it over to Denims.
Okay, so I want to start off with saying that in the probably the most conclusive study that we do have by a conservative group, the Heritage Foundation, their understanding of this has been that they have found 143 cases of fraud over a 20-year period. That's like 7 to 8 cases every year. This is by the conservative group that's actually done conclusive studies on this. That's like, you are more likely to get hit by lightning than voter fraud. 7-8 votes were not going to switch Pennsylvania. They were not going to move Wisconsin or Michigan or any of these states. The idea that like these ballots magically appeared overnight is like, well, yeah, the USPS sent them over. You know, of course they're going to suddenly appear when the USPS ships them over to the place where they have to be counted. This is not like a weird, crazy concept. Every single instance has been so comically hilarious by the case of Fox. They had somebody over on they had like a voice distorter completely in shadow. It looked so incredibly scripted. I saw voter fraud, and they were next to a Biden Harris truck, and they were marking the ballots. Like insane shit. Also, excuse me talking with my mouse. My push to talk is here because I'm not going to just let my mouse fucking go crazy, my keyboard go crazy and insult all of your viewers, Dylan. So please excuse me on that front. Anyways, every single instance so far that I've seen on voter fraud has been absolutely hilarious, and I would love to respond to the Erie claim, but I know that was directed directly at Vaush, so I'll let him take care of it. That's my ending statement.
Okay, next I'm gonna throw it over to last username.
So, the American presidential election has always been extremely inherently sketchy. It's having each state have their own voting system, which has an obvious conflict of interest in some cases. It's inherently sketchy, and also considering that the elections are usually quite close, and this last election was certainly no exception. It's hard to blame anyone for being suspicious and being just skeptical. That how do I really know that I can trust this? That there couldn't have been some kind of fraud that went under the radar, that's undetectable, that shifted things by just 10,000 votes here or there, which might have done it. That said, no one has found a smoking gun for this. Not even today. And until we do that, we don't really have much choice but to just trust what the results that we have. I'm not holding my breath for anything. Any sort of surprising revelations for this election. But like I say, I can't blame people for being skeptical. But ultimately, at the end of the day, I guess you just got to accept the evidence that you have. And there doesn't seem to be any smoking gun evidence for anything that would affect the outcome of the election.
Okay, next I'm going to throw it over to Central Committee.
So there is absolutely no evidence of voter fraud whatsoever. The evidence that Normal America proposed was at best suspicion and not related to any actual indication of a single fraudulent ballot. Now, I actually do have proof of voter fraud, and it was posted helpfully by my Lieutenant Governor of Pennsylvania, John Fetterman, when they caught a man from 40 Fort, PA, who was trying to request a mail-in ballot for his dead mother. He was caught, and he was arrested, and he's now facing 7 years in prison, and he's out on $10,000 bail for trying to commit voter fraud. Because we have processes in place to actually catch you immediately if you try to commit voter fraud by sending in the ballot of a deceased person. And he didn't even get granted a ballot. He was arrested based off the fraudulent application for a mail-in ballot. In Pennsylvania, in particular, since that state was brought up, in order to be an observer, the campaign puts forward their representatives before the election, and those get to be certified poll watchers. And every single poll, when counting takes place, has certified poll watchers from each party. They're representatives of the campaign, and they go in and observe the count. There is absolutely no room whatsoever for any kind of shenanigans because the opposition is right there. There is a clear chain of custody for when the ballots arrive at the polling place. The voters are verified. The ballots are moved from the mail-in ballot within a secrecy ballot, so you have no idea who anybody voted for. And then that ballot is placed in a controlled location. There's clear chain of custody. It is open and above board for everyone to see, which is why Trump's DHS just today put out a report that this was the most secure election in American history. There is zero evidence of voter fraud. And Cope, it's pathetic, honestly. And it wasn't that particularly close, to be honest with you. It was close in the general sense, but as far as an electoral count sense, it was clearly decisive. Trump has no chance. He needs to concede, and every single Republican that continues on with this is either a knowing liar or a dupe who's being fooled and manipulated for someone else's benefit. So don't be either one of those.
Okay, next I'm going to throw it over to CTV.
All right, so some of y'all need to keep up because right now it's not even close. Biden won by 6 million votes, right? So
It'll be more by the end.
Oh, hold on! I thought this was my opening statement.
Yeah,
Who decided to jump in on my time? Who was that?
Very CTV. Was that? I mean, Central Committee. Was that a joke? I didn't. Didn't
I'm
very
sorry.
much.
I'm sorry.
What was that?
Okay, I'll let that one
back in
slide.
line.
I'll let that one slide since you're such a wonderful person.
Thank you, bud.
All right, so 6 million votes is what I'm showing on New York Times right now. They were keeping track of all this stuff. The curious thing for me, because I heard a lot of good points being made by everybody else, so I'm not going to beat their dead horse. We'll let them beat it themselves. The only thing that's really curious to me, because I'm naturally skeptical of pretty much fucking everything, right? Like everything is suspect. I look at the 2012 election. Republicans had 59.1 million votes. Democrats had 62.6. And then we jumped to 2020, and we got 72.7 for Republicans and 78 million flat for Democrats, right? Now, I like everybody else would, seeing those numbers go, wow, that's a lot of participation. That's a good thing. But then it's like that is a much bigger jump in participation than what we have ever seen in one of these over time. So the question then becomes is, well, we have a lot more participation. Is there a chance for it? We've got a case up in Pennsylvania where things weren't being done right. I think that the most important thing to do is to go through the process and get the truth found out, whatever that's going to be. The security of the elections has to be the foremost number one thing for the American people.
Okay, and we're going to wrap this section up with Ender next.
Yeah, you seem to have like this weird fetish for picking me last. But I'm just going to say that the claims of voter fraud are, if I think back to 2016, the God Emperor Trump done chose, he set up a committee and said 3 million illegals voted. And so I believe God Emperor Trump, 3 million illegal voted, and everything's fraud this election.
Okay, that's Ender next legitimate position. I heard no sign of humor there whatsoever.
No, that was all real.
Wonderful. Now I'm going to throw it to generally just discussion. We're going to get about 1 hour on this topic from this point forward, and then we'll wrap up and go into the next topic. You're all free to discuss. Do try to be somewhat cordial, but I'm not going to hold you to that. Go on.
Okay, hold on. So, the main issue that we have right now is setting a standard for the burden of proof, okay? Anybody can throw out accusations, but those accusations need to be credible for anyone to take them seriously. Given the fact that there have been at this point literally dozens of accusations made by the Republican Party, which have completely fallen apart, why should we take at face value any claim they have unless they're capable of proving it in a court of law, which so far they have not? I saw every word of that USPS investigator interview with the guy from Erie, and he was, first of all, he absolutely recanted. He completely backed off his story. He said that it could have been anything else, that he made assumptions, that what he heard wasn't even hearsay, and that he had projected his own biases onto what he had heard elsewise. And the language of the investigators was completely appropriate. It's funny how Trump supporters, on one hand, they'll say, take these claims seriously. You need to look into these. And then it's like, well, don't look into them that hard. You're just supposed to believe them. Don't, actually investigate them. And exactly. It's really, really hard. I don't know what the line is there. It should be, should we just, assume every claim of election fraud is true but never investigate it? Or I don't know what would make the Republican Party happy, to be honest.
So you said that you said that he recanted. He ended up saying that he did not hear his supervisor and assistant talk about backdating ballots. He didn't hear that? That's what he said?
Yeah, of course he said he didn't recant after he came out because he went and talked to James O'Keefe.
No. Even in the meeting, he said, yes, I recant. That never happened.
Wasn't the
That's what he
original
said.
In the meeting,
accusation
in the meeting, he said, and this is very specific. The investigator asked, if I told you that the words you had heard, it didn't mean what you thought they meant, that it was suggesting something else, that you were hearing pieces of a completely different, innocuous conversation, would you believe it? And he said yes. If you're not even confident enough in your claim to defend its legitimacy to investigators, this has no place being investigated further.
This is a common tactic, and the left used to be concerned about these things in interrogation techniques where they use this pressure. And I went through an entire thread that a civil rights attorney that listened to this whole tape talked about how these are telltale signs of investigators using psychological devices and pressure in order to get someone to change. Just one second. They were talking to a whistleblower. I seem to remember when there was a whistleblower against Trump, he was treated with the utmost respect and said that we couldn't even know his name. But in this case, the USPS had to go and treat this person like he was a potential criminal. So what they did was they threw a suggestion out after saying, we're your friend, Project Veritas isn't your friend, you could potentially be in legal trouble, putting all these thoughts into his head that weren't true. And then he said, yeah, I guess theoretically they could have meant something different. However, he never recanted that he heard them talk about backdating ballots. He never recanted that he was ordered to pick
incorrect.
up.
He heard
Show me where that recant happens.
He heard
Show me where
select
it
words.
happens.
Did you listen to the entire thing? I did. He
No,
heard
I did not.
select words that he had interpreted as being evidence of backdating, but he admitted in that interview that that was something that he had assumed based on the limited context that he had. Additionally, part of respecting the process of whistleblowing is the process of investigation. Like that clown James O'Keefe, when he sent someone over to WAPO claiming fallaciously or incorrectly that they had been raped by Roy Moore, the investigators at WAPO investigated her claim and found it to be inaccurate because James O'Keefe is a liar, and investigation is an important part of determining the legitimacy of claims like these. There was no misappropriation, no misbehavior there. The investigators did their job, and that man has no legal claim.
I'm just gonna say,
Rob,
there's a-
before you,
there's a-
one second. I just wanted to clarify Endernex. Endernex, yeah, he rose his hand. He put his hand, put it up. And if you do that, if you don't find a way, I forgot to say this during the beginning. If you can't budge your way into a conversation because there's a lot of strong personalities tonight, raise your hand. I'll write your name down, and I'll do my best to try to guide the conversation at some point to cover what you want to say at some point and drag it over to you. So if there's any point you want to do that, I'm just throwing it over to you. Ender, I know you want to say something, but Rob, I wanted to give Rob a chance to respond to that because it's pretty pointed at Rob, and then throw it over to you, Ender, next.
Yeah, so Leslie McAdoo Gordon, who's on Twitter, who's actually a defense attorney who deals with these interrogation techniques a lot, he says, quote, he never says the original facts of his affidavit are false or did not happen. The very most he says it's possible he may have misunderstood or made assumption. That is not a recantation. He's making allowances for the possibility that he might be mistaken. That is the sign of someone who is telling the truth, not someone who is lying. Honest people concede they could be wrong, even if they don't think they are. Even the agents tell him repeatedly they believe what he is saying. And although that can be an investigative technique also, it's clear they mean it here. So what's happening is they're suggesting through these psychological techniques, there's other things they do throughout this interview. Like they start off saying, you can take a break what you want when we're your friend. Are you feeling okay? And asking open-ended questions. By the end of it, when he's changing the affidavit, he's literally asking them, what do you want me to say? And they're telling him specifically what they're right. Even you admitted, Vash, that they told him, well, is it possible that you could have misunderstood and meant something else? If I say, hey, I want to kill my wife, you could say, my God, I heard Rob say he wants to kill his wife. Now, I could have been talking about a video game or something to that case. So yes, of course, you're going to lead to the possibility. I guess there could have been some circumstance where it wasn't what I heard, but it is clear that he heard them talking about the ballots and he thought that this was problematic, even to the effect of when he later that day on November 5th went and picked up unpostmarked ballots. He admits in this interview and to coworkers that he himself wrote the date that he picked them up because he was so troubled by the fact that they were collecting unpostmarked ballots in a special way and that these supervisors were talking about this. So it's just factually false that he recounted.
He had never even heard the word postmarking, and he began that interview saying he was 100% confident in his claims and ended it saying that he wasn't sure of them anymore. If you have a problem with the process of wait, hold on, I'm almost done. If you have a problem with the process of investigation, take it up with police reform, not with this election, okay? You guys lost. I'm sorry. If you have an issue with how that was handled, I don't know how you want investigations to work. Do you want them to just sit the guy down and be like, well, what do you believe happened, sir? Oh, that's what you think? Oh, well, okay. And write that down, then they leave with that? Like, of course they're going to try and suss out the truth. That is literally their job.
Okay, Ender next.
So I actually have whistleblowing experience. I interned at a sheriff's department as part of my degree in criminal justice, and I witnessed a lot of abuses insofar as like treatment of minority individuals and like people using racial slurs to describe people, workplace discrimination, all sorts of just horrible shit. And I went ahead and I did a video with the local advocacy group that's advocating for police reform, and because of that, I got contacted by reporters. I got contacted by eventually a private investigator. And the private investigator, I found out later, these two experiences were completely different. The investigation that the reporters did that were from news sources, the questions that they asked, the way they phrased things, the kind of information that we're getting at was completely different than the private investigator. And the private investigator did exactly what Rob is saying. Now, I don't know the facts of this case because I have not been paying attention. I saw Project Veritas on it, and I said, I don't really care enough to actually bother. Like, I'm good. They have a record of misrepresenting the truth, you could say. But anyways, besides, I'm going to lend some credence here because the private investigator which I found out later was hired by the police union for the people who were in the department, was trying to be my friend and trying to get me like to say definitive things or like imply things imply things that I didn't say in the interview, and like lead me on to a certain conclusion that might help them squeeze out of something. And I myself found myself, you know what, like after hours on the phone with this guy, and this was just as COVID had started, I wasn't going to answer the questions completely. Like I was going to leave a little bit of room. No way in hell was I going to let this guy pin me and then me face some sort of charges because I lied to a private investigator or something. Like I didn't want anything like that to happen. So I was very, very careful with what I said. And if I'd like, well, I don't know. I guess it could have meant, I guess they could have just been calling that person the N-word because, as a joke, but I don't know. So I'm going to lend some credence to that. Private investigators and interviewers, specifically people who interrogate individuals, they're extremely aggressive and always trying to get you.
Okay, Ender next. Could you move the mic a little bit further from your face, if possible? Okay. Mike, you had your hand up, I saw.
Yeah, so what's funny about this is the grandiose term whistleblower for somebody who did not witness the crime occur. This is hearsay within hearsay, right? I think I heard somebody else talking about somebody else doing something. That is not the same thing as I witnessed them backdating ballots fraudulently. And this is the best evidence they have. Somebody who, when the investigators went to look into it, the only lead they had was this guy saying he heard a thing through the crack in a door. And the result was he said, well, maybe I could have heard it wrong. There is no proof of anything. And that's what they're grasping onto. The fact that they're going to end up losing Pennsylvania by 100,000 votes. They're looking into one post office in Erie where a guy heard a guy talking about something. That's not beyond. Right, that's not pathetic. Don't interrupt me in the middle of this. And that is why we have serious problems with this entire topic. At least I do, because it advances the idea that some sort of fraudulent behavior occurred when there were literally thousands of poll watchers. There are dozens of attorneys, and when Trump's own attorneys go into court, as has happened 2 days ago, and they ask them, "Hey, what's your proof of, do you have any evidence of voter fraud?" Their answer is no. Because as Vosh said earlier, when they're actually put in a position where their bar license is at risk, or they have a perjury charge that they might face, they end up walking away from it. And that's why everybody who is advancing this is, as I said in the beginning, either a knowing liar or a foolish dupe. And you don't want to be either one of those.
If I may, so speaking of knowing liars, so it seems as if people were saying he didn't swear in his affidavit that he'd heard people talking about postmarks. This is the affidavit of Richard Hopkins, number 4. On November 5th, 2020, as I was preparing for my mail delivery, I saw Weissenbach and Daryl Locke, one of the supervisors for Erie, Pennsylvania post office, having a discussion. Weissenbach and Locke discussed how on November 4th, 2020, they had backdated the postmark on all but one of the ballots collected November 4th, 2020 to make it appear as if the ballots had been instead collected the day before. So you're just factually incorrect that he never said that he didn't hear them having a discussion of postmarking ballots. He never recanted that he heard that. He just admitted through techniques, persuasive techniques and interrogation techniques, and them saying, isn't this possible that they could have meant something else? Yes, hypothetically, that is possible. That is a true statement. But this was clearly investigators. Now, I don't have a problem with investigators trying to get to the truth. Of course, that's what they want. What I have a problem is when people keep in mind that he's been placed on leave with the USPS. So he whistle-blew about potential fraud that he saw occurring. So much so that he told coworkers about it, that he personally excuse me, I was polite and
did
didn't
not
interrupt you.
witness.
So much so that he
Lying now.
actually dated ballots that he collected that day. He talked about he himself was ordered to collect ballots that weren't postmarked on November 5th and put them in a pile to be counted. So he was so worried about that, he personally wrote the date on that. He swore to all of this in the affidavit. He never recanted any of that. He just, at the persuasive techniques of the interrogators after him, said, yeah, I guess you're right. They could have meant something else. And the fact that people on the left, I thought that we were allies in this of like false confessions that were given by people, interrogation techniques that are used by law enforcement agents. But somehow, as soon as it benefits Joe Biden and the Democrats, and as soon as it gets a whistleblower that...
Okay, hold on. Having listened to the interview, and you haven't, there was nothing wrong going on there. This is their job. The actual words that Hopkins heard were, ballots picked up on the 4th, ellipses, one of them was marked the 4th and the rest were the 3rd. By his own admission in that interrogation process, none of the words that he had heard actually indicated postmarking to the 3rd. None of them. He had assumed that, and he admitted that assumption, and that the claim he had made in his original affidavit was a product of an assumption that he had made, unfounded. These are all factual pieces of information. The investigators did not do some sneaky voodoo mind magic. They asked simple questions. They did what every investigation does for every single whistleblower, every single crime, everything. This is the process by which we determine the legitimacy of claims. And if your claims to election fraud are so weak that they can't even hold up under these circumstances, you're not going to overturn the election. You're not going to overturn shit. You're going to get Twitter likes and retweets, okay? It's just pathetic to me. We are not allies in this. When the left talks about misappropriation or poor behavior on the part of investigators, we have actual evidence for it, not, I don't like the claim that was made at the outcome of this. I disagree with the outcome. Therefore, the process is unjust. We know goddamn well that if those investigators had come away without any sort of retraction on his part, if they had just come away with no denunciation of the information that he originally provided in the affidavit, you would be throwing that up in the air. You would be tattooing it on your chest and running through the field of the local stadium. You just don't like the outcome. There is no evidence here.
Vosh, let me ask you this.
After Rob responds, I want to throw it over to Dennis.
Be real quick, Vosh. You listened to the tape. Did the investigator suggest that he could be in legal jeopardy for setting up a GoFundMe page?
Yeah, because I think that's true.
Oh, but that's not true. So they threatened him and said he could be in legal jeopardy just for being a whistleblower.
First of all, that came after.
Slow down now.
That came after his retraction. And second of all, considering the fact that the GoFundMe actually got taken down immediately after that interview, the fact that he made that GoFundMe off of false information actually is of relevance to him.
It's not false. They even said they think that he was telling the truth. It's just that he's possible that he could have misinterpreted what he heard. And the fact that they threatened him with legal action when he is just a legitimate whistleblower, that even these investigators said they said that he could potentially be in legal jeopardy.
That's not.
You keep saying this. You keep saying this thing, right? About how the detectives are using this these special ninjutsu interrogation methods. You can threaten someone legally with legal action. There's a lot of different threats that are not protected under the law. You can't threaten to kill someone's family over something. You can't threaten to ruin their house, but you can threaten them with legal action. If someone is I'm going to destroy your property, you can be if you do that, I'm going to sue you. That is not a threat. That is you saying I'm going to use the things at my disposal because you're doing something illegal. That's not a threat. That is perfectly valid and complete.
Well, no, but what he is saying though, what he is saying is the idea that they're threatening him with legal action. Like if they pick up a person, they say, hey, we're going to put you in jail for what you did, but you didn't do it, right? But they're threatening you, so they're scaring you. He's implying that them threatening that legal action was an intimidation technique, but he's also operating under the assumption that the guy is telling the truth. So he thinks that
they did him a favor. If that guy ever steps into a court of law and he takes an oath, he could end up perjuring himself. Now that they've stopped this process here, I think they've actually saved this guy a lot of potential trouble down the line.
If it's outrageous because and you know that someone will, your lawyer or whatever will defend you, and you know that you have everything that you're recounting is completely true, then this threat means absolutely nothing to you because you haven't done anything illegal.
But that's just it. He doesn't know what's legal or not. They're using the system to go after him. And if I could just real quick, Endernax, and I'll let you go.
It's so bad. It's something specific that she said. This is used all the time in like by interrogators and everybody. It's like, well, if you have nothing to hide, why don't you just tell me? Why don't you just completely commit to everything that you say? This is how they get people to make false confessions to things that they never did. Ironically, like I don't know. They pressure you, they pressure you, they pressure you, they pressure you until you agree with them or that you say something that they like.
How about
Look,
this?
I will say,
How about we let him?
They use like pressuring techniques. They
one at a
say like,
time.
they'll push on people and until you agree with them or until they can get you as close to what they think is the truth, right? But you can't classify saying like, hey, if you are lying right now, if you genuinely are lying and you're not saying the truth, you will face legal like repercussions. That's not a threat. That's just them telling you, hey, just make sure you know what you're doing and that you're not actually, lying about something you're not supposed to be lying about.
How about we let this go to court? We can just settle this in court. Just let him see if he can prove his case to a judge beyond a reasonable doubt, okay? And let's let that decide the metric for whether or not this is something we should take seriously.
Okay, I shoot down this entire line real quick. This is not an investigator investigating this guy for a criminal charge, which is where the pressures that these guys are bringing up would bear. Where there is somebody who is facing legal jeopardy for their own actions. This is an investigation of some other person, and they're trying to find out the truth. Implicit in what these conservatives are saying is that the investigators came here to debunk this accusation.
Exactly.
When in fact, they came there to investigate. And they found out that this guy's evidence was so thin and pathetic that they needed to expose it openly, that in fact, he had no direct knowledge of any fraud. He had something that he heard through a crack in the door that he thought might be a thing. And when they tested it, he folded. And they said, for the purpose of revealing the truth, this is false. And when they asked the guy how confident he was in the information he was spreading, he was unconfident. He was not willing to verify it. And in fact, the idea that he was then going to conservatives to then grift hundreds of thousands of dollars from mad coping Trump supporters is probably an indication that he had a conflict of interest and not the investigators that were there to find out the truth. So every part of this conservative argument is flawed completely, and they have no leg to stand on. Is there anything else in this topic, or can we please move on?
No, I'd like to
respond to
finish.
that?
You three got a chance to speak on this. So what we heard talk about was the idea of, well, Vosh says they did him a favor because if he went to court, he could have perjured himself. Again, even these investigators don't say that he was lying. He never says that he was lying. He just says at their suggestion, after they talk about things like legal ramifications, which were absurd and designed to put fear in him, saying, oh my God, maybe I could get in trouble if I go forward. He was already worried. He's already suspended from his job. These are what whistleblowers are. They're people that report things, even if they're incorrect in their assumptions, they report things that they think are potentially troubling about the agencies that they're involved in. We are supposed to protect those whistleblowers and have investigators treat those people with respect to make sure the allegations they're discussing aren't false or aren't true. He never said that I didn't hear this. They just said at their prompting, isn't it true that it could have meant something else? And after they laid all of the groundwork for saying, oh, Veritas isn't your friend, and there could be jeopardy, legal jeopardy if this goes the wrong way, and you could be left holding the bag. He said, I guess, yes, maybe that's what they could have meant. And then they said, well, here, let's make corrections to the affidavit. You're a good guy. We know you're telling the truth, but let's make corrections. Even in that world, isn't it possible that his assumptions could have been accurate and they're still worth investigating? Why is it that we assume his assumptions were incorrect when he heard talk of pre-market ballots and things like that?
Thing that we make up.
Why don't Central Committee, since you obviously don't want to have this discussion, I don't even agree with Rob. Why don't you let Vosh and a normal Rob with Normal America have the discussion? You know how you can tell the difference.
Great idea.
I'm just here to have fun. Listen, I feel like this discussion has gone from was there election fraud to whether or not investigators were mean to a person they were investigating. Look, because I feel like we've said what we have to say. Can I just wrap this up?
That's fine.
Wait, Normal America, I want to know, what would you have wanted from this? Like, what perfect outcome with the investigators? What would it have been, you know?
I think that any investigator should be critical and make sure that they're getting to the facts of any potential whistleblower, but they should not be doing things like leading the question and saying, isn't it true? It could have meant this. They should not be discussing things like, oh, there could be potential legal jeopardy and things for things that you came out and said. That is incredibly inappropriate behavior. And there were other techniques that were used that were inappropriate. But they should have approached this as a serious claim and made sure that the claim wasn't true instead of approaching this as a witness that they needed to debunk.
I disagree with your characterization of their behavior, but even if they had done all of that, like, he still would have just had hearsay. Like, this never would have entered a court. It never would have overturned any ballots or any votes. Like, it just seems whenever we talk about election fraud, it feels like we focus on this hyper-specific issues, and all the ones that can't be objectively disproven, like this one because it's hearsay, we like hyper-fixate on even though they're meaningless, and then all the Republican Party claims that are disprovable have already been disproven. Every claim they make that can be empirically disproven already has happened. So now we're focusing on like whether or not the guy who heard a guy saying they maybe did a thing to 1 or 2 votes was being treated poorly. I just wonder, like, is this a necessary issue to be focusing on with regards to like the potential for there having been voter fraud? Can we accept that there wasn't voter fraud?
Well, look, we could move on. We could talk about other issues. The reason I brought this up, I thought you were factually incorrect when you brought it up in your opening statement. And I also think you're factually incorrect that this is hearsay. First-hand knowledge of hearing someone is not hearsay. That's evidence that can be used in a court of law. And we have 111 affidavits that were signed by people.
Is an out-of-court statement used to prove the matter asserted.
Yeah, that's the second time you've interrupted somebody, Central Committee, right? Like, I get you want to be a part of the conversation, right?
Like, we're
like,
not
I get you want to do that, but you don't do that just by talking over people.
Okay.
I'm not going to sit here when he's factually wrong about the definition of a word when he goes for 5 minutes being wrong about something that
you're the only one interrupted.
In the words of the investigator, it's not even hearsay, it's an assumption, because when he actually said which words he had heard, it wasn't even enough to indicate that he had heard a person saying they were going to commit a crime. He just heard certain words that he then framed in a way that was criminal. So it's not even hearsay. It's like if you're listening to like your 2 parents talk in the other room and you hear like the words, I don't know, not my favorite oldest son, and you're the youngest son, and you assume that means they like the older son more, and then you leave the house. Like, you go out on a journey to leave your parents. Like, it's not even enough to be wrong, you know?
Well, if that's the case, then let me ask this, and we can move on if you want, but let me ask this. How come the whistleblower involving Trump and the impeachment, all he heard was he claimed that he heard Trump say things? I don't remember anyone saying that was hearsay. The whistleblower whose name we weren't supposed to mention in the Ukrainian impeachment of Trump, that whistleblower claimed that he heard Trump say things. Isn't that hearsay as well? Why did we have to have an entire impeachment over that?
No, because he was listening to the actual conversation.
Also, he was willing.
He was directly there.
Also, he was willing to go and testify, and put it under oath. So there would be legal consequences to his dishonesty. Also, there was a bunch of other corroborating information that supported the claims made there. So
not really, since they still didn't find corroborate.
The
point is, if I hear someone say, "Hey, I just murdered someone," that's not hearsay. I heard them say that. Now, I could have misinterpreted what they were talking about, but me providing that evidence doesn't mean that it's hearsay. That is factual evidence that could be used in a court of law.
I mean, I get that we're arguing the merits now, but I genuinely
can't really hear you.
I mean, it's hearsay. It is hearsay, but hearsay can be selectively useful in certain instances, but it's certainly not enough to prove anything in this case. I mean, like, if I said right now that I went to the post office the other day and heard a bunch of people in the back room saying they were going to like burn Biden ballots or something, I would have the exact same degree of like the exact same level of evidence that this guy has, you know? And it's like, it's
right,
nothing.
I agree, and it should be investigated. I totally.
But I'm not a whistleblower if I go to Project Veritas.
Yes, you would. Well, if you worked for the agency, that's the definition of a whistleblower. You work for an agency that you think corruption's occurring within that agency. And I would stick up for you if the investigator then came at you and said, Vosh, is it true that you could have misheard this? You know you could be in legal trouble. What are you doing with this GoFundMe account? I would say that is not the way to treat Vosh. He legitimately had concerns, and those concerns should be legitimately investigated.
Do you think it was appropriate? Last point I make. Do you think it was appropriate of Project Veritas to encourage this guy to make a GoFundMe, thereby implicitly suggesting that he would stand to make money the more popularity and the more traction his claims got?
I don't think that there's any problem with that whatsoever.
Okay, that's
I
all
think
I have
that it's something that I wouldn't
about.
personally do, but I don't think that someone who's afraid that they're going to be retaliated against and lose their job and set up a GoFundMe as proof of guilt. I would say the same if we see anyone that's accused of any crime from the police.
Okay, gotcha.
Just because they set up a GoFundMe doesn't mean they're guilty.
I'm good.
Okay,
I've done all my points. I'm good.
Okay. I have a few names written down of people who haven't talking much on this. Then we're probably going to move on. It doesn't seem to be getting away from this point to other examples or anything else. So I don't really see much reason to keep staying on this.
I have, but that's fine. Go ahead. So
Okay.
I have other examples if we want to get to.
Well, I just wanted to give everybody the definition of hearsay.
Okay, well, CTV haven't talked much, so you can go first, and then after that, I'll go to Lycan because it's all Lycan raised his hand.
Right, because I feel like sometimes people are talking past each other. So I went ahead and did the thing for everybody and looked it up. And what it says is hearsay, information received from other people that one cannot adequately substantiate rumor, which means that everything that you hear from anybody is ever, right? Always hearsay. That being said, the fact that somebody has some type of knowledge that can lead to an investigation, right? That hearsay then becomes a statement of fact if it is able to be backed up by some type of evidence, which is where it makes that transition from just somebody here saying something to now we're like quote unquote a whistleblower because now we have some type of evidence, right? So, but there's a transition period how you get from one to the other, right? So if you're really about the process and making sure that our election system is 100%, you should be taking every single thing that anybody says seriously so that we can get it addressed and make sure that we have confidence in the system.
I wanted to say, I don't think that it's like you go from hearsay and then to evidence. You can go straight to like, I have audio recording proof of this being a thing. Like I heard them start talking about this. I don't live in a two-party consent state. So I took out my phone and I just started recording it. And this is what I'm providing as evidence, right? So you don't necessarily need to start at the hearsay.
Vosh, do you think that Christine Blasey Ford setting up
Rob,
Sure.
Next was Lycan. He hasn't really gotten to talk much. I saw him raise his hand, so I wanted to give him an opportunity to talk.
And I'm going to do what I think we all want to do, and that's kind of move us past this because there's a whole lot of claims and accusations to be made. I'm going to take this a little higher level, though, than just specific allegations. I want to talk about the problem with the discussion we're having, right? We have already proven with as fast as these affidavits come out with these court cases, they're over 12. These are getting knocked down faster than they can come up. We've already had our study that has proven that in 40 years, there's negligible occurrences of this to the point that it's inconsequential. And then the idea that while people are on high alert because we know we're going to be voting differently and we know there's going to be a shit ton of election turnout, the idea that the paradigm shifted from free and trustworthy elections to something so corruptible that these 20,000, 11,000, 100,000 margins are going to be over fucking turned because there was fraudulence found is absurd. And it's a problem that we're asking that question. It doesn't mean that you're a non-patriotic person for demanding to know that the elections were done fair. It's that there is a problem with the idea of asking the question in the first place without any credible reason to do so. And by allowing it, by enabling it as either a media personality, as someone with a news platform, or being a dumb fuck pundit with a lot of Twitter followers like Tim fucking Pool, when you propagate these ideas, you do damage, you do harm. So, Normal America, I will direct it to you. Now, I want you to have that same level of you want us to like, well, if this is true, we must consider it. I want you to apply that here.
Okay.
If that is the case, are we not doing a tremendous amount of harm to the trust that Americans have in this election?
Well, let me ask you this. Is it true that, what's his name? Biden's chief of staff, Klain, tweeted in 2014 to response to a Vox article that said 68% of Americans think elections are rigged, that he treated that's because they are. Is it true that Nancy Pelosi tweeted in 2016 that the 2016 election was, quote, hijacked? Did we spend 4 years talking about the idea of Russia stealing the election for Donald Trump, all based on disinformation that was paid for by Hillary Clinton, a plan that she concocted that was
not
sourced in part by a Russian spy?
Oh my god.
Wait. Can I broadly?
Wait, give me a second. Okay, everybody started. Okay, enter next. Your mic. Number one, your mic. It's nearly impossible to hear you. I hear that you're talking, but I can't hear the words you're saying. Maybe replug it in or something. I don't know what's going on there. Get a new.
Your mic
toaster
sucks.
oven. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. The CTV once and for all the most base person on the panel. Okay, so everybody started talking at once, so obviously that isn't great. So everybody who wanted to respond to what was just said, please raise your hand, and I'll probably go with the person who has talked the least out of them. Lycan just got a point to talk. Vosh, you've been talking a good amount. Endernax's mic is fucked. So
Is it better?
say something.
Hello.
Move it from your mouth.
Dude, your mic sounds like you got it out of a Cracker Jack box.
It really
all right?
does. It really does. Okay.
The best
Okay,
mics are the
okay.
free ones.
So I'm gonna go to Next. I'm gonna give you some
Oh
time to
my
just
goodness.
mess with it. I'm gonna have Mr. Geek pull you out and mess with your mic to get it working better. My moderator is gonna help you out. Vosh, you can respond since Lycan just talked.
So I just want to say, first of all, this is an extraordinary whataboutism. When we're talking about whether or not,
Yeah.
so the claim that this election
It's not.
was fraud, it absolutely is. So the claim is by Republicans that this election is being stolen. That is the sole claim we are focusing on. Whether or not Hillary Clinton or whatever did some dumbass shit 10 or 15 or 5 years ago was utterly irrelevant to the claim being handled now. With that being said, we are at a massively different scale of misappropriative behavior here. First of all, Hillary Clinton, for all of her whining, did concede the election when she lost. Donald Trump has yet to, meaning that his doubts and the doubts that he has sown are significant enough that he is delaying what has been a centuries-long process of civil democracy. Additionally, there's a very different level of skepticism that you apply to claims on different levels. First of all, I do believe that all American elections are rigged, but I believe that in the Chomskyist sense, that through manufactured consent, Americans are led away from their material interests, that we are deluded, essentially. They're rigged in the sense that the propaganda we consume leads us to vote in ways contrary to our interest. But that's not the same thing as claiming that the actual vote, like consumerism stuff. But that's not the same as saying the actual vote count that is recorded is inaccurate. That's a very specific and very demanding claim. So even if these other figures in the past have made these sort of lofty claims about the election and its legitimacy, that does not speak to what has happened over the past few weeks.
And if I may respond, if I can, like you say, this is a centuries-old tradition of conceding. Can you remind me what happened in 2000 in that election? Al Gore conceded the next
He conceded the moment the Supreme Court.
Go there.
Yeah, the moment the Supreme Court dropped the case for recount, he conceded. Yeah, he conceded the moment he realized there was no legal avenue for him getting a recount in Florida, which was a difference of 500 votes under incredibly suspicious circumstances that subsequent recounts have all determined that he legitimately won, were it not for meddling that had taken place in that state. So the moment he realized there wasn't a legal route, he dropped it. Donald Trump has no legal route for victory. He has not dropped it.
That's not true. Donald Trump does have legal recourse. And the idea that you would say that it was okay for Al Gore to exhaust his legal options before conceding, but somehow it's against 200 years of tradition for Donald Trump to want to do the same,
I don't think you
proves the bias and the partisanship that you have.
No, you don't understand that when it comes to recounts, here's the problem. Recounts have never moved anything more than the margin of a few hundred votes. That's it. So in the margin of that, first of all, the election was called early because the media fucked up, right? The media does call the election traditionally, so I hope we don't have that fucking argument here. But they called it early, causing people to leave the polls. And as they were subsequently recounting, there have been studies that show that there might have even been like a much larger gap than it was, right? Florida is an example of when you recount. Florida 2000. But now with 10,000 vote gaps, 20,000 vote gaps, never in the last, 30 years, I think it was, has anything moved more than a few hundred votes. There's no reason to. Second, on the topic of legal recourse implies there is some reason for them to push back. There was none here. Period.
That's not true. I can give you an example if you like. For example, in Pennsylvania, there was two court cases that came down. The first court case that was handled locally, what said from Democratic courts that said that actually ballots were allowed to be counted that weren't postmarked or that were postmarked after the day of the election, they could still be counted. That was a court case that they were told that they had to keep those ballots separate because that court case is no doubt going to be appealed. The second court case ruling was that ballots did not have to match, the signature on the ballot did not have to match the voter registration. That is also a case that's going to be appealed. We have judges, there was just a judgment in Pennsylvania that said actually those ballots that were received without postmark or postmarked after election day are now to be tossed out. Now we have to go through the arduous task of finding out which ballots are which and which ones need to be tossed out. This is a court case that actually happened. This could potentially lead to hundreds of thousands of ballots being tossed out.
No.
And even if we say, well, there's not, why not? How many? Well, I'll ask you, how many voted?
Actually, give me a second. I'm gonna throw it over the mic because Mike raised his hand, and I'm gonna throw it over to him.
Go ahead. Are you done? Are you done?
I'll leave you
Mike,
respond.
I just threw it to you.
Okay, so the court case he's talking about are ballots that were postmarked by election day but arrived after the original statutory deadline, but within the period where foreign military ballots can be received by federal law, they can arrive up to 6 days after the election. So there was a accommodation made by the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, the ultimate arbiter of the Pennsylvania Constitution, that under the Pennsylvania Constitution, there would be an additional 3 days that ballots postmarked by the election could be received and counted. However, they segregated those ballots and they still have not been counted and are not included in the vote count. So you're just totally lying about that case. You're just factually wrong. Nothing postmarked after election day, unless it is within a foreign military ballot where there is a different exception according to federal law, will be counted, number one. And what's the other case you were totally wrong about? I forgot.
I wasn't totally wrong about that. A court case just ruled that ballots that were received after November 9th.
The signatures.
Right.
So what was happening is Republican or Democratic officials, when looking at a signature on a absentee ballot verification statement, they were subjectively judging. So these people are not signature experts. They were just looking at signatures that people made on this envelope and go, I don't think that matches. I'm going to throw that ballot out. And that was ruled to be unconstitutional, that you can't have subjective elections of judges doing signature analysis subjectively and deciding to throw people's votes out because the signature was too different from a voter registration they did 30 years ago. I don't know about you, chat, but my signature has changed from when I registered to vote back in 2002. So if
Mine hasn't changed since I was a teenager.
Okay, well, we understand conservatives don't change.
Right.
much.
So so what that's called is
I don't have a
what that's
signature.
called
I
is
just
being
make it up every time.
consistent.
Well, that's what I'm saying, Vosh.
Hold on.
According
So
to
what
them,
that's
your votes
called
have
is
been
being
thrown out.
consistent, right? Being
I'm telling
consistent,
you
and that right
they
there
are
is the
doing
number
that.
one point.
Why are you
that I
interrupting?
think is-
Okay,
Why are you
everybody
interrupting
stop.
right
Buddy,
now?
stop.
Why are you interrupting right now?
Both of you stop. Both of you stop. I can only
So-
get one
so
person
my
at a time.
point- my
Obviously.
ultimate
Mike,
point is
Mike,
this.
Mike.
What?
When I talk, you shut up.
Okay, go ahead. What do you
That's
want?
the number one rule. I started with that. Okay. We can only hear one person at a time, so let's not all talk over each other. Mike, finish, and then I'll throw it over to CTV.
All right. So both cases he just brought up were adjudicated by the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, which is the ultimate arbiter of Pennsylvania law, and that's a long-standing legal principle. And he was factually wrong about both elements. It was they didn't want to have subjective interpretations of signatures throwing out people's legal ballots, and the other one was he was totally wrong about the postmarks. So
Why did they segregate those ballots?
yes, they segregated them under.
Why did they segregate them if the Pennsylvania court's the ultimate arbiter? What's the segregation for?
Because they wanted to ensure that there was an opportunity for a cure. So if they didn't
What kind of cure? What kind of cure would that be?
throwing the ballots out or
Well,
not counting them, but it
legal-
doesn't matter.
legal
It
course.
doesn't matter because the number of those
Wait,
ballots
Rob, you gotta
is
let
not
Mike
enough.
finish. I would like, if you ask him a question, I'd like to hear
So
the rest of
basically,
it.
the answer is they wanted to be super sure that the count was secure and that there would be no ballots that any conservative could quote question. And so those ballots have been set aside to ensure that Biden's lead is clear and objective, and there's no basis for an objection. And you can get I think it's like 900 ballots statewide thrown out if you want, but it doesn't make up 100,000 ballots. Trump lost. Stop sniffing the copium and move on.
Again,
Right,
the
so-
reason those ballots were segregated was because they knew there were potential legal challenges to be taken to a higher court. So when your argument is it's damaging to not concede when there's no further legal avenues, the mere fact those ballots were said to be segregated was because the Pennsylvania court knew that the Supreme Court could rule on that.
But
So
the-
you're just
well,
wrong when
the
you say that
difference-
there's not
There-
further legal recourse.
there's a really big
wait.
difference between a
Before
recount.
we shift over, I told CTV that he would get a chance to
My
respond.
apologies.
I-
Go ahead.
Yeah, no
Go ahead,
worries.
CTV.
I'll give it to you next, Vosh. Don't worry.
All right,
CTV.
so Mike, I'm going to ask you this: when Hillary Clinton was going through her thing, and she's thought there needed to be stuff looked into, did you have any problem with that?
First of all, she didn't. 4 years is a long time for a conservative brain, but I'll help you. She did not ask for a recount. It was the Green Party grifting, and they got to raise money to recount these ballots. And you
Okay,
know
so
what?
then the election before that, did you
Why are
have
you
any
asking me a
problem?
question, and then when
No,
you're
no,
wrong,
because it's
you're
my
interrupting
fucking
me.
time right now. I asked you to answer a specific fucking question, not to keep moving on down the line, right? So since it's my time, sit right there, chill the fuck out, let me ask the goddamn question.
Holy shit!
All
trying
right.
to act
Now,
tough doesn't
that
make
being
sense.
said, Mike, did you have a problem with investigations happening in any election before that ever?
Whenever there are valid,
If there are
things to
questions, you
investigate,
just want
I
the
have no
questions
problem.
to be answered,
wait,
right? That's
CTV.
the
If you
point.
ask him a question, I would like to hear his answer. He was trying to answer. I couldn't even hear
Fair
him.
enough.
All right, I will chill. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get riled up, but conservatives do that to me sometimes because it's like talking to a wall. Hillary Clinton didn't do a recount, and in 2016, when the Green Party paid for one, Hillary Clinton's lawyers went there and said, we don't believe that there is a grounds for a recount. We believe that Donald Trump was the clear winner here. And the results were closer in many of the states than they are now.
And
So,
okay,
I don't know what
I
you're
guess we'll
talking
take this
about,
all the
man.
way back to 2000 with Al Gore. Did you have a problem with them doing any
Well,
type of
I
looking
think Al
into?
Gore-
Do you have a real problem when people have questions of them being allowed to go through the investigative process to find out what the truth is, so that everybody's mind can be put at ease? Or are you only concerned about it whenever it's your candidate?
Okay,
right?
I'll
Because
explain
if
it
that's
to
the
you
case,
very
then you're
I-
suspect. And at that point, I can't take anything that you're saying past that serious, because you're only beholden to one party.
again,
You're
the-
not
So
looking at the entire
before Vosh, that was directed at Mike, so I'm going to give Mike a chance to respond. That'll throw it
All right,
straight to the
I'll
premise.
respond and then I'll throw it to Vosh. Very simply, even if all of your objection were granted, Trump still lost Pennsylvania.
True.
Hey, Vosh, there
Okay,
you go.
I just want to say this really frustrates me when conservatives do this. Okay, what the conservatives will do is they'll throw literally like hundreds of completely bad faith or factually disproven arguments at the wall. None of them stick. And then when they're getting ready for another 100, you're like, "Hey, dude, chill out, okay? You lost," and you're like, well, 20 years ago in that incredibly close, historically close election in Florida, remember when you did that one recount? It's like, come on, man. The Republican Party and Donald Trump have been engaging in an insane amount of disinformation. We can count up piles of false claims. Like that, the old lady they brought on, remember, to say that when she tried to vote, her vote had already been cast, and it turns out that it had been cast by her and she was the one who attempted voter fraud. Or the claims with regards to the them shutting out like Taco? People in my chat are spamming Taco. Did something happen?
I think it's the cat's name.
That's the
worry about
cat's
it.
name. It's a beautiful cat.
I think-
The fact of the matter is, like, we know what the result of this election was. There was no combination of legal avenues here that's going to change the outcome. If you want, you should investigate legitimate claims, but let's be real here, okay? Conservatives aren't. That's why all the most egregious claims they don't bring to court. They just keep it to Twitter. We know why they do that. And it's because these claims do not withstand legal scrutiny. So they keep it on social media. If your goal is to investigate the truth, that is fine. Let the courts take as long as they want to sorting out these claims, acknowledging, however, the fact that Biden won, and there's no combination of legal outcomes that'll change that, unless you find some extraordinarily, magically stupid shit that nobody else has managed to find in one of the most scrutinized elections in all of history. Or, if you want to keep it to social media and just get a bunch of retweets and likes angrily accosting Democrats of, I don't know, silently assassinating Republicans on their way to the post office to mail in their ballots or whatever, then do that. But let's stop pretending that there was an equal level of good faith being held here between both sides of this equation, okay? As far as I'm concerned, if the RNC supported even one easily disprovable claim, that, as far as I'm concerned, that's evidence to not take them seriously anymore. But they've done this dozens of times. So I don't know, like, what's the end game here? We disprove all this crap, then you come up with another 100 people who say they overheard people claiming that they were going to engage in voter fraud? When does this end?
Okay, so I see there's two hands raised right now, but before we are getting towards the period we're gonna have to start wrapping up. So I'm gonna ask you both. I'm just gonna ask you both if your these things you want to say, could they be part of your ending statement? Would that be possible?
I withhold
I
all
could do
comments
that
to my ending statement.
I can do that if
okay,
necessary.
everybody. Okay, so he just walked away, but you fools, all of you are fools, because this man has been quiet the whole time, powering up, listening, absorbing your information, getting ready for a response. You're all gonna be blown out by this ANCAP. Okay,
no.
you're all gonna be blown away because he's been charging up. I'm ready for whatever he's gonna say. Let's use him. Do you want some? You haven't talked at all, so I'll give you some time now if you want to, or do you just want it for your ending statement?
Well, now that you hyped me up, I guess I have to say something. I mean, isn't democracy wonderful, right? Like, there's just not much to say. Like, if you had you need evidence, and some guy who can't keep a story straight is not evidence. There's lots of reasons to be skeptical about the American electoral system, but you need a smoking gun. All I can say is really, it would be good if you didn't leave the electoral process up to each individual state. I understand the value of giving a lot of autonomy to states, but the election process is probably something handled, in federally and in a universal, uniform way, you have much less potential for these kinds of controversies. I mean, you wouldn't be none, but this would happen much less often. That's all I can say.
Okay, so we're going to go into ending statements. We have about 15 minutes of time allocated for ending statements. So, but we also have about 8 guests. So do try to keep your ending statement kind of reserved to about a minute 30. If you go too far over, it's going to start chipping into other people's time. So I'm going to start this time in the top bottom right, because he doesn't like going last. Endernax, I'm going to start with you.
Does my microphone work this time?
It sounds wonderful. Much better. It sounds wonderful. You gotta do ASMR for me later, okay, baby? I mean,
all right. Yeah. Listen. There was no election fraud that we know of. Yeah. Cool. Great. I'm glad you all had fun.
Points for brevity.
Okay. Next is gonna be CTV.
I myself personally haven't seen it. That being said, there are people out there that believe that they have. So, since I'm all for people's rights and them being able to make sure that they can put their mind at ease, let them do those investigations to their heart's content until everybody's happy and we know the truth. Beyond that, all you would really be trying to do is to suppress people or control them in such a way. We need to do that within the system of government in which we all agree to live under. And so long as that is what is going on, we should all be encouraging participation in the system. Thank you.
Okay, next I'm going to throw it over to Central Committee.
Every single anecdote you've heard about voter fraud has been so thoroughly debunked, it's embarrassing that we have to do it. Donald Trump lost this election in historic fashion with the number of votes cast for his opponent, breaking all previous candidates. In Pennsylvania in particular, there is absolutely no chance, even if all of Donald Trump's charges are approved, outside of throwing out all mail-in ballots, that he could ever reverse this election. Donald Trump has been defeated. That's that, and it ain't even close.
Okay, next I'm going to be throwing it over to last username.
Sometimes the truth is kind of boring. Sorry, don't know what I can do.
Okay, next is going to be Denims.
I wanted to just say the thing that I wanted to say earlier in my ending statement. I wanted to piggyback really quickly off of something Vosh said about like the fact that like it's difficult to compare the 2000 election with the 2020 election, and that currently it seems to be sort of this like race for retweets and this like race for like getting as much reactionaries on board as possible. And I think that this is very evident from like 2000 election. You're asking for a recount. You think that this is a race that's close enough that's worth recounting, right? Versus, Donald Trump getting on and being like, if you count the legal votes, I win easily. If you count the illegal votes, then I don't win. Like you're telling people, hey, don't trust our system. This is fraud, and then let's recount it. You know what I mean? Like it's a completely different thing. It's not even close to comparable. Voter fraud doesn't seem to be real. The cases seem to be marginally small. I think that this is a bigger issue than we're inflating it to be.
Okay, next I'm going to be throwing it over to Lycan.
Hey, am I muted? No, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, in the end, the last thing I want to say is, again, I think that real harm is being done by people propagating this, and I wish I saw more and more people calling that out rather than engaging with trying to debunk things. I would really like to see a lot of pressure put on pundits to not use their platform so irresponsibly. I do want to say one thing real quick, just because it was brought up. Like, I know it was a whataboutism, but the 2016 thing, there was an actual concern. Like, leading up to the election, the intelligence community was tracking Russian interference. Russia did interfere. Now, whether or not it actually had a measurable impact is something that's pretty decently debated. Whether or not we will ever know the impact is uncertain. But there were thematic similarities between the Russian disinformation campaigns on social media and the reasons cited for Hillary Clinton losing. So it was a significant thing of concern, and it's something that in the future could be a big pain in the ass. But at the end of the day, it's not comparable to what's happening right now, and it's not a grounds for this baseless legal battle that is going to be something we feel for years to come, and I don't look forward to that.
Okay, next I'm going to throw it over to Vosh.
Yeah, I mean, again, even if Donald Trump was right about every single, no, I'm sorry, even if Donald Trump was right about every current claim they're pursuing, it wouldn't change the fact that he was violently dishonest the entire electoral process, from prematurely declaring victory to blowing up scandals that weren't really scandals to just lying about election results. What's terrifying is that this is causing an actual schism in the Republican Party. Everyone from the media to individual Republican voters to Republican politicians are now caught in a rift. Do they accept reality, the one where Biden won and this election was safely held, or do they go along with this delusional narrative that in spite of all contrary evidence, the election is being stolen from Trump? There are people right now trying to cancel Fox News for reporting factually on the processes at hand. We've done irreparable damage to our ability to have civil conversations, have democratic conversations in the future through what? Because you have a couple of concerns that some tweet threads and that haven't been disproven yet? Because there are some errant criticisms amongst the hundreds that have been debunked that haven't yet been debunked? We have paid a steep, steep price for no gain. And that's disappointing. At the end of the day, I mean, if we have problems with the outcomes of elections, I would much rather we live in reality and discuss things like corporate compliance or manufactured consent or, the actual systems. Yes, voter suppression. Actual systems by which election results are illegitimate, not these delusional fantasies where people can continue living in MAGA land for another 4 years. Let's focus our concerns on where the problems actually exist.
Okay, before I go over to Rob, I have an important question. CTV, what is that cat's name?
Chief.
Chief? Love him. Okay, now I'm going to throw it over to Rob.
Thank you. What I was going to say before my end statement, just to Vosh's claim that I was bringing up Bush v. Gore, that was in direct response to Vosh claiming that for 200 years, we haven't had anyone that was unwilling to concede. Well, it happened. Of course, they say the circumstances were different. It was okay when Gore did it. So that was the only point there. Look, the point is that there are other instances of fraud that we didn't get to. We could talk on this subject for hours. There was the fact that there was a legitimate court case where a court had to rule that Philadelphia had to allow poll workers that were Republican within 6 feet because they weren't being allowed within 6 feet. A judge had to rule on that. We have this case of they stopped counting ballots in all of these cities, Democrat cities, at the same time. Explanations they gave ran the gambit. One of them in Atlanta was that a water pipe burst. There is no evidence of that through Freedom of Information Act requests. There are other anomalies that come up. There are 111 people that signed affidavits claiming that they saw evidence of voter fraud and things like that. I don't know if those are true. We'll have to see what they say in a court case. And Vosh is factually wrong when he talks about even if everything Trump said, it wouldn't be enough votes. One of the allegations is the voting systems themselves have glitches, or they were from Dominion voting systems that were switching ballots that could have been hundreds of thousands. Again, would you like to interrupt again, Central Committee? It seems to be something you're quite good at.
I was just laughing to myself.
Right, I know that. Well, hey, you have to laugh at yourself. No one else laughs at you. So yeah, there was all kinds of things like that. So there are allegations out there. Now we'll see if they bear out or not. Again, no one touched the fact that even if we say that there was no actual vote switch. Oh, by the way, we see legitimately dead people cast votes and things like that. We know that people got ballots that shouldn't have got the ballots. But even if all of it's true and there is no fraud, again, what no one talks about is the fact that the mainstream media, tech companies, the intel agencies, and the Democratic Party have all aligned means that we'll never see a true populist president, even a progressive one like a Jill Stein or something like that. So they're cutting off their nose to spite their face. In regards to this kind of cheer for, oh, we're causing irreparable damage. Funny to hear people on the side that said Russia, Russia, Russia for 4 years, claiming that Russia stole the election based on paid for disinformation that was opposition research by the Democratic Party. It's funny to now hear them say, you have to accept the results of the election. How about this? What if Trump concedes and then spies on Biden for 4 years? Would that be acceptable? Would that be magnanimous? Would people be okay with that outcome?
Hillary
I think
Clinton
not. So
isn't in
the
this
idea
call.
that, real quick,
Sorry.
just real quick, just to finish up here with my my point. They talk about it.
One second, Rob. I'll let you give like 10 more seconds on that because you've spoken longer than everybody. But I just want to make clear from now on during the segments. Hot tip: the warnings are gone. Just have your mic muted during other segment. It makes it a lot easier. You can laugh all you want with your mic off, but I just want to make sure everybody has some allotted amount of time to make an ending statement. Okay, you got 10 seconds, Rob.
Yeah, and it's funny that we're talking about real damage being done. I don't see Trump supporters burning things down like after the 2016 election. So the calls to come together from the people that were defending the side saying Russia, 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 and burning things down seem disingenuous.
Okay. That is the first topic. Let's say you heard something from somebody that you're like, I feel like it's kind of weird. I can't get to respond to that. Don't worry. During your intro to the next topic, if you want to use your time, to also counter something said during this ending topic, you can. But after that, you cannot talk about it whatsoever. I don't want to drag every conversation into the next one and not make it about what we're supposed to be talking about. Okay, so is that clear? Wonderful. Okay, we're going to go into the next topic, which is what should Trump's legacy be? Not what will it be, not what this person or that person says is going to be. What do you think it should be? Okay, we're going to start in the bottom left-hand corner with Central Committee.
I think Trump's legacy should be the complete destruction of legitimacy of the federal courts of the United States, and why we need to have a complete restructuring, pack the court, preferably by adding at least 4 judges to the Supreme Court, double the size of the federal judiciary. And also, his legacy should be one of complete taking over the Republican Party. The old, slick, Jeb Bush approved, compassionate conservative era is dead. The Republican Party is now a crypto-fascist party, proto-fascist party, whatever you want to say. They are a cult of personality who didn't even bother writing a platform, because their platform is whatever Donald Trump says. And that is what his legacy should be: the destruction of the Republican Party and the undermining of all legitimacy of the federal judiciary. So those are the things that I think all of us should take a look at. And as far as the Russia stuff, I don't know who the fuck you're talking to, because I'm pretty sure Vosh and I were not walking around going Russia, Russia, Russia. We were talking about the legitimate problems that Donald Trump had with his administration and the myriad crimes he was committing on a daily basis.
Okay, next I'm going to throw it over to CTV.
Well, what should Trump's legacy be? It's funny that Mike brings up what he brought up. So, what I will say is that it comes down to a difference in ideology. You're absolutely right that before Trump, that the Republican Party didn't really have a direction. So Trump came in there and was able to take, really kind of take control of the party itself, and then give people something to believe in, right? What we've seen over the years is that there's any type of conservative thought, and I'll just pick out one issue in the way of gun rights, that as soon as you're willing to concede any kind of ground, then there becomes even more reasonable restrictions further down the road, i.e., you let the door in for a background check. Now all of a sudden we've got a candidate in office that says that we're going to put in magazine restrictions. We're going to do a lot more things to restrict your fundamental rights to be able to defend yourself. So it's only natural that you would end up having a stronger personality come in and kind of lead the people in a direction to fight back against people that think that it's okay to come into my life and tell me how that I choose to defend myself. So if anything, Trump's legacy is going to be the people's attempt to fight back against a system that is continuing to fuck with us, and we don't like it.
Okay, next I'm going to throw it over to Endernax.
What should the legacy be? I mean, I'm gonna take this as what should we take away? Because there's a lot of things that I think that people should take away from the Donald Trump presidency that are not great. But the key takeaway for me, anyway, is that there is a large segment of the population who is willing to pull the trigger on the Orange Cheeto Man talk show. I'm sorry, reality TV show host, crazy dude. Because they felt like their needs were not being serviced. You had districts that went plus 20 for Obama in 2008, that went plus, I think it was like 15 for Trump this election cycle, with almost the same demographic makeup in those sections. We had 8 years, ever since the realignment of the two-party system under Goldwater with the fulfillment under Reagan, we've seen a failure upon failure upon failure of neoliberal policy to address the needs of everyday Americans, regardless of your class, your race, whatever, wherever you live. It is a complete and utter failure of the system that people are willing to vote for Donald Trump for president. So I think the takeaway here is that we shouldn't elect neoliberals, to be honest. I think that should be the legacy of Donald Trump's presidency.
Okay, next is going to be Denims.
I have 2 things I want to say. First, I think what everybody is thinking. Last username, what is the name of your cat?
Flash.
Okay, thank you so much. Now I can focus on the political stuff. Thank you. And then the second thing I want to say, maybe I'm high on hopium, okay? Maybe I'm not based. Maybe I'm not live enough or whatever. I genuinely think that we should look at the Trump presidency as, oh, how did we fail Americans so badly that we got Trump elected by by the narrowest of margins, like 70 million people this election voted for Trump. This should be a case study of what the fuck are we doing wrong that we can't even reach the group of people that we're trying to reach. The Democrats are trying to reach people who are like working class Americans who are suffering under capitalism. And we're failing to reach these people, horribly so. Like, there are people who are living under the poverty line, but just because they live in middle America, they don't trust the Democrats at all. Like, clearly there is some obvious failing on the Democratic Party side, and we need to address it more so than the fact that, like, Trump is a racist or Trump is a sexist or any of these other things. So that's basically my statement.
Okay, next I'm gonna throw it over to Catman, last username.
Yeah, I think that Trump's legacy should be a complete disillusionment with the sort of narrative of democracy. I mean, the idea that, I mean, you'd think that regardless of what happened in 2020, in the 2020 election, it would be something decisive, something, something overwhelmingly, significant. But at the end, it was just another, election that was split right down the middle, right? Half of America voted for Trump, half didn't. It's like every single time, which is not what you would expect in a system where people are, voting based on their evaluations of what this candidate did and what kind of person they are. You think they'd have, there would be some kind of major shift in people's feelings about the president after his first term, given everything that's happened, given the enormous, all of the crazy things that Trump's done and said. And yet at the end of the day, it's pretty much the same result that we've had every single time. So it kind of makes you wonder, like, what exactly, how are people voting? Like, what do they even care? Like, are they just, is this just half, like, what? It's something about the system is not working the way we think. It's not, people are not voting based on their feelings, on their principles. It's just somehow the system manages to split them right down the middle every time. And that's very mysterious. I think that really demands an explanation. So I think the legacy should be just making people ask, what is really going on here? How does this work?
Okay, next we're going to throw it over to Lycan.
I don't think I have anything super profound to say about this. So I want to step back a little bit and go with the Russia thing. The reality is they interfered. It was measured, tracked by the intelligence community. They had an impact on our discourse. They spread misinformation, disinformation. They hacked the DNC campaign and strategically released those emails. And then, they affected us. They did. Whether or not they affected whether or not Trump won, the narrative from the Democrats wasn't that it was an attempt to delegitimize Trump. I was a Republican back then, by the way, and was really annoyed with the reaction to people reacting to Trump's winning. The narrative, and I say this as Republican at the time, was Russia was involved. That's fucking insane. They had an impact. And we need to talk about it and make sure that this shit doesn't happen again. As far as Trump's legacy, I don't think it's going to be fully fleshed out for another 20 years like most presidents' legacies and their impacts are. But I think Trumpism is going to be studied in government schools. And it kind of just echoed Denham in last year's name. 70 million people still voted for Trump, despite the fact that lies started day one with the number of people at his inauguration and got worse and worse and worse every month of his presidency in the face of horrible actions, in the face of racism, sexism, homophobia, explicit and implicit. This man was able to do a lot of damage, and yet people still voted for him. And I don't think those are bad people. I don't think that it's both sides are good people on both sides. I think that those 70 million, they're not racist. They're not sexist. They're not homophobes outright. There's something there, and we need to figure out what's wrong with our messaging, what's wrong with connecting with them, because this isn't going away, and we have a midterm going to hit us real fast. That's all.
Okay, next I'm going to throw it over to Vosh.
Yeah, first of all, just to cap off a final point, I just want to say it's funny when Trump supporters say, oh, well, at least we're not burning things down when we lose. Because, first of all, hate crime spiked after 2016. Second of all, right-wing terrorism has been on the rise over the past 4 years. And third of all, the kinds of Trump supporters who are inclined to commit violence on his behalf probably don't think he's lost yet. Guarantee you there's going to be another spike on Inauguration Day. Would bet anything on it. Anyway, with regards to the legacy of Donald Trump, I mean, the ideal legacy would be that he is the last Republican president. I think that at this point, the Republican Party is an anti-democratic agency that has no place in a functioning civil society. It's simply a matter of if we want democracy to survive, we cannot allow anti-democrats to run or to be able to participate freely. I would gladly, if I could, just disenfranchise the Republican Party. But I can't do that, and none of us can do that. So what I would instead seek to do is to convince Republican voters, who are in many cases the greatest victims of Republican policy, that they are wrong. I think that Trump's presidency should be in hindsight a hallmark of the failure of the Republican Party. He was a failure in every conceivable way. He messed up the coronavirus pandemic on a global scale. All he did was handed a functional economy from Obama and then slowed its growth through poor tariff usage, ended up hurting our local economy, and then trashed it all with his poor COVID performance. He withheld and withdrew civil rights. He attacked the media. He withdrew First Amendment protections. He did everything in his power to make this country an objectively worse place for the people who live inside of it, including the people who voted for him. This is a product of manufactured consent. This is a product of people being taught to focus on issues which don't affect their lives, trans bathroom bills, Antifa burning down cities, rather than focusing on things which actually affect their lives. The quality of our infrastructure, of our healthcare, of our education, the quality of our retirement, the quality of our upbringing. These are the things that actually affect people's lives. And if you actually measure the success of a presidency by those characteristics, Trump is easily bottom tier. Biden is better, but we can do much better. Much, much, much better than Biden. And that's what I want to show America.
Okay, next we're going to throw it over to Rob Noor.
I think the legacy of Trump will be one of the reason that I voted for him, which was not because he's playing 4D chess. I never believed that. I think he's a smart man, but I don't think he's some overarching genius playing 4D chess. But he outed the corruption by being someone who was not the hegemon of the establishment Republican or Democrat Party. And they thought they didn't want Bernie Sanders or Donald Trump in 2016 because that meant that they would lose control. So they allowed it to be Trump versus Hillary because they thought they had it in the bag. And when they lost, they had to pull out all the stops that proved their corruption. We see now the average person sees how corrupt the media is, how one-sided they are. We see how corrupt the intelligence community is. We see how corrupt bureaucrats in places like the State Department are. Even this whistleblower or this anonymous person that said there was probably only 4 people around Trump that had his back. A story broke today showing that the generals admitted that they were lying to Trump about how many troops were in Syria because the warmongers that are now supporting Biden actually won us in these forever wars. And so they had to lie to Trump so that he couldn't pull our troops home. So this was all happening, and we see the corruption around thanks to the election of Donald Trump. However, Trump failed in that he did not hold those engaged in this coup and this corruption accountable. The proper people did not face legal recourse. Another thing that happened was we see the radical nature has come out of the left, and simultaneously how we have people that think they're anti-establishment on the left. They're now out there rioting or holding protest demonstrations sponsored by Nike, sponsored by Amazon. They are now all in with the corporatists. The propaganda has been so effective that people that would progressives have wanted Bernie Sanders elected a 47-year-old veteran of Washington that is the quintessential insider that will screw over the American people just like he has for 47 years. The Democrats are the party of corporate America. They are the party of censorship. They are the party of tech. They are the party of the CIA. They used to be against those things. The Democratic Party is now the party of forever war, putting neocons and neolibs around Joe Biden. He has 41 lobbyists that are now in his administration. They could have stood up and said, hey, we don't like Donald Trump, but we're against the corruption we see from the intel community. We're against the fact that our media are now just propagandists that are going after him and not telling the truth, but they didn't. They embraced it because Orange Man bad, and now we have set a precedent that we won't see another populist president for the next 30 years. That will be the legacy of Donald Trump.
Okay, I'm going to open this up to general discussion.
Yeah, I just want to say
you may
that
all engage.
as a socialist, the idea that Donald Trump is an anti-establishment pick when he's a born with a platinum spoon in his mouth billionaire who appointed a bunch of RNC cronies to high-level positions, bankers and lobbyists who funneled tens of millions of
Y'all
dollars from
literally don't
taxpayers
understand
into his
Trump at
private
all.
businesses, who refused to divest from his own industries because he knew that his businesses were failing and he needed to make every cent he could while he was president. The guy who, I mean, the idea that this guy's anti-establishment, I'll give you one thing, okay? He's anti-establishment in the sense that he's stupider than your average American president. Rather than being a complicit tool of the system who does and says what needs to be done and said to keep America functioning, he's just below the IQ level necessary to keep this country functioning properly. Most of what Trump supporters call the establishment supporting Biden is actually the functional processes of America, flawed or otherwise, needing a president who isn't Trump. And trust me, there are things worse than the establishment. You could, for example, actually be anti-establishment by ruining the country. This isn't necessarily a good thing. And this is a perfect example of what I said earlier about focusing on issues that aren't actually issues. Every time Trump supporters defend Trump, they bring up this weird conspiratorial, like, the DNC is the party of the tech, the party of censorship. These points could be individually destroyed, obviously, but like, no mention of policy, no mention of healthcare, no mention of education. When they talk about the economy, it's only in broad generalizations, never actually policy. It's so clear they don't want to talk about actual reality.
Right. So then you have to take each one of those issues, right, break it down and decide whether or not the federal government is the one that should actually be doing it. So if the federal government isn't doing something or should be doing something, needs to be the discussion that's being had. I think on the conservative side, like, I don't know, ending the fucking war on drugs would be something that I think would be the first thing to start off with. So get rid of like the DEA, rid of whole divisions of fucking government that aren't doing anything that we need them to be fucking doing anyway at a federal level. If the states want to take that issue on, then they can take that issue on themselves. Right?
Sure, but Democrats are way more likely to do that.
I wish Trump would have come out and said that he wanted to dismantle the DEA and end the war on drugs. He didn't, though. Instead, he let the DEA run amok like every president has done for the last 50 fucking years. So I don't like, what am I supposed to do? Listen, Trump's rhetoric was populist. It was, haha, look at all these politicians. I bought and paid for them because I'm part of the billionaire class. And listen, I know the system's corrupt because I participated in the corrupt system. It doesn't, listen, okay, but how does it go from I participated in the corrupt system, I bought all these politicians, to I'm going to be the standard bearer of non-corruption when Trump got into office and immediately legislated like he was fucking Reagan. He put the fucking rich people in positions of power and made sure the status quo stayed the way it was. If he was really draining the fucking swamp, he would have fucking canned Mitch McConnell the second he got in, but he didn't do that. He worked with Mitch McConnell. So I don't like, how is he populist? How?
Look, no doubt. I agree. No doubt.
No, just answer the question. How is he popular?
Wait. Okay, everybody, wait. This is something that I think I'm gonna direct this towards Rob because Rob seems really interested in answering this question.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with Endernex and Vouch that I think that actually Trump had a lot of failures. He said that he wanted to drain the swamp. Hell, one of Trump's big claims was, I only appoint the best people. That's clearly his biggest fault. If you thought you were draining the swamp by appointing John Bolton, you made a huge mistake. That's not a very intelligent move. So I totally agree that he had failures. Now, there are reasons for this because the swamp and the establishment is so deep that it's hard to find someone that would be perceived as qualified that doesn't have an active interest in subverting the average American and doing what they think is best, even without being elected to an office. Sure.
What does the establishment want?
The establishment wants to maintain control from themselves, gather more power, and make the American people dependent upon it.
But how has Trump not done that? Because Trump has lessened the power of the individual worker. He's attacked unions. He's attacked like workers' rights. He's pro-corporate power. And in his many uses of the of the executive branch, sort of unilaterally, he's certainly not against the consolidation of federal power. So, like, in what way is Trump not reinforcing the same power structures we've seen in this country for hundreds of years?
That's a good question, and I'm admitting that he's made mistakes and should have done more because I think that he appointed people around him that made him go against his gut feeling. But the buck stops with him. So I agree. No, right. I'm getting there. The buck stops with him. That's absolutely true. Now, I think a lot of what we talk about deregulation, decreased taxes, I think actually did help the average American person. We could have debates on those specific policies. But the real benefit of Trump wasn't that he was going to actually do all these policies. Every issue that we'll talk about and every policy that we could talk about in this panel, which we should have as many discussions on policies as you want. None of them matter if your vote doesn't really matter. If you're controlled by unelected bureaucrats that actually control this country, whether they be oligarchs, people in the intel community, people in the State Department. Chuck Schumer told us before Trump was even sworn in that Trump could not criticize the intel communities and suggest pulling back from these regime change wars because, quote, they would find 6 ways from Sunday of getting back at him. We know they illegally spied on him. We know that they went after him his entire administration. Now, this is something that even if you despise Trump and think that the positions that he was advocating for were bad, you could have fought back against this establishment.
But
The
he's still
idea that this
pro-surveillance
establishment
state.
the idea that this establishment is somehow necessary to get us to a state of normalcy is absurd, and it actually shows the failure on people that would consider themselves progressives or socialists, because you are actually embracing the biggest enemy out there, those in the deep state that seek to control all of us and
isn't the
disenfranchise
enemy
all the
of any
voters.
of those
So,
systems.
Vosh,
Wait,
you're gonna respond and then miss.
Yeah,
Then,
okay.
Wait, what
sorry,
did you
start it
say?
again.
Wait, I think
What'd you
Denham's had her hand up for a really long time, so I
Thank
just want to
you.
say after, yeah. But anyway, like every system, like hold on, Trump is not anti-surveillance and by any means. He has a problem with intelligence agencies because he lies and they occasionally challenge his lies. He doesn't have a problem with the systems of power they represent. The tax cuts mostly went to the wealthy. He's massively pro-corporate. You say he's anti like Warhawk. He has bragged about the massive amount of money that he's funneled into the military. Every single system that you say he's anti-establishment on, the dude is the most establishment candidate we have. Like, so wait, tax cuts are anti-establishment? Is Reagan anti-establishment? Like, what? It's like it's ridiculous back and forth. And listen, if you want to be anti-establishment, you challenge government power, you challenge corporate power, okay? Republicans don't want to do either of those things. Don't talk to a socialist about being anti-establishment, okay?
I think what's really interesting about this conversation.
One second, Mike.
Okay, I've been raising my hand for
I think that's exactly
she,
who I would
she was
talk
raising
to.
her
about-
hand longer though, so I got.
Okay, go ahead, Denims.
Okay, very briefly, I want to touch on a couple of things. First, I want to talk about the fact that you're talking about, like, I guess, like, liberals or something are getting, like, supported by, like, Nike or something. Like, I'm very curious because I feel like I still haven't gotten any George Soros checks, and I don't know why. And I just want to understand how all the other liberals are getting this money, and I'm not getting it because clearly there's money being spread around, right? And
It's
then the
because you
second
didn't
thing-
throw a milkshake at somebody, Denham.
I didn't what?
You didn't throw enough milkshakes. In order to get the
Fuck,
Soros
damn
bucks, you
it.
have to throw a certain number of milkshakes
Oh, I didn't meet the
Fill with
quota.
concrete powder,
Okay,
I'm
okay,
sorry.
okay. So that was the problem. Okay.
at Asian journalists specifically.
Okay.
Got it.
Mike.
So I think what you're seeing here is how conservative voters actually rationalize to themselves. This is how they all are. If you talk to a lot of them, they have these totally eclectic views that are not in any way related to what the Republican Party is doing in power. Vosh brought up a couple of the cases, but for example, like anti-establishment, the EPA, Environmental Protection Agency. I had a debate with the centrist where I pointed out that Andrew Wheeler was appointed to be the administrator of the EPA. Andrew Wheeler was the head coal lobbyist. And he immediately went into the EPA and he began dismantling regulations for coal industry. What establishment is being attacked here? You have somebody who's going out there and undermining green development, green energy, and going in there and actually increasing pollution, peeling back regulations that actually protect people in communities where coal mining takes place. When Donald Trump, we talked about the tax bill. He went in there. What happens? The tax cuts for the rich are permanent. The tax cuts, the small 17% of the tax bill that went to the middle class, to the working class, those get repealed automatically according to the law. The only thing that's happening is a permanent shift of power and wealth towards the richest people. And you go from issue to issue to issue. The judges that Trump put on the Supreme Court and put onto the circuit courts, to put into the federal judiciary, they came directly from the Federalist Society, a Republican establishment organ that's been operating for decades. Every single issue you go down the line, Donald Trump is literally the Republican establishment's wet dream. And Mitch McConnell was the one who dictated policy. He was a fucking loser and a mouthpiece, and maybe something that's more appealing to conservative voters. But all he did was reinforce and rebuild the establishment power in this country.
Right. Steve, if you want to say something after, it's going to go to Rob. I see his hand raised.
Yeah, I mean, look, Mike, I can't imagine why. I don't know. I'm going to pick a state here since we were talking about coal miners, right? West Virginia, right? I can't imagine any reason why representatives from West Virginia would want to be able to laxen restrictions on coal production so that the people that live in those areas can go back to being able to have a job and have an income. Right? I can't imagine why they would want to do that. Now, while you would say that you are serving the greater good and the EPA and those restrictions, right? Who do you really care about? You would argue and say, well, I care about the entire world, and that's why we just need to stop doing this. So fuck the people that are there that this entire industry has been funding these people's way of lives for generations. Right?
CTV. Do you know
Okay,
that in parts of West Virginia, the life expectancy is literally 60 years old because people are dying of cancer and like black lung and like these coal companies, if you're going to tell me that deregulating coal companies, which have actively worked to make workers' lives shittier and to kill them and not provide them health care for the shit that they're like, that's actually affecting them. That's fighting the establishment.
What I'm literally saying
those industries, really?
What
This
I'm
is
literally
right.
This is what I'm literally saying.
Wait, Internext, and you asked a question. You gotta let him respond.
Right. So what I'm literally saying here is that these people want to work in this industry. This is what they've been doing, right? So just because you want to come in and play Papa and tell them whether or not they can do what they say that they want to do and they're committed to doing is really neither here nor there, right? You're not their daddy. That's what they want to be able to do. So the only other thing that you can do is argue the environment. Right. And I see that there's points to that. So having reasonable restrictions to make sure that it's clean is one thing, but shutting down the entire industry where people can't make an income, that just doesn't make any sense.
So originally he asked me a question.
People were working 80-hour weeks in mines and dying. So like we put in restrictions. We were like, hey, maybe you can't work like these coal miners to death because, well, that's kind of fucked up. And you're saying, well, they chose to go die in those mines, even though that's the only labor that's provided to them in their local community. Like, what do you mean? They have no choice. Of course it's their way of life because there's no other industry there. They have no other way of making money, so they're forced into that job, and they don't have enough money to fucking leave either. Because nobody wants to buy their goddamn houses.
Okay,
right.
Okay,
So your
respond, and we're throwing over the finish with the mic since the question was posed to Mike, and then we're gonna go to Rob.
He asked about the
first CTV was gonna finish it, respond to the ender.
So this is why we have to make sure that we get to the discussion of what's actually reasonable, because shutting it down completely is not reasonable. These people still need to be able to earn an income, but the regulations that you put in place shouldn't increase the cost so much that it makes it unfeasible for these people to be able to make an income at all. Right? This is where people that actually have half a clue as to what's going on both sides of the fence need to be involved.
Hey, Mike.
Okay, and so this is kind of what happens when you get in these policy discussions. The coal industry is failing because the price of coal is too high. It does not compete with natural gas and renewables. It's not failing, and the regulations are necessary because of the environment. So no matter how you look at coal, it's a failing industry that's going away. Like the buggy whip was when horse-drawn carriages stopped being used for transportation. Coal is going away, whether you like it or not, from a free market perspective or from a perspective that actually recognizes the science of climate change. Coal is finished. The only group of people that have a coherent plan for what to do with West Virginia are people who support the Green New Deal, people who support relocating and re-educating and retraining coal miners and people in these industries and areas that have relied on fossil fuels. Donald Trump, that would actually.
Well, let him finish.
Say again.
I just wanted to say your camera's it's like freezing. That's it. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Here, let me.
The shadow jutsu.
Oh no, they're doing it. So are we still good? Oh no, we are.
You're good now. You're good now.
Okay, hold on. So what I'm trying to say is that the Green New Deal, those are the people that are actually relevant. Donald Trump goes and makes empty promises to coal miners to get their votes and then laughs at them. It was only Bernie Sanders who was pushing the United Mine Workers Union was pushing for a bailout of their black lung fund because all those coal companies are going bankrupt and all their investors are escaping with gold parachutes and their riches, and the coal miners are left in the lurch because the companies are no longer there to pay for the medical care they need for digging up coal. Only Bernie Sanders was there actually supporting coal miners. So if you really cared about being an anti-establishment person who wants to see the people of West Virginia thrive, you'd be supporting Bernie Sanders. You would not be supporting a known, proving liar, huckster, failure who did nothing for the people of West Virginia.
Okay, Rob.
Yeah,
Vosh afterwards. Rob's just had his hand up for a while.
Thank you. Yeah, so it's a good conversation. I agree. There are certain regulations that we need more. We'll talk about this more, I assume, in the next topic about energy and what we could do with climate change and things like that. But again, the fundamental misunderstanding here is in the effort, it's not exactly that Trump's specific policies were always geared towards fighting the establishment. The mere fact that Trump was elected meant that he was a potential outsider that forced the establishment to come out against him both barrels. It was a unique opportunity for people on the right and the left to say, look at this blatant corruption we see from groups such as the FBI. Look at the blatant corruption we see from groups like the media. Look at blatant corruption we see from never Trumpers in the establishment Republican Party and the establishment Democratic Party. Instead, it co-opted people on the left that I thought would be my allies in fighting this corruption by supporting someone like Joe Biden, by supporting the corrupt FBI, by supporting the corrupt CIA, the same people that lied us into the Iraq war. I now have friends that marched with me on the left in 2004, 2005 that were against the Iraq war and Afghanistan war that are now telling me that I changed because I want to bring troops home from Afghanistan. And I'm racist and xenophobic like Trump for wanting those troops to return home. In an effort to say, oh, Trump is bad, Orange Man bad, he's a racist, he's a Nazi, you have now aligned yourself with an unholy trinity of these establishment people in the media, in the intel agencies, in the State Department, and in the establishment Republican and Democratic Party, all of which were for Joe Biden. The neocons are for Joe Biden. The neolibs are for Joe Biden. Overwhelmingly, the establishment corporations that you talk about were for Joe Biden. Overwhelmingly, the establishment people in the media were for Joe Biden. Overwhelmingly, the establishment people that control the tech industry were for Joe Biden. Overwhelmingly, the establishment that controls academia were for Joe Biden. These people will take away the voice of the average people like they've been doing for the past 50 years. And to think that you're involved in some sort of... to think that you're somehow involved in some revolution by supporting a 47-year-old veteran supported by every institutional power in this country is laughable.
Okay,
Vosh, you were next.
Couple points. First of all, nobody thinks they're a revolutionary for get Joe Biden elected. That's a straw man. Second of all, once again, you can't actually name a way in which Donald Trump is anti-establishment. He doesn't support any anti-establishment policies. What you think anti-establishment means is when people in power don't like you. The reason they don't like Trump is because he's an idiot and a terrible leader. That's why. He's not he's not anti-military industrial complex. He's not anti-corporate power. He's not anti-federal power. He's not any anti-actual power. He's just an idiot. If there was a sentient piece of shit that was elected to the executive branch and everyone disliked him for it, you would say that piece of shit was an anti-establishment candidate, okay? I'm sorry, being disliked doesn't mean you're a champion of the people, okay? Joe Biden is unironically more anti-establishment than Trump because at the very least, he's going to support people's right to get easier access to education. He's more likely to support workers' rights like a higher minimum wage, and he's more likely to transition us out of the just disgusting, degenerately entrenched oil and coal lobbies. So those are actual meaningful ways in which more power is being given to the people. When I think of anti-establishment, I think of empowering the individual. I'm a libertarian. The individual's right to get an education. The individual's right to express themselves politically and civically. The individual's right to make a good living, to live a comfortable standard of life. These are all elements that Donald Trump is opposed to. I think of freedom from surveillance. Donald Trump is fine with the surveillance state. I think of freedom from police brutality. Trump is fine with police brutality. Trump is fine with the establishment. If you want to empower individuals, let's talk policy. But being disliked by people who are currently in the establishment, in this case, indicates nothing other than Donald Trump's sheer incompetence. And I'm sorry, it bothers me, the disingenuousness of it all, when you keep talking about us aligning with the FBI. Dude, if aliens invaded the United States and the FBI participated... Hold on. And the FBI participated in fighting them off, would you sneer at people fighting off the aliens by saying they were siding with the FBI? This isn't how you decide what policies or what institutions are good. You take a look at what they do, point by point, policy by policy, outcome by outcome. You don't go, oh, well, you aligned with this person in this respect, so you think you're a revolutionary by agreeing with the CIA. Well, if the CIA and the FBI are correct in alleging that something bad has gone on, and they often aren't, I mean, again, I'm a leftist, I'm not exactly an ally of these institutions, then I would criticize them for that based on their own merits. But this blanket, this completely derisive, this fallacious approach to politics does nothing but cover up for Trump's failures. It's simping. Plain and simple.
Can I be a doomer for a second?
Give me a second. Give me a second because there's a bunch of people who have raised their hand and people who want to respond. So I need to create some like order on like who's going. Okay, another hand just raised. Okay, So next was Lycan. Lycan had their hand raised for a while. And then after Lycan goes, I want Rob Noor to be able, or maybe I probably should let
Like
Rob Noor
Denims.
respond first. Okay, sure. Okay.
Yeah.
Lycan, Denims, Rob, and then Ender, and then last username. That's the pattern. We're going around the room.
So me?
Yes.
Normal America, tell me, guy, do you have sand within your eye? Because Donald Trump is corrupt as fuck with business connections he refused to give up. Give examples, show your hand. What establishment is more corrupt than this man?
Thanks. Can we get a full song? Can we get a full song? Like,
Wow.
I feel like I just got
Wow.
teased, right?
Wow.
Lycan, look, teasing is not allowed. If you're
Wow.
going to start, you better finish it. All right.
Okay.
yeah, we need at least 3 minutes. That's not
Yeah.
acceptable.
That was fun. And next is Denims.
Okay.
Wait, no, hold on. Wait. I know that was memes, but that was a legit question. Like Donald
Oh,
Trump was
okay.
refused to give up his business connections. Like Donald Trump has shown time and time again that he did not come to drain any fucking swamp. He was there to soak it up, and enjoy them juices, and become Swamp Man 2.0. So no, I want to know what establishment was more corrupt than this man's operations for the last 4 years.
Hey, Rob, you want to
You
respond
want
to
me
that?
to answer? Sure. Sure. Even if we could have discussions specifically about what happened with Trump's business arrangements, it's ironic that we can't have those discussions about Joe Biden and his business arrangements because the entirety of the mainstream media decided that it's, quote, Russian disinformation, like the same Russian disinformation that they pushed for 4 years that helped lead the FBI to spy on Trump. Again, the point that you're all missing is your issues don't matter if the intel agencies are allowed to spy on and put their thumb on the scale of who wins in elections. Vouch talks about the idea of just because you align with the FBI, what if they are fighting aliens? That's not what we're talking about. Vouch, you had the opportunity to stand up as a bigger streamer than me, I think, and actually say what the FBI was doing was corrupt in going after Donald Trump. We know for a fact there were 17 errors and omission in their FISA warrant to spy on the Trump campaign. We know that they knew that the source of the Steele dossier was a Russian spy. We know that they knew it was paid for by the Democrats and Hillary Clinton. Yet for the first time in history that we know of, they used that unverified opposition research sourced by a foreign spy to spy on a presidential candidate of the United States. They routinely leaked that information to the press to damage Donald Trump, both before the election and after he was elected over and over. They re-signed that warrant 3 times to spy on his campaign. After that, knowing that it was false, you could have stood up and been against that. The entire media was for that. The entire intel community was for that. Even never Trump Republicans.
So wait,
that
I'm
you should
sorry.
hate were for
Can I
that.
interrupt to
Sure.
to debunk this? Like, so the only person who had a FISA warrant against them was Mr. Page.
Right.
I just happened to look into this because I was debunking a fucking Glenn Beck video. Anyway, so what I hadn't really actually looked too much into this, but at the end of the day, what had really happened is that Mr. Page was the one that had a FISA warrant against him. And here's what was found. Trump's campaign wasn't being monitored. What was happening was the legitimate Russian disinformation campaign against our election, which again, I haven't heard you acknowledge, so I don't know if you actually believe it when I tell you this, but the intelligence community was tracking Russia interfering in our elections. They were spreading disinformation on social media. Carter Page was the only one that had a FISA warrant against him. Now, the warrant was against him fraudulently because Kevin Kleinsmith, who was pled guilty in August of this year to excluding the fact that Carter Page was also openly working with the CIA to give information on the Russians and had disclosed his Russian contacts, the FISA court would have looked at it completely differently had that been there. But the narrative that Donald Trump's campaign was being spied on is a complete fabrication of conservative media, and the fact that you're repeating that is a sign that these media pundits are having a negative impact on the discourse in our country. It didn't happen that way. They were spied on him in the Republican Congress. The biggest thing is that the Senate Intelligence Committee, led by the Republicans, found that the concern about Kevin Page's counterintelligence vulnerability was legitimate, despite the fact that the FISA warrant was obtained fraudulently.
If I may.
Can I just say that this topic was supposed to be about the legacy of Donald Trump, and we're whining about the Russia investigation?
Right, because the legacy.
Wait, let's have a 10-hour Central Committee. Let's have a 10-hour debate about Russiagate. Please kill me.
We're going to be debating. We're going to be
That's
debating
fine.
Russiagate when we all have grandchildren.
Well,
this is
I
never
would-
going to happen.
Okay. I'm gonna take.
Mike
I'm gonna take.
responds.
Okay. I'm gonna take moderator's privilege here and say that there was a major investigation into the president of the United States during his term in office, and if we're talking about his legacy and the fact that he was a president, one of the very few who did get impeached while in office, that does feel like should be discussed when discussing his legacy. Whether you are angry about how much is being discussed, that when the thing is turned over to you because I have your name written down on the notebook, then you can express your opinions about something else. Because that's the
I'm
one.
just trying to have an entertaining show.
And
You
we're
know,
we're all in a circle here, all gonna sing "Kumbaya" and hold hands and go back and forth and talk about our opinions because we all love each other here.
I do
Okay.
love you all.
Now,
Well, Dylan.
next is Denims.
Okay, cool. So I want to touch on some points that people have already said. Obviously, Trump is not exactly anti-establishment. He's quite literally a billionaire from New York. This should be the exact people that Republicans should hate this person, a literal billionaire from New York. But they don't. They think that he is anti-establishment because he's not necessarily super aligned with a lot of people that are from the right, and people on the right don't like him, people on the left don't like him. Therefore, like, surely he knows what he's doing. He's not going to let the establishment take over. But that's not true. He's a businessman. He knows the art of the deal. He's going to do whatever makes him money. This should be very, very obvious to basically anybody, right? And I do think, like, on the opposite end, because I don't want everyone to just like pile on Rob on like he feels like he has to defend against literally everybody else, which seems kind of rough. I do want to say that, like, very obviously we know that there's lobbying on both ends. Like there's no like crazy idea that like, oh wow, like the Democrats that they would take lobbyist money, like they believe in corn subsidies or something. No, that is like pretty clear. I think most people would say that the DNC is maybe, I don't know, like a little not great for like on the mild end. And I do think that, like, especially people who are like Bernie fans or Warren fans or whatever probably can relate to this and think that like the DNC scams fuckers and it's not okay and we should do something about it because they're just as establishment because libs fucking suck, et cetera, et cetera. And I do think that when things come out that feel fraudulent or whatever, like the big fear on the right is like big tech, right? Big tech feels they're coming for everything that we know that's good and true. And then when you like look at stuff, you can defend something, be like, no, big tech isn't a big problem. And then you realize like, oh, Google Chrome, or sorry, not Google Chrome, Google, like the search platform, yeah, they do some censorship and they don't tell you that they do it. You know what I mean? If you Google something on Google, it'll tell you one thing, and you Google it on DuckDuckGo and it'll tell you another thing. So yeah, I understand people's concerns with this. And I think that this goes back to my opening statement, which is like, sure, the Republicans constantly defaming the left doesn't exactly help the left, but this is also kind of on the left to find a way to combat this, right? Like, we can't rely on the right to build a case for us. Obviously not. We have to rely on the left to build a case for us. We have to rely on like the left to like find a way to see these people who really they're voting Trump only because they hate the establishment. How do we prove to people that there are candidates on the left that actually do care about people, that aren't completely entire shills, that don't only care about lobbyist money? There's some failing on our part to be able to counteract this idea. Okay, end of statement.
Wonderful. Now I'm going to throw it over to Ender. Wonderful. You can talk about whatever you want here.
You know, I was gonna like doomer pill everyone and say like, I don't know, that Dick Cheney is a foreign policy advisor to Joe Biden. That's gonna end well. But you know what? Let's not doomer pill people on Joe Biden's presidency. It hasn't even begun yet. Who knows? You know, after the Republicans win their 2 seats in Georgia, I'm sure he's gonna get a lot done. Anyways, that's besides the point. I actually wanted to respond more to something Denims was saying, which is that Democrats' messaging to these people has been entirely awful. It's incoherent. The Democrats that are on the national stage don't appeal to these people. You have people, dumbasses like Beto O'Rourke, going out on the stage and saying, hell yeah, we're going to take your AR-15s. And that's blasted on every single fucking Republican talk show, news show, like across the country in every rural state. They hear that every day. And like, oh, look, the Democrats want to take your guns. Look, Beto O'Rourke literally said the quiet part out loud. Now we know Joe Biden is going to get in and take everyone's guns away. And there's going to be fucking ATF at your door knocking and fucking shooting up your family if you don't give them the guns. And also Antifa is going to, I don't know. Anyways, so just some crazy shit, whatever. That's the narrative. But we don't have a narrative in these states because the DNC doesn't give a fuck about these states. They don't invest in these states. They don't have any media in these states. They don't give money to the candidates in these states. They've literally left these states to national media coverage, which dooms all of the Democrats in them to failure no matter what they say. Now, you have candidates like Bernie Sanders who came out in 2016 and said, hey, I'm going to run a 50-state campaign. I'm going to go to every goddamn state. And I live in a rural fucking state, okay? I'm not going to dox myself, but he came to my fucking state. I remember going there as a little 18-year-old little bucko freshman in the front of the Bernie Sanders rally with 2,000 people who showed up in a goddamn red state, okay? I don't know what the answer is because the DNC is so fucking incompetent that I've lost all faith in them. And it's gotten to the point where the message from the DNC has unironically become the only thing that local activists can latch onto. They don't have any ability to think outside the box. They literally don't. I go on and talk to them. It's like, these are the people in charge of the Democratic Party here. It doesn't matter that they keep losing because they just keep going with the same message over and over and over again. The message is fucking make your message independent, build a coalition that has a diverse group of people.
Okay, I'm not technically supposed to do this since I'm the moderator, but I can tell you, Endernax, that Dick Cheney will not be advising Joe Biden. I know what I'm talking about. That is fake news. I have heard that before. I checked it before. That's not happening. I'm not supposed to do it, but you rolled into my wheelhouse. I had to do it.
Donald Trump's actually going to be his foreign policy advisor.
Yeah, it's gonna be Donald Trump. It's gonna be Henry Kissinger, Donald Trump.
Hey, Vosh, I heard that guy was anti-establishment, so that should work out pretty well.
Okay, I'll throw it over to next, to everyone's surprise, because he was very quiet when he did. I have both your hands marked down, but he did it in the darkness, in the background, like always. It's the last username. He's next, actually.
Okay, so I want to talk about the establishment thing. Is Trump anti-establishment or not? As we can see, from this discussion, the kind of establishment versus the people, the kind of populist narrative is not a good model for understanding how politics works, because who you consider to be the establishment seems to, depends heavily on which variety of populism you subscribe to. I think the reality of the situation is something more like there are several different establishments, and Trump certainly ruffled the feathers of some of them. Not all of them, but some of them. Like the media seems to be a kind of establishment in that, Trump really, he kind of exposed just how strange the relationship of the media is with politicians. The media reacted to him in this weird sort of confused way. They didn't know how to treat him. They were acting as if they were expecting him to follow some set of norms that politicians use to interact with the media, and he was violating those norms. And they were like, "What are you doing? You're not following the rules." And I think that was really illuminating to people because they were asking, "Wait a minute, what? There aren't supposed to be any rules. The media is just supposed to report on things and tell the truth." And he sort of revealed indirectly that wasn't exactly what was going on. And there are lots of other establishments, like with the administration. He certainly seemed to piss off the FBI and the intelligence community and such. But I think asking whether he's establishment or not is kind of a silly thing. Like, it's just a very simplistic way of understanding the way that politics works.
Okay, next is Rob, and then after Vosh.
Yeah, and I agree totally with last username. Look, labels are necessary for humans, but often they can be clumsy. And I actually agree exactly with what he's saying here. Like, just because you're rich, in some way that may make you some form of establishment. But what I'm talking about is all of the institutions that control our narrative being geared one way, and that is to the establishment Republican and Democratic Party. Particularly at this point, the Democratic Party that had never Trumpers like the Lincoln Project, John McCain when he was alive, Jeff Flake, Mitt Romney, etc. Beyond that, Liz Cheney, the list goes on and on. Look, Lycan says that they only spied on Carter Page. Bill Binney, who's a whistleblower for the NSA, talks about the two-hop rule. The two-hop rule means that they're able to spy on everyone that Carter Page had communications with and everyone that those people had communications with. In addition, that wasn't the only person that was spied on. Stephen Halper and someone with the code name Azra Turk also spied on George Papadopoulos. They used human intelligence to spy. This was all based on garbage that the FBI had agents warning. James Comey at the time was a disinformation campaign concocted by Hillary Clinton to distract from her server. We saw the FBI go as light as possible and on Hillary Clinton's side, just etc. I'm not going to get into it. I can see that people aren't interested. The point is this, though, that I'm not suggesting that we should, just look at this and say someone's establishment and anti-establishment. What I'm suggesting is this: Joe Biden was the least energetic candidate probably in the history of modern politics running for a significant office. If the combination of the media, the intel agencies that are engaged in this spying and leaking to the media, and we now see heads of the intel agencies actually working for the same media companies that the media companies are supposed to be kind of holding truth to power to. If them, the Democratic Party, the tech companies, the entertainment industry, academia, all go in on a candidate, that candidate will win. That's the legacy of Donald Trump, that these people that are wealthy and powerful and do not have the best interest of the people at heart can pick and choose whoever they want to be elected. And they will be able to skew the system far enough to make sure that any populist, whether they be on the right or the left, will never get elected to a position of prominence. If they slip through the cracks like Donald Trump did, even if you think Trump was establishment, there were people in the establishment that feared that they couldn't control him. And you see the treatment that he received as a result of that. What I was suggesting is that we stop looking at just Orange Man bad. And even if you didn't want to vote for him, that's fine. But actually take the time to say, this is very troubling. Many liberals have done so. Many Biden voters have done so. From Glenn Greenwald, that had to leave The Intercept, to Matt Taibbi, that worked at the Rolling Stone, to Michael Tracy, to Jimmy Dore, to Aaron Maté. Many, many liberals, even people on the left like Eric Weinstein, the Weinstein brothers, have pointed out how this is a huge problem. And they don't like Trump, and they didn't vote for Trump. The legacy will be that when a populist comes up on the left, they will go through the same treatment. And the people that treated us Trump supporters with ridicule because we wanted to fight back against that corruption, will they be saying, we already know this.
I do gotta say, wait, everybody calm down. I gotta say, you did go on for a little bit, a decent amount of time.
Sure.
I do want to see if
that's fair.
Okay, I just have a couple of points to hit on. First of all, I like that even though I pointed out that measuring a candidate's anti-establishment value by who aligns with or against them is worthless, you then repeated the exact same diatribe you've given 4 times before about how the media and tech has all stood with Joe Biden. So I know you have like the narrative and there's no addressing that. Second of all the names you just listed from Weinstein to Dore are like the fucking clown show for quote-unquote left-leaning people. Yeah, we know we know that they agree with your positions here. They're like burnouts. They're worthless intellectually and politically. So that's like the side door that people with the fucking dented skulls get let in through, and that's their little club. Look, at the end, I mean, oh god. Here's the legacy of Donald Trump. His candidacy was the term that it was the term that oh my god. Here. One more time. His presidential term was the term where the term anti-establishment died, because it means nothing anymore. It means nothing. He doesn't challenge any meaningful power structures, but you don't care. Rob, you don't care. You just have your DNC conspiracies. And the reason people roll their eyes at these, you talk about Democrats not keeping in mind the needs of the average American. How do you think I feel when Republicans are like, okay, listen, I know Donald Trump is a failure and none of his policies are good, but let me explain to you this 40-page document I have about the FBI working with the media to take him down. Dude, this isn't how you evaluate the effectiveness of a president. And I'm fine criticizing the FBI, but don't pretend you have an issue with the FBI because you have an issue with the surveillance state, because Donald Trump hasn't done anything to challenge those systems. The reason he wanted to attack the FBI was so he could get his cronies in there. He didn't want to take out intelligence communities. He wanted intelligence communities that worked for him. He's not anti-establishment. He just has beefs with other government officials because he's boorish, incompetent, lazy, and rude. And that's not anti-establishment. It's that simple. There's nothing else to this. If he was actually anti-establishment like Bernie Sanders, you could point to a list of policies where he's actually meaningfully empowering the weakest minority in this country, the, people of color, or actual individual middle class or lower class Americans, or the proletariat, or however you want to put it. But he doesn't. That's not what he stands for. That's never what he stood for. So again, let us, by the way, I just want to say, if Donald Trump ran as a Democrat and was Jewish, he would be held up by Republicans as the literal epitome of establishment corruption that they say he's fighting against by through his admission into office. Okay, if he was a Jewish New York billionaire with heavy business ties who shut down the government and didn't fulfill any of his campaign promises, they would be seething at him. We might get even more hate crimes than we have under Trump's presidency. But thankfully,
that's a lot.
Yeah. whatever the case may be, just man, I don't think Republicans. You say Democrats don't care about like average people. I don't think Republicans give a fuck about themselves. Even there are Republicans who are like laughing off.
You've been
the
going on for a decent amount.
It
There's a
sounds
lot
like
of
there's like a
response
break.
there.
Final
We gotta-
words.
we gotta-
Final words.
word, yeah.
Focus on
Benefit.
policy. Focus on the individual. Trump does nothing for either.
Hey, was that directed at anyone in particular, or should I go back down the list?
No,
I think-
that's not.
Keep going. Yeah.
Okay. Then next is going to be it's actually going to be Mike, and then Ender next after.
All right, so they keep bringing up this talking point about Silicon Valley because this is a new favorite conservative talking point, which is hilarious, and I'll utterly destroy it here. Donald Trump appointed Ajit Pai as the chair of the FCC, which was primarily responsible with destroying net neutrality. Conservatives love being in the pockets of big tech when it was for their benefit. And in fact, in Facebook, they actually had meetings with Ben Shapiro and Jared Kushner in ways that they could help boost conservatives, while at the same time removing left-wing publications like Mother Jones and Jacobin from the algorithm, intentionally, and the Young Turks, intentionally deflating the shareability and the performance of left-wing institutions and directly boosting right-wing institutions. The only reason conservatives are complaining is now, with abject, irresponsible lies, places like Twitter and Facebook are like, okay, these are verifiable lies and it's going to possibly cause a civil war. Maybe we should do something and put a little blurb about how it's disputed underneath. That's not censorship, motherfucker. You have done, and your party has done everything it can to increase the power of corporations and increase the power of tech monopolies. And now you're belly aching because a few of their owners are personally against Donald Trump when you have done nothing to change the power of the internet. So please stop bringing that up. It's stupid and it makes you look bad.
Okay, that was directed at Rob, so Rob should get some time to respond, and then after is going to be Ender. And it's just, if it's directed at somebody, you got to give them time to respond, Ender, okay? By the way, I don't think that cape is up the flag code, okay? Rob, you're next.
Yeah. Again, I think that you're conflating the issue. Do I think that there are a bunch of people in the Republican Party that also hate Donald Trump and want to get back to the normalcy of the established two-party system where neither party cares about the individuals in this country? Of course I believe that. So the fact that Mike Lee, or that even Trump, I acknowledged in my opening statement that Trump's legacy would be that the corruption outed itself, not necessarily because he outed it, but because these people thought that he was a potential threat to their hegemon of power, but that he failed to actually bring to justice anything to end that corruption. That was my initial take on this. So yes, I agree there were things he should have done. He should have broke up these tech companies. He should have ended the 230 protections and things like that. But saying that Ben Shapiro or other people talk to people in the tech industry and therefore it proves something, it's just disingenuous. It doesn't answer the point. And the problem is when you say, well, they're only censoring things that are untrue, that's just a lie. The media and the tech companies pushed every garbage story they could, most of which ended up being Russian disinformation sourced from a Russian spy about P-tapes about Trump, about Trump's people trying to get, steal the election for shares of Rosneft, about all of this garbage that we saw over and over. They pushed it for 4 years. They pushed allegations of Trump being a gang rapist that were never substantiated. They pushed all of this over and over and over. Then they arbitrarily decide 2 weeks outside of an election, when we have emails and other compromise that would be shown of Joe Biden and his family, including interviews with the business party that by any attempt, by any objective standard would be newsworthy, they all arbitrarily say, well, we're going to make sure that no one can discuss this. This sort of censorship is a danger to democracy. When media companies and tech companies talk about the need for a fair press for democracy, they're actually right. And it's a shame that we now just have propagandists for the intel agencies and for the establishment Democratic Party instead of fair media. And mark my words, when you support a legitimate progressive candidate that this same media goes after, you'll be saying, hey, what happened? This doesn't seem right. When one of you gets censored from a tech platform because you criticize corporatist policies of Joe Biden, you'll be saying, this isn't fair. I will be there standing up for you. I think that your voices matter as well, anti-establishment voices on the left. So the fact that you want to make fun and say, no, it's fine for these media companies and these tech companies to censor people like that. It's fine for these intel agencies to go after a candidate like that. That's what the legacy will be. The people that should have been the staunchest allies on the left and right coming together to fight this corruption, now we see so many on the left saying, well, as long as the corruption favors us, we're okay with it.
Wait,
and predictably, it will be used against
Who's
you.
been banned for supporting Trump?
For example, there's been plenty of conservative people that have been banned, demonetized from all sorts of platforms for reporting things that were defensive of Donald Trump, including the New York Post.
Thing is being banned.
Yeah, the
The New York
Republican
Post?
Nation's actually one
Okay,
of those
okay,
guys.
they weren't. Okay, so what you're talking
sure.
about? First of all, you didn't address anything I said.
Wait,
on
wait, can I just
not a
and it was
single
next.
thing on the
I'm just gonna say this: if they cared about being like, "Ha, fuck the establishment, they're screwing us over," don't you think they would have, like, I don't know, been like Bernie or Busters after like Pete Buttigieg and Amy Klobuchar got a call from Barack Obama and they were told to drop out? This isn't like a conspiracy theory. I have actual political operative friends who literally told me the day was happening. They're like, "Hey, dude, Obama's on the phone. Obama's on the phone with fucking Pete Buttigieg and Amy Klobuchar right now." I'm like, well, fuck, this sucks. Anyways, they dropped out and endorsed Joe Biden the next day. It's not that hard to see. Obviously, the establishment aligns behind their guy, and their guy this time was Joe Biden. So wouldn't they have just abandoned the DNC and become Bernie or Busters at that point? Like, why even take the time to try to convince them that, like, oh, well, you know, that they're establishment and you should be against them just because? Like, it's that doesn't even make any sense, because they don't even accept the premise in the first place that Donald Trump is anti-establishment. So, like, why even bother going down this rabbit hole?
Point is, and I'll be real quick here. The point is, it's not if Donald Trump himself was establishment or not. There is a debate to be had. I don't think he was establishment. Again, I think last username had an excellent point that we use that term too loosely, and there are in effect multiple establishments. But the wealth of Donald Trump, or if he actually issued policies to fight the establishment, that is secondary to the fact that every one of us on this panel and every American saw information right in front of your face of how this establishment went all in together against Donald Trump. And we have so many people on the left that claim to be like Bernie supporters, that claim to be anti-establishment people that are against this establishment system, that went fully along with it, including Bernie, who supported the treatment of Trump from the FBI and the media.
Okay,
Nobody's
so
been
basically-
banned for supporting Trump.
Mike is next. I gotta throw it over. to
Okay,
Mike.
so basically, he just said everything we need to say when you talk to conservatives. It doesn't matter what the policies were. Can't you see how somebody was banned on Twitter? And this is kind of, you could see the center of normal America's politics here, which is conservatives need to get an algorithm boost because I don't have enough followers on Twitter. It must because Jack from Twitter or I don't know, Twitch is not promoting us enough. That's the main focus of your politics, not Agit Pi getting rid of net neutrality, not the meetings between Zuckerberg and those conservative figures to boost them and add them as fact checkers, even though they're partisan websites. Not anything where that's now been admitted where they forcibly downrated left-wing publications within Facebook. None of that's important. It's just because a bunch of people looked at Donald Trump, saw that he was an incompetent boob and a moron and offensive and didn't like him, and so they endorsed against him. That's not a sign of any kind of corruption. That's a sign that he is a real fucking idiot. And nobody who has a functioning brain wants to support him.
See? And then here comes the insults, right? That's pretty typical on the left. So what I'll say,
I mean,
let's imagine the
something to be
world.
insulted.
Let's
Like,
imagine
something
the
to be-
world, right?
I'm sorry, you snowflake? Are you gonna melt? Like, come on, man.
I waited. You were done, right?
Like, your entire politics is around making Lib cry. Your entire politics is about Lib cry. You got
let's
the youngest
imagine-
congressman elected. His first post after he got elected
So
was
let's
"Try for Lib."
imagine,
And now
right?
you guys are crying about insults? Come
Let
on,
chaos
man.
reign. Okay.
So let's imagine, right? If you know, a world where, because you named off all of these particular problems, right? And you're like, well, this problem's what matters more. This problem's what matters more. But let's just imagine that I'm just some simple-minded person, right? And really the only thing that matters to me is gun rights. That's the only thing. Right now, I'm looking at both of these parties, right? What's the policy for the Republicans on guns? We want you to have guns. What's the policy on the left side? Well, we think it's all right for you to have guns so long as, say, federal law. We want federal law to prevent hunters from hunting migratory game birds with more than 3 shotgun shells in their shotgun. Right?
Did you say gamers?
No, migratory.
Okay, if we agree that you can have your
Oh,
penis
okay.
extended, can we move on to
Right,
something
so-
else?
Right. So the point is, right, is that for somebody that understands that there's a myriad of reasons why somebody might want a weapon in order to defend themselves from whatever threat that it could be. If I'm looking at these two particular political parties, what I see is one that says we want you to be able to do what you want because we trust you as being a law-abiding citizen, and this one says we think everybody is suspect, so we need to start restricting anybody's ability to be able to have this thing. And then we go, we want to be able to have our guns because that's it, and it's just spelled out in the Constitution. So the left side, the Democrat side, when it's on the Joe Biden website that he wants to hold gun manufacturers accountable, right? He wants to get rid of the war off our streets, which means banning assault weapons and high-capacity magazines, which goes right into the 94 bill that they passed. It was proven ineffective then, right? And then going on down the list for the thing that's just on his website. So let's just imagine I'm just a single issue voter, and this is the only thing that fucking matters to me is my gun rights. Well, you don't want Biden because he wants to take your shit.
All right, well, just say that. Don't dress it up with a whole bunch of other defense of Trump. Just be like,
look,
listen, I don't give a shit about.
Put it on, right?
What I'm saying is, don't dress it up with bullshit. Just say, hey, listen, I don't care about children getting separated. I don't care about climate change. I don't care about internet rights. I don't give a shit about anything but my gun. Then we can agree to disagree or agree to agree. It's not as important to me as it is to you. But just say that's what you're about. And guess what?
Hell yeah.
Donald Trump banned pump stocks. Donald Trump banned bump stocks.
Wait, are we in a little...
No matter what you do, no matter what you do, bump stocks are banned, baby. And Donald Trump did that. So you could be. So even you got betrayed on your one issue, and that's embarrassing.
Well, similarly, all I'm asking for people on the left is just to admit we're okay with a corrupt FBI going after candidates we don't like. We're okay with the media going all in with companies. We're okay with this intel agencies working in the mainstream media. We're okay with the entire narrative and every major institution basically being behind one of the establishment parties. We're okay with that if we think Orange Man bad.
Does it
if
bother,
it's targeted at someone we
the
don't
only
like?
person here who keeps repeating Orange Man bad is you. Every other person here who's criticized Trump has given specific reasons. You have a very specific. Wait, hold on. You have a very specific diatribe. It's a dialogue tree that you run down. Even though every individual point that you just recited has been addressed, you continue to repeat the exact same thing. And the reason for that is because you know that if we're actually looking at a factual, policy-based analysis of Donald Trump and the extent to which he meaningfully challenges the establishment, you have nothing. So instead, you defer to the same talking points over and over again. And it's tiring. And it's upsetting to me because in all likelihood, you are part of groups that has been negatively affected by Donald Trump's presidency. We all live in this country. We're all suffering from COVID. But unless you are extraordinarily wealthy, I sincerely doubt you're getting the better end of his tax policies. I doubt your children are going to get the better end of whatever policies he's implemented that are going to affect the average working class person's education or health care. You are as much a victim of his policies as other people in this call. But instead, you defer over and over and over again to these talking points, this media bias, this FBI bias. Listen, if you have a problem with the FBI, if you genuinely have a problem with entrenched power, I'm sorry, Donald Trump is not your candidate. He did nothing. He had 4 years. He did nothing. In fact, he secured further entrenched power for corporate America. He secured further entrenched power for the right for the presidency to do whatever the fuck it wants without any sort of oversight from Congress or from the Senate or even from the Supreme Court, which is why so much of the stuff that he did ended up getting shot down by the Supreme Court. He tried to circumnavigate the balance of power that is supposed to keep presidents in check. He's a bad candidate. If you care about the system, then you know what you need to do? Buckle up. Okay, Biden's your president now, and fight the corrupt establishment as you see it now in this presidency. But it does not behoove you to simultaneously say you have a problem with corruption and the establishment politics and then use it as a defense of Trump. Those two things are incompatible. You are trying to rub together two completely separate positions that just you have to settle on one. Biden is your president, so now be anti-establishment. With me, we can be buddies. I'm a libertarian. I hate the government.
I'm not trying to be enemies. I think that inevitably you'll find out that you've cut off your nose to spite your face by aligning yourself with people that control the party and Joe Biden that are going to operate
specifically, how am I going to be hurt?
Yes.
More by Biden than by Trump.
How are you going to be hurt?
More by Biden than Trump.
Do you know anyone that's going to go to one of the foreign wars?
You have no evidence that Biden. You have no evidence Biden's going to start a war. I mean, actual things that we know are going to happen.
How do you know anything that's going to happen? That implies that we think that Biden's going to hold all
from
of this.
From a reasonable assertion based on the policies that they have said they want to implement and the platform they have run upon, how am I going to be more hurt by Biden than I am by Trump? Or do you have to defer to conspiracy to even make this argument?
Well, I could make, for example, he's going to be weak on China. He refused to call China an enemy. China is our biggest geopolitical.
Trump has been insanely weak on China. All Trump did was a bunch of. First of all, he's been incredibly willing to praise Xi Jinping. He has been.
It's just going to be the Vaj filibuster hour. I mean, that's
stop for one moment.
I just like it going point by point.
But wait, give me a second. So I need to use the bathroom terribly. So what I'm going to do is something terribly unwise, which is leave you all alone for a moment, and I'm going to hand moderator privileges to CTV. Why not? It'll be fun. Okay, I'll be back.
I just want to say I like going point by point because I knew you were about to list a bunch of points. With regards to China, apart from his constant insistence,
hold on, right? He had a point to make, so let's.
But can we do it one at a time?
Leave Vaj go with China. Leave Vaj go with China. That's fair. I'll listen to him.
I just want to say, like, apart from tariffs that didn't work and hurt our country more than China, and performative denunciations with regard to coronavirus, he has done nothing to challenge China by pulling out of the international trade agreements that would have allowed our companies to actually barter and leverage for a greater degree of copyright respect from China, to force them to respect our copyright laws. By pulling out of that, Trump has secured China's position. China has gotten massively more powerful in the past 4 years. And when Trump pulls out of these trade agreements, they leave a vacuum that large, powerful countries like China can take advantage of. If you take a look at all the trade relationships they've been building over the past 4 years, China is insanely strong right now. Isolationist political and economic policies only empower China. Trump postures to isolationism. He is pro-China. He helps China.
Both parties in this country for the past 40 years have kowtowed to China and other foreign countries, which have massively shipped our labor movements out. That's why you're seeing so many pro-union people that actually endorse Trump, because the massive trade
Unions
deals
came
and
out
things like the
pro-Biden.
TPP, well, many did, but many of the individual union workers that you talked to were actually. But you can say what you want, but many of the pro-union people actually understood the problems with things like the TPP and shifting jobs overseas to places like China through the very trade
Which
deals.
has continued to happen under Trump, and the majority of unions voted for Biden.
It's besides the point. Okay, my position on this is that neither of these candidates were anywhere near as strong as they needed to be on China. China needs to be treated as the new Nazi Germany. They literally have 1.2 million Uyghurs in concentration camps. They're sterilizing women. They unironically, and unless you are like an active r/Sino reader, okay, this is the political reality that we live in.
Wait.
They just put another 500,000 Tibetans.
Aren't you a Nazgul? Isn't this based to you?
I'm not a Nazgul. I just clicked. Bosh, you got to follow. At the beginning, I said I wasn't a Nazgul.
Hey, I thought that was ironic.
No, I'm dead serious.
We're not having this.
I'm gonna suck your dick, boss. You keep talking.
Okay.
You wait for 2 seconds, and I'm offering to suck Bosch's dick, Dylan.
Look, CTV, what kind of chaos have you rained into my show?
Look, man, Internex, look, bro, like, keep the dicks out of your mouth.
My God.
But like, not on stream.
You got a problem with that, CTV? Got a problem
on stream, you know, we're not exactly gaining the premium account participation required. We want to get that money.
Okay. So,
but on OnlyFans, it's okay.
We've gone through all the things on here. I do like China discourse, so I actually kind of want to see this go a little bit longer. But anybody be a problem with that, or do you move on to climate change?
Well, you know, we can move on, but I will say, if you want to see some like a pro-China shill get smacked the fuck down, go watch Dylan Burns TV debate where I debated a pro-China shill who was a progressive, weirdly enough. You know, on China on his channel. Thank you.
Can I say one thing about the establishment?
She isn't a pro-China show, but she is more favorable towards some of their positions.
Just to build on the positions that people have been making about Trump, like he reaffirmed FISA court. He supported the reenactment of the Patriot Act, the renewal of it. At no point did he do anything to rein in the powers of surveillance anywhere in the American, quote, deep state. So I have no idea what you're talking about. In fact, his CIA director, Gina Haspel, was literally in charge of the torture regime under Bush. In no way has Donald Trump done anything to rein in the intelligence agencies, rein in foreign surveillance, done anything on the actual policies, on the facts, on the issues. Now, he may have complained because one of his, for example, his campaign manager Paul Manafort was an unregistered foreign agent in violation of federal law, accepting money from foreign governments in order to lobby on their behalf and not
with the Podesta group. With the Podesta group.
I don't give a shit.
Right, I know you don't. You don't care about the double standards.
Violated the law, and you're saying whataboutism. The fact is,
it's not whataboutism.
Donald Trump and his campaign were involved with foreign governments. They got indicted for violating the law. And
Wait
he
a
did
second.
nothing to rein in.
Hold on.
Wait,
Mike,
let him
rein
let's
in-
wait. Like, you gotta let Mike finish.
And
I'm trying to
he did
follow.
nothing to rein in the powers of any of these agencies. So all in all, you don't actually believe the problems that you're bringing up are a problem. You just think they're a problem because it hurt Donald Trump. And that's the way you operate, is you look at the conclusion. Conclusion was hurt Trump, therefore process bad. And then you construct arguments after the fact to try to support that position of hurting Trump is bad, as opposed to having some sort of principled belief in civil liberties or opposition to these programs. Because guess what? Daddy Donald Trump didn't either.
Right. So there's a completely different way you could look at this as well. Right. We'll call this the exact opposite. Right. So let's imagine a world where you're the one that has a specific problem with Trump. Right. And we assume that the reason why the president has people involved in foreign policy is because we're not the only nation on the planet. Right. So there are people doing their job. Right. Like they're supposed to be doing it. And if I just don't like Trump, then I'm going to look at everything that they are doing and assume that there's some bad things going on and just be mad and pissed off about it. Right?
I have
Instead
no
of
idea
looking at what the
that
office of the
said that
president
was
should or should not be doing, right, and paying attention to the actual office itself, rather than allowing yourself to be so diluted into only worrying about a candidate every 4 years. We need to really start looking at the office itself and what powers it has, because really we should be looking to Congress and the legislatures to be solving a lot of these problems.
Hey,
If I can
don't- Rob, would your
Trump
any
bad?
statement and
Trump, Orange Man, very bad.
Sorry, I
Hey,
just
hey,
Brave,
Oh, we got rid of him,
Brave,
Bosch. We got rid of him, Bosch.
Brave.
CTV,
Okay,
thank you
so
for putting
I
away your
wanted
dick
to-
before Bosch got back.
Okay, let's all calm down for a second here. Okay, I wanted to Rob, is it okay if you're what you're about to say is put into ending statements?
Yeah.
Okay, cool, wonderful. Great. We're gonna go straight into ending statements because we don't have too much time left, and I do want to cover a little bit of climate change, because slowly we're gonna slide out of, and we're gonna slide out of election talk for future Hippy Dippy podcasts, hopefully, because I want to get back into actual policy discussions. Despite what Mike wants, which is to stay on election coverage. We're gonna start with Lycan in the top left-hand corner.
Hey, thank you very much. Let's
Sorry,
see.
Vosh.
Oh, Vosh?
I was
No,
just
Vosh
I was
got the
pointing at
angle
Lycan.
wrong.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
no, it's wrong one on my stream though.
Sorry.
Which is the correct stream to be on, which is at Dylan Burns TV on YouTube. Okay, continue, Lycan.
Don't listen
Yep.
to him.
I just want to say the intelligence community isn't corrupt. The intelligence community
What?
did not target Donald Trump in the way that normal America is implying, and no one has been deplatformed for being a conservative or supporting Donald Trump. Tim Pool failed to make a great use of his chance to talk to Jack Dorsey and Vijaya Gad, the at least at that point, I think she was the trust and safety head at Twitter. Everything he talked about was something that was understandably pushed back on. He couldn't grasp the reason that Twitter might not want the topics that he was talking about on there, such as like anti-trans rhetoric and shit like that. So it blows my fucking mind when people will bring up these examples of conservatives getting deplatformed. Alex Jones is a great example. Alex Jones wasn't deplatformed for being a conservative. Alex Jones was deplatformed for espousing conspiracy theories that were hurting people's lives. So there's no example of a conservative just saying, I support Donald Trump, or anything reasonable, rational, understandable, logical, not fucking brain dead, and then getting deplatformed. It doesn't exist. If it does, I will give you $500 on the fucking spot. Swear to God. I'll give you Taco. Taco's not even mine. He's my roommate's cat, but he adopted me, but I will give him to you if you fucking prove it, because it doesn't exist.
Okay,
Fuck
well,
off.
I'm gonna prove it right now. Okay.
Hey, Texas,
wait. No. I understand. Okay, unless one of you are gonna say a really good meme and make me laugh. Does anyone want to take the 10-minute risk? No? Okay, we're gonna go on to Vosh.
Oh, yeah, my main issue here is that I have anarchist leanings, and the idea of an anti-establishment candidate being the president, I don't know how I feel about that conceptually. When I think of anti-establishment, I think of action. I think of activism. I think of taking to the streets and mutual aid. I think of securing education and healthcare for the working class. I think of unionizing. I think of building solidarity along those lines. When we talk about anti-establishment, purely in the context of the candidates we elect, I believe it is only responsible to do so insofar as we were endorsing policy positions they believe in. I don't like Bernie Sanders because he was an independent and not very well liked by Hillary Clinton. I won't deny it. I like that Hillary Clinton doesn't like him, but that's not why I like him. I like him because of the policies that he believes in, the things I believe he would do if he was president. I feel similarly about candidates like Ilhan Omar or Rashida Tlaib or AOC. It's not the aesthetic of anti-establishmentarianism that attracts me to them. It's not the fact that they bicker with Pelosi. It's the fact that the vision they have, the policies they represent are better for this country. And I think they're anti-establishment. And I think that when you get right down to it, an anti-establishment political candidate, an anti-establishment set of policies, this ultimately comes down to the empowerment of the minority, of the working class person, of everyone in this country who's never really been given a fair shot because the conditions of their life were dictated to them by their zip code, by the mayor who runs the city they were born to, by the police commissioner who will be dictating whether or not they get sent to jail or just get let off if they get caught smoking weed. I want power in the hands of the people. So if we're to use that term, anti-establishment, let's use it in the right context.
Okay, next I'm going to throw it over to Rob Noor.
Thank you. So, yeah, I think it's ironic when we talk about the idea of these policies. As I mentioned at the top, if we have people that can control a narrative and control who could be elected because they put all their weight behind one candidate, then the policies you advocate for are irrelevant. You better hope that whoever these establishment voices that control the media, the tech companies, academia, the entertainment industry, the intel agencies, and these corporations that actually pick who our leaders are agree with you. Because if they don't, then you will not get the policies you like. You brush it off as people, you, the collective you, and other people not in this panel from the left brush it off as, well, who cares if the FBI lied and had someone lie to be able to spy on people connected to the Trump campaign? Who cares if the media, oh, by the way, like, and I'll take your $500, the New York Post was censored. The story they put was far more reasonable and sourced than almost all of the allegations that we saw tech companies allowed to. So what was that, Faust?
Sorry.
Vosh. I didn't even chuckle, man.
I already apologized.
What a failure. Damn. Okay.
It's fine. I don't mind. It's fine. But it was censorship because they removed that story from the tech companies wouldn't allow that story to be placed. The media companies agreed not to ask Joe Biden questions about that. They all said that it was Russia disinformation, which itself was disinformation, never proved. They said that the emails weren't true, which then was debunked, and they actually were accurate emails. So they did everything possible to control this narrative. Joe Biden was the least energetic candidate to run for a major political office possibly in the history of this country, and he was able to be drug across the finish line because all of these establishment institutions that control the narrative were behind him. That means that they'll be behind them next time because it worked. In addition, the legacy of Trump is that, yes, he did fail to actually hold accountable the people that were engaged in these sort of coups. I think his policies were better for average Americans than people like Vosh lead on, and we can have those discussions, but again, policies are irrelevant if it means that whoever's picking and choosing the candidates get the policies they want. So what we think about policies would be irrelevant. You also see, sadly, we didn't get to talk about much, but his election, the legacy, will show the radical nature of so many people on the left that have endorsed riots, that have endorsed things like, late-term abortions, that have endorsed saying that you shouldn't be able to arm yourself and the police shouldn't be allowed to protect you, that have endorsed things like, just the degradation of society with movies like this Cuties and like child pornography and things like that have occurred. The establishment nature of the nature of the left is becoming disgusting, and we're seeing this. And instead of having that extreme faction take over, we should have people that have problems with the way average Americans have been treated in this country for the past 50 years come together, and then we could discuss these policy issues, capitalism versus socialism, etc. Once our voice actually matters, and we can take away this kind of hegemon that these establishment voices have in controlling the narrative.
Okay. Next, I'm going to throw it over to Denims.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that this establishment conversation is really bizarre. It's very clear that there are establishment Dems and there are establishment Republicans, and just because there's an outsider, Trump, it doesn't make him anti-establishment. And that's not like the only qualifier for being anti-establishment. I think that, not to like parrot what Fosh has already said, but there are candidates that are anti-establishment that actually signal to change. AOC, Ilhan, fucking Squad, whatever, Bernie, Warren. These are all people who have like these super progressive ideas that don't want to necessarily just keep the status quo. Those people are anti-establishment. Just because somebody isn't within the sphere doesn't mean that they're anti-establishment. I don't really have anything else to say on the topic.
I will say, Rob, I can't believe you would take the $500 instead of the cat. Very disappointed in you.
I'm allergic, but it looks like an awesome cat. I am allergic though.
Look, honestly, don't know if I can platform you responsibly anymore. Kind of hard. Kind of hard. Gonna throw this over to LSP. Last
Who?
username. Oh my god, the LSP isn't even here. Sorry.
Whoa! What a
Freudian
mix-up
slip.
that was in your brain.
Oh my God, what are we talking about? Establishment. As I said, establishment versus the people is an extremely simplistic way of understanding things. There are a lot of establishments. The tech industry establishment, I can speak a little bit about that from personal experience. I work in that industry. And I just want to point out that tech companies are uniquely influenced by their employees, because they have so many high-skilled employees, and it's such a, the labor market is so in favor of employees. Tech companies bend over backwards to keep their employees happy, and because of that, they are extremely cautious with keeping their internal cultures friendly. And that means if there's some predominant political view with all the people who work at the tech company is going to be very, very careful to not do anything that angers their staff. So I think probably there is some sort of political bias in social media companies. But I suspect that comes from the political inclinations of the people who tend to work at tech companies, and the tech companies want to keep those people happy, and so they tend to go along with them politically. Is it a problem? I guess so. It's somewhat less nefarious problem in the idea of like shady, powerful figures in the shadows controlling things. It's not really what it's about. It's really just about different cultures of people, and the people who are in that industry tend to lean some way politically, so that industry tends to lean that way politically.
Okay, next I'm going to be throwing it over to Central Committee.
Bringing it back to Trump's legacy as one of a convenient puppet for the Republican Party and the corporate and elite interests that support it. It's probably right to say that there are different establishments, and politics is really a discussion of interests, right? And the different interests have aligned within different coalitions represented by the two political parties. And Donald Trump has been firmly behind every one of the interests that support the Republican Party, be it from banking, the banking industry, be it from the oil and gas industry. You go down the line, he's been anti-teachers, anti-public school. He has every single issue that the Republican Party has advanced, he had advanced before. He has done nothing. And that's why he had such a great working relationship with Mitch McConnell, because Mitch McConnell saw him for what he was a perhaps more palatable to the Republican base face of boring Republican Mitt Romney policies. And that's what Donald Trump will be remembered for. And also his incredible failures with COVID-19, his ability, he continued to build up the military industrial complex. He did nothing significant to reverse any of the major problems that we're facing today. And, we're now spending almost $1 trillion combined in the military, from veterans affairs, our costs in the wars, direct military spending, retirement costs, et cetera, et cetera. We are spending $1 trillion. That's his legacy. Failed economy, ruined COVID-19 response, and he's pretty much a joke. And everybody in the entire world who looks at this sees Donald Trump for what he is, a total and complete failure.
Next, I'm going to throw it over to CTV.
Trump's legacy is going to be one of the people attempting to try to fight back against the establishment. I think the discussion between Normal America and Vosh did a pretty good idea of laying out what the establishment is. right? That being said, the people are trying to retain their rights and to have somebody that is literally trying to get them better jobs, better income, so that they can be more self-sustaining, right? And that's exactly what he did at the start of his presidency when he reduced the unemployment rate across the board, right? So people were making money, everything was going good. As a matter of fact, in my own personal life, it's been that way for me. My wife, in her career, has gotten 3 promotions in the last few years because of the policies that were put into place. So you can sit there and say there's not evidence to it, but you can say it's anecdotal, right? But the reality is that there were some things that were put in place that has helped me out directly. So, and it's the same story with a lot of my friends and family that I know. So I think he's going to go down as a president that was fighting for the people and not for the establishment that believes that they need to control every aspect of an American's life, rather than just there being no policy and reducing the size of government so that we're not actually trying to do these things. I'm not saying that Trump was the guy to do that, but with his policies, with the attempts to deregulate the government, that those were meaningful steps that needed to be had. So there's definitely an argument to be made for his response to COVID, but at the same time, there's also a fundamental breakdown that happened at the beginning with the CDC and their test kits going out. To me, that pointed out a problem in the system, that if we had a CDC at the head of every state, that would have been a much better response, because then each state would have been more worried about its constituents, and public health gets closer to each individual state and their needs versus it being handled at a federal level, which we see a lot of failure at anyway. So there's definitely a lot of things that have happened throughout Trump's presidency that we can be pointing some real learn to knowledge from. But he definitely was, considering the 8 years of Obama before him, and then with his candidacy against Hillary, was kind of the anti-establishment candidate. So I think the American people felt like that he was going to continue to do what he was doing pre-COVID, and that was good for everybody. And that's why he ended up getting, 10 million more votes than he did before.
Okay, and we're gonna wrap this topic up with what looks like a cozy Endernax with his arms crossed and ready to go.
Oh gosh darn, thank you so much, Dylan Burns. I do appreciate that. All I'm gonna say is it's just rhetoric. Like, Trump is anti-establishment insofar as he went, haha, corruption, haha, you're all corrupt, haha, you're stupid, haha, yeah. And then he got in office and did the same thing every Republican's done since Reagan. And he went in and he gave establishment Republicans power in institutions. He deregulated business at the expense of the worker. He fucked over the American people by literally giving direct tax cuts to the corporate class while making the working class tax cuts temporary. They expire in 10 years. Oh boy, I wonder if an establishment Congress is going to get rid of those like literal crumbs, okay? So it's like, hey, we cut rich people's taxes by trillions of dollars, but hey, we saved the American, like the poor people, like $50 billion, okay? Look, it's all fake. It's all rhetoric. If Trump was actually a populist and an anti-establishment, as soon as he got in there, he would have bucked the establishment. He would have put in heterodox people in positions of power, and they would have made policy that actually helped the American people, that didn't screw them over. Conservatives conserve nothing. They conserve nothing. They kill rural communities. They ship jobs to cities, and then they complain, oh my God, look at these liberals are coming out of the cities. Oh no, why are they all liberal? Well, they fucking lived in cities, dipshits. Like, what do you fucking expect, morons? Where do you think conservative culture is ingrained and like brought up in people? It's in communities, you fucking dipshits, and you shipped all the jobs away and gave tax cuts to the corporations to move to the cities and leave our country. Fuck you. All right, that's it. Bye. I'm sorry.
Endernax, next time, can you speak up a little bit? Thank you. We're gonna now, before the last topic, I just want to say thank you for everybody for tuning in. If you want to get more Hippy Dippy podcasts and more Hippy Dippy, well, I have to say roundtable because there is somebody else who already has the podcast label out there. I'm gonna fight them in the Thunderdome for it. If you want to get more of that, usually this is actually streamed on my Twitch channel, which is Dylan Burns TV on Twitch. If you want to find updates about the show and just my random ramblings for whatever dumb reason you want to listen to me, you can find me on Twitter at Dylan Burns 1776. That's DYLAN BURNS 1776 on Twitter. Every single person here follows me on Twitter because they are all big brain, and that's the only reason why they're on here. If they did not follow me on Twitter, they would never get on here. So if you have the big dream of one day getting on the show, you have to follow me on Twitter and give me a large bribe, which everybody here also had to do. Okay, we're gonna go into the last topic of the night. Do not suggest that, please, Lakin. Okay, we're gonna go into the last topic of the night, which is climate change. What should the future?
We know what his talent is.
I'm just gonna let that sit there.
Nothing.
God doesn't give lips like this to white people for nothing.
Neither of you have impressed me tonight. Okay, we're gonna go into the last topic. It's gonna be climate change and what the future of America's climate change policy should be. We're gonna start. I think I've done every corner, so this time I'm going to start. Vosh, are you interested? Do you have a question?
I would love to. First of all, I have to I have to postmark my comments to the second section of this debate, and I just want to say, my man Rob, when you're like listing off what the establishment is, and you list off cuties in there, I really feel like to you like establishment is just everything you don't like. You know, like the Biden establishment, hurricanes, you know, COVID-19, establishment disease. Like I don't know, like. We're really throwing it all in. But anyway, man, climate change. Okay, listen. Some people fearmonger about this, okay? The fearmongers are, of course, the climate deniers who fearmonger about a giant global conspiracy of millions of bureaucrats and scientists simultaneously lying to promote an agenda that doesn't seem to be affecting the United States anyway. So yeah, those are the fearmongers, okay? The reasonable, Chad, high IQ response is to recognize the overwhelming plurality of data on this and recognize, like, my God, we are so fucked if we don't get our head together on this. We're, like, done. I thought America was all about being able to get it together and do great things. Like, we landed on the moon. We landed on the moon. If we tried to do something like that today in the current political climate, there's no chance. There's no fucking way we'd be able to do that. We couldn't send a rocket out to the fucking outer orbit, okay? We are embarrassingly incapable of... Is somebody ticket typing?
Yeah, if you're gonna type, please do mute your mic.
Yeah, just making sure. Anyway, we are embarrassingly incapable of this. The only countries that are having a debate about whether or not climate change is real are countries where Murdoch media is prominent. You have places like Australia, the UK, and America. The rest of the world seems to have this figured out. It's funny that people who consider themselves anti-establishments are so utterly beholden to establishment propaganda that's done to blatantly favor oil financial interests, but what are you going to do? Yeah, we need to get our shit together. There is literally no expenditure that would be too much for this. Thankfully, promoting green energy will actually build a ton of wealth and jobs in the country, so we don't even have to make a sacrifice. All we have to do is stand up to big oil and big coal, which people like Trump don't want you to do. They're terrified of it because Trump goes to mutual fucking Epstein pedophile sessions with all the CEOs of these giant fucking oil and gas companies. They don't want any money to be taken from these people. They want them to be buried with their billions. So, of course, the establishment Republican Party does not want us challenging these big industries, even though it would help Americans, even though it would build jobs, even though it would build wealth, even though it would save the country. And that's my position on all that.
Okay, next is going to be Lycan.
Excuse me. I really don't have anything extra to say. I think Vosh covered it all. The climate change situation is fucking terrifying, and the fact that we are so on the cusp of not being able to come back from it at all is scary. And I don't know what we're gonna do. I hope that with the Biden presidency that we're able to move past the issues of the Trump era, and that we're able to get back into the Paris Climate Accord, that we're able to start doing some serious changes. Personally, if I were to add something unique to this conversation, I think that we should rethink, and I say this as a foodie, as someone who loves meat so much that I would cook taco himself if it meant having a nice, crisp, delicious entree. I believe that we should rethink how meat plays a role in our meals. I don't think it should always be the star. I think it should sometimes just be a side dish, and we can make vegetables the star, and that would significantly reduce our carbon footprint. that's all I have to say about that.
Okay. Next, I'm going to throw it over to Rob Noor.
Thank you so much. So just to clarify, I wasn't saying that Cuties was part of the establishment. I said a separate legacy is that we see people on the left that are getting more radical, like, and I think it's ironic that Fausch brings that up because apparently he has said in the past, there are allegations that he said child porn should be legal. I am willing to say that was probably taken out of context, but I would like to hear his take on that. But I just thought, I thought that was ironic. But
it's supposed to be climate change, dude. Come on.
It's an opening statement. What are y'all doing?
I mean, I will say that it is.
I think I have to defend myself on that one.
Yeah,
I will,
sure.
Yeah,
it's feels very off topic from climate change, but sure. I will allow him to respond after you finish your statement.
Yeah, and I only brought it up because he brought up me saying Cuties was part of the establishment. That's not what I was talking about. I was talking about radical things on the left that are becoming like wanting to burn down cities and thinking that's a form of speech and things like that, thinking that things like a MAGA hat is a form of violence and things like that. So I just thought it was something, if he wanted to talk about it, fine, we could talk about it. Anyways, when it comes to climate change, I think that we see that there is a progression towards lowering emissions that's occurring naturally. I don't mind some policies being issued to focus on climate change. I think that we should actually have policies that are more focused on environmentalism and other issues that don't require climate change. Things like overfishing could be a possible issue. Other things, I mean, I don't care if you're on the right or left. It's a damn shame that Flint had water that couldn't be drank. That should not be happening in our country. Oftentimes problems like that get overlooked, though, in the name of climate change. And I think that we should focus more on those environmental problems we could see. Like I said, we see renewables that are coming up. We see energy like nuclear energy, which should be severely pushed because that would be a great way to have clean energy. And we see other things that are coming in a natural course of events without the United States government getting involved. When it comes to the Paris Climate Accord, the United States is doing a better job meeting their goals that they would have had. Yeah, I can hear you. I'm sorry. Did you want to cut me off?
For some reason. Give me a second. Maybe it's just me. Give me a moment.
Should I keep talking or?
Huh. Yeah, my audio is actually just completely screwed. Give me a second.
Uh-oh.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
There you go. Now my audio just.
We're good.
Okay, there we go. Continue.
So actually, the United States has lowered emissions under Trump and is better at meeting what they would have had to meet in the Paris Climate Change Accord than places like China and India that are biggest producers. The last thing I'll say about this is we oftentimes hear that there's a consensus on climate change. I agree the climate is changing, but when we talk about a consensus, that's really a misnomer because there's a consensus the climate is changing, but how bad, what solutions do we need, what are the costs of solutions, etc. So for those that think there is a consensus, I would be interested in hearing when we get off of opening statement how long we have to fight climate change before we're all doomed. I'd be interested to see if there actually is a consensus.
Hey, I usually would go to everybody else to get a thing first, but I mean that one thing was pretty directed at Vosh, and I want to kind of nip it in the bud here because I don't want to talk about that anymore.
Yeah,
about climate change.
I fail to see the relation. I mean, you did essentially say the Cuties was like an establishment leftist thing, or like Biden directed Cuties, whatever your insinuation was. Whatever the case is, there are a couple of out of context clips out there from me saying that I feel it's really hypocritical for people to be super on board with hating child porn, which is good, but then they're really defensive of like global commodity production chains that involve child slave labor. Like they'll talk that off like really readily, you know, like, oh yeah, dude, like cobalt that's mined up is done by child slaves, but you know, like whatever, that's just how the economy goes. So that's the thing I criticized, and if you clip that like at very specific points, it sounds like I'm defending CP, but yeah.
That's fair. I assumed it was, everyone was bringing it up. I assumed that it was out of context. I really did. So
gotcha. Also, the only reason climate emissions went down under the Trump presidency is because of COVID-19.
Okay. Can we please go to the next people because we are probably gonna have to go a little bit over the usual section we have for the show because of just how long this is taking to get here. So everybody who's left to do any opening statement, try to make it as quick as possible. Climate change. Next is gonna be Denims.
Okay, really briefly. Obviously, everyone's already talked on this. I think that one important talking point that we haven't discussed is the fact that like it's a ready talking point to say, hey, what about our jobs? But the amount of jobs that would be produced from investing in green energy is like insane. Like we can't just ignore that this would be a great boon to the economy. End of statement.
Okay, next is going to be last username.
Okay, real quick. I mean, climate change is real. It's a real problem. And it's not a problem created by big boogeyman who working for fossil fuel lobbies. It's a problem created by every single person who what just happened?
Oh, I'm sorry. I hit a button by accident. Sorry about that.
No, don't hit that button. Again. It's a problem created by every person who drives a car and needs to put gas in it, or heats their house with natural gas, or all of the other things, the other ways that we, rely on, that we have a carbon footprint every day. It's something that is going to that's going to affect every single person in the world. And fortunately, there is a lot of desire by people to fix it, to make some amount of sacrifice in order to address the problem. And I think that the only way we're going to solve it is to try to take advantage of that as much as we can, to sell people the things that make them. This is going on too long already, I know, but we have to take advantage of. It's going to be a collective effort. It's going to be something that relies on people's goodwill, people's inherent desire to solve the problem, and it's not going to be, attacking establishment boogeyman and blah blah blah.
Okay. Next is going to be Mike.
All right, so I'm gonna just in the background. I'm gonna play Joe Manchin in one of his campaign ads. Just you can see it. He'll be shooting a copy of the cap and trade bill. And no matter what happens in Georgia, Joe Manchin is going to be the 50th vote for the Democratic majority. So the reality of what's going to happen for climate change is, even in the best possible world, where we win both seats in Georgia, the cap and trade bill is fucking toast. And that's what I consider to be a far too conservative bill. Now, at best, we may re-enter the Paris Climate Accords, and everybody would agree that they are not sufficient whatsoever to avoid catastrophic climate change. And the reality, like, the conservatives are kind of ducking around. Like, it's funny to watch them, because I've been talking politics for a long time, and 10 years ago, climate change wasn't real and it was a conspiracy. And then it was like, well, climate changes. That was something that happened under the George W. Bush administration with Frank Luntz. They changed it from global warming to climate change. And then recently, it's I'm not an expert, blah, 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 blah. And pretty soon it's going to be, well, it's too late. And China, India, they're polluting a lot. So we just need to grab as many resources as we can, as fast as we can, build higher walls, and prepare machine guns for the 1 billion climate refugees that are expected by 2050, according to studies of where we are currently right now. I hate to be a doomer on climate change, but the reality was that Bernie Sanders' policy and the Green New Deal is the moderate policy. It's the only policy that keeps us even in a semblance of the status quo over the long term. And and as we know, Joe Biden will not be able to advance his relatively ambitious plan. It was about 20% the size of the Green New Deal. And unfortunately, unless something radical changes with the structure of the American government, the veto power of the United States Senate and a 6-3 conservative Supreme Court is going to prevent us from averting catastrophic climate change. I would recommend that everyone read a book. I know this is a streaming community, so not a lot of you do that, but there's a book called The Uninhabitable Earth. You should check that out. If you're a doomer on climate change, it'll make you realize that you weren't a doomer enough. And let me tell you, hopefully in the future, I hope I live to see the International Climate Court that goes and prosecutes all the climate criminals that will kill millions. That is my one thing that I'm hoping for in the future, to see that day.
Okay, next is CTV.
Mike, usually you say something interesting enough for me to address afterwards, but there wasn't really anything there. So I'm going to address Vosh, right? So Vosh, right? It was very clear to me when I was listening to you that you seem to have what you think is an understanding of American capability, right? So I'm going to go back to what I said in the opening statement, which is that I served on submarines, right? Specifically Ohio-class submarines, right? Every single year, as a part of testing of military systems, we actually shoot two Trident 2 D5 missiles from the boats as a test, right, for the other nations to view, and they release the data from those types of things, and we have the ability to hit with inside of like a football field, right? So there's a lot of capability when it comes to being able to launch things, right, and to be able to harness nuclear energy, right? And normal America, kind of got into it a little bit whenever he was talking about the actual powers of nuclear energy. And I don't feel like, having listened to what you said, that the policies that you would want to put in place, it would actually be good. Because just as an instance, the wind farms, these big wind vanes that they put up, are not the most efficient things when it comes to actually creating power. And I've talked to quite a few people that are on the left side of the aisle that don't understand the true capabilities of what a nuclear power plant can actually do, right? So, like, I was talking to another friend that's in California, and he keeps telling me that they're having electricity and water problems. Well, a nuclear power plant would be just the thing to be able to pump seawater in, from the shore, desalinate it in a reactor, so then you have clean water and you're producing electricity at the same time, all with one nuclear power plant. So there are ways to be able to get to clean energy and being able to affect real meaningful change in society when it comes to the carbon footprint. But people still need energy today, right? So we got to work from today and make our way into the future.
Okay, we're gonna wrap this up with Endernax.
Saving the best for last as always. Central Committee didn't go far enough doomer pilling everybody. Let me really black pill you, okay? I have come to the conclusion that if you look at climate science and you look at the projections and you believe all of the science, which I do, okay, there is a bleak future out there involving the deaths of millions upon millions of people globally. Mass starvation. Europe's probably doomed to fascism. Unironically, it's just the worst type of world you could ever imagine. And this doomer pill led me down a pathway of so what's the solution? Well, the honest truth is that all of the current proposed solutions are not good enough. If we wanted to solve the climate change crisis, and all the projections are accurate, even if they're not entirely accurate, if they're overselling it, okay? We would have needed a complete communist takeover of the entire world to solve this problem. That's how much central authority on the economy you would need to solve this problem. And it's too late. We're fucked. Listen, people are going to die. At this point, it's about harm mitigation for me, okay? It's about subsidizing the agriculture industry in the United States and food production services so that we can export food to everywhere on the planet to make sure that people don't die off in mass starvation. It's about setting up enough refugee camps in different parts of the world to move people out of areas where they're not going to be able to live for very long, where the climate is going to get so bad that they're going to die from being outside, okay? So we need to make sure that this... I don't even know how to go about this. I don't know how to actually make a plan for this to work other than to push for, I think, personally, pro-nuclear policies and pro-agriculture policies. Because the amount of energy needs that the world has and that we keep needing year after year after year, okay, at the same... Let me rationalize this. I'm sorry for going on a diatribe. It's just very complicated for me anyways, because I'm starting at a point where you would have to stop consumption in the United States to 80%. You would have to stop 80% of mass consumption in the United States. And I just don't think that that's actually going to be something that you can sell to Americans, even if you drum up the fear of climate change. Even if you go to these communities and say, hey, we're all going to fucking die unless you give up your Oreos and your 12 different brands of goldfish. It won't connect. So my doomer mind is okay, we need to promote nuclear, we need to promote food production, and we need to be way more humanitarian and we need to preemptively set up refugee camps.
Okay, I really want to jump in here.
Okay, we're going to start with, we just open it up. Whoever grabs it first, go.
I would love, okay. It just really bugs me. I have a very high opinion of people, generally speaking, or at least our capacity. I'm rewatching Evangelion right now, and it bugs me, They get hit by Second Impact 15 years ago, and they donate trillions of dollars to NERV so they can make Evangelion units to fight off the potential of a future threat. And we here today have an unbelievable plurality of evidence indicating that there's a very serious, life-threatening problem in the future that we can address or not. Look, I reject Endernex's approach here, this inherent doomerism, okay? I reject it completely. People aren't inherently incapable of caring about this. Americans have been subjected to an unprecedented disinfo campaign by media figures who work in line with the oil and gas industries, okay? We are not naturally incapable of dealing with this. We have been pacified. We have been shoved into a box and left to die. I believe that with the economic and capacity of this country, with the resourcefulness, with the ingenuity, just of this country, not even to speak of the world, we are perfectly capable of fixing this problem. We can scrub the carbon out of the air. We can subsidize the ever-living shit out of green energy. We can blanket the sky in solar panels. We can do whatever the fuck we want. There is no limit to the shit that we can do. We have the money and the power. What we don't have is the will, because that will has been hijacked by a bunch of fucking plutocrat pedophiles who would rather die with their billions than they would see a world survive their lives, okay? Fundamentally, this is a war against entrenched powers, and we need to be severe if we are to win that war.
True.
There is no room here whatsoever for mercy when we are talking about people holding billions hostage for their profits.
Gosh, this is
Then
too much. This is too much
but this is
hopium.
like eco-fash. Like, okay, then violence is the only answer, because at this point we're not going to get political change. Like, what you think after 4 years of a Biden admin obstructed by
Violence doesn't mean
Republicans, there's going to be
fascism.
policy in this? Like, no, I'm serious. I'm not trying to be like, haha, Bush is a fascist. No, that's not my point here. My point is like, okay, yes, I believe the science, it's real, but like, how the fuck, how?
Let's okay.
Peacefully,
okay.
political violence is wrong.
Okay, but
agree,
it's like
okay,
it's
okay.
literally not gonna happen.
Okay. No, Rob had his hand raised. I want to throw to Rob.
Thanks. So I think it's ironic that after we just got through the last platform talking about the problem of the media being all in with one side, Vosh's immediate comment is, oh, there's this disinformation campaign being waged by the media and establishment people in the oil company that stand to make all of this money. Didn't have a problem with it when we were talking about
Because I can
when it was
substantiate my
targeted.
claims.
Right. As I can. Anyone who lives outside of reality that thinks that the media wasn't 95% all in for Joe Biden isn't living in reality. So that claim's easily substantiable. So also, I want to point out that Vosh said that the only reason the U.S. is doing better than other countries is because of COVID. Here's an article from Business and Politics. It says, the United States saw the largest decline in energy-related CO2 emissions in 2019 on a country basis, a fall of 14 million tons or 2.9% to 4.8 gigatons. The Paris-based International Energy Agency revealed in a report on Tuesday. The entire European Union, which consists of 28 nations, meanwhile, only lowered emissions by 160 million tons, roughly 5.7 meters per nation. So again, we are actually doing better than the countries that stayed within the Paris Climate Accord, and we did so before COVID as well as after COVID. So Vosh is just fundamentally incorrect about
No
that.
worse
The
than the
truth
rest
is,
of the world.
many of okay, anyways, so the truth is that the doom and gloom that we see, we talk about there's a consensus on climate change. You could see even in the people that think that it's very serious, they don't have a consensus on how soon we have to solve this problem, how radical we have to be to solve this problem. Some are saying it's too late. Some are saying that we need to have radical communist takeovers. We need to radically strip people of their individual rights. Every time it comes down to affecting people that would actually have to be the poorest people that are going to have to make the biggest sacrifices. For example, what is your solution to places like India and China? If these climate change models that Endernax is talking about, and it seems that others are suggesting, are accurate, then even if the United States would reduce emissions to zero tomorrow, we would still all be doomed because of the policies of China and India. Are you willing to use violence? Are we willing to tell people in India, for example, that cheap fossil fuels have made their lives far more sustainable? Sorry, you have to go back to the times before an energy grid because your emission. How are we going to subsidize green energy, not just in the United States, but in places like India and around the world? Where are we coming up with the
a
money
coalition between us, the EU, and other allied countries? We can absolutely subsidize the development of green energy around the entire world. We're capable of lifting this planet out of coal and oil. We're capable of it. It's the goddamn USA.
China and I don't think that China and other places like that have an interest in cheap fossil fuels would go along with that.
It's free money for them. Yeah, the only reason they're still rising in climate in climate emissions is because we industrialized faster than them, so we got all the infrastructure off the ground earlier. They're just going through the same process that we did later. We're still top in carbon emissions. If we invest in our own, if we invest in them too, we can fix this across the board. And frankly, I think that the cost of subsidizing green energy across the world is probably worth saving the planet. And by the way, the long-term cost of climate change is literally orders of magnitude greater than what it would cost to subsidize green energy around the world. From
Right.
all of the natural disasters, from the billions of climate refugees to the civil and societal unrest, climate change will do infinitely more damage to our economy than any amount of investment.
This is
Can I
analogous
say
to what
one
we
thing?
see.
Can I
Oh,
say
sure.
one
Just
thing?
lie.
Everybody's trying to talk at once, and that's not going to be productive at all. So everybody who wants to talk, please raise your hand. Okay,
I always like
Rob,
talking.
CTV. Mike.
I just talked. Mike could go.
Give me.
Okay,
give me
so
a moment. Give me a moment. Wait. Rob, I love you, but you're also not the moderator. So I saw multiple people raise their hands. So I didn't even get to write them down. Can everybody raise their hands? I was trying to write them down. Okay, thank you.
CTV
Mike.
called me a liar. That's what I want to hear.
Okay,
Mm.
CTV. And Endernax. Okay, so I'm trying to remember who raised it. I'm pretty sure it was CTV who said called you liar. So it would be CTV, Mike, then Endernax. That's where we're gonna go. Okay, CTV, you're first.
Vosh, you're a liar.
Oh.
And here's why. You said the United States is the number one, right, emitter of CO2 emissions. That's what you said. So I go, I wonder if Vosh is telling the truth. So I type it into Google because we live in this information age, and it comes back and it says China is the world's largest contributing country to CO2 emissions right off the top.
Sorry, I meant per capita.
What? Ah, you said it. I heard it. You lied.
Fair mistake. That's fair.
Okay. I think per
Right?
capita is a
So,
more valid
hold on.
measurement.
So hold on just a minute now. The number one thing that I think is important to actually put out is you've said misinformation. So what I will say is this: nuclear energy and harnessing of it is just basically harnessing the energy of a fission reaction of radioactive material and using that reaction in order to heat water, right? Once you start heating the water, then you can use it for a lot of different purposes, i.e. steam. That's what you're trying to do. And through steam power, you can drive generators to make electricity. Through steam power, right, you can desalinate water through the transfer of heat energy in order to have clean water to be able to drink. That's exactly what I was talking about to begin with. This is some real, basically life-changing technology in desert areas where the ability to have clean water would be very, very important. So understanding the fundamentals of nuclear energy from the start is what needs to happen if you're going to be in any way, shape, form, or fashion involved with the legislation thereof.
But I'm pro-nuclear.
Okay, good.
I think it's cool as hell.
Oh, okay. Mike, you're next.
Okay, so yes, you're right. China is the biggest emitter overall. The U.S. is higher per capita. The U.S. also has a higher climate debt, meaning if you take all historical emissions of all countries and add them together, the United States is a leading emitter. And then there's also the consumption aspect of emissions. Just because China manufactures the crap that then gets shipped over for us to consume doesn't mean that they're responsible for the emissions. We play a part in those global emissions. So we should be focused on a nationality-based emission strategy because that's stupid. We should be focused on a global emission strategy of reducing emissions globally because we have one global atmosphere. And so the idea that you could just follow the, fix this with nuclear. First of all, nuclear energy, fine, but it's more expensive than renewables now. Renewable energy is now cheaper than nuclear energy. And as far as developing the rest of the world, I'll give you an analogy. If you were going to build a phone system in a country that doesn't currently have one, you would not go and string copper wire. You would go and build cell phone towers. Similarly, as these countries develop, we're not going to go and build coal plants and fossil fuel plants. We're going to go and build wind farms and solar panels and dams. Those are the ways of developing the world cleanly, so they'll have a new form of development that doesn't rely on fossil fuels. It will rely on renewable energy. That is how they... So you don't have to live in a world like Endernax, which his ultimate goal is that we enter into eco-fascism so we can kill the brown people because, well, we got to survive. It's global eco-fascism. That's garbage.
You're actually an awful human being, and you should probably just leave.
That's what you were
unironically.
implying.
I'm only listen. I'm only.
That's what you were
I only want to
implying,
get rid
my
of
dude.
you. That's it. That's it. In Minecraft, I only want to get rid of you in Minecraft. That's it. But you're the only
Yeah,
person.
you can fit it.
So
Let me
let's real.
finish.
Okay, let's bring this back.
Awful human being.
I
Awful.
no, we're not gonna do the in Minecraft memes. Okay, that was pretty directed towards Ender.
Okay, let
So
me finish.
Ender,
Let me just finish the point. He screeched. He screeched in the middle to say that.
Yeah, because you
I mean,
accuse me of being an
to be
evil
fair.
human being. Go fuck
Alright,
yourself.
Okay, I see that you're triggered. Calm down.
No, really? When you accuse someone of being a shitty
when you
person, they
say-
get mad? Holy shit, Central Committee!
said that you
Oh
wanna
my god, what a discovery!
Debate
Go
or are
fuck
you
yourself!
Are you gonna be triggered, motherfucker?
Oh my god, look at him, he's triggered!
Yeah,
Where are you?
yeah,
Oh my
yeah,
god,
yeah.
look guys, he's triggered! I don't care! I don't care! Fuck you!
Everybody stop. Everybody, holy
Can I
moly.
finish my point?
Oh my god, I love my job. Okay,
Jesus.
Mike, finish and then Ender.
Okay, so the black pill is actually the false pill. That's the dumb pill. The real pill is to take advantage of global democratic socialism. We have the plan. We know how to do it. Vosh is right. We can build better. We can build a clean, renewable economy that doesn't depend upon destroying the planet for fossil fuels. And when we develop the rest of the world and we promote equity in the world, when we develop everyone, that will create a global system that doesn't rely on exploitation, that doesn't rely on brown people being kept out of the modern world, like certain other people were implying with the black pill. So let's all focus on what we could do collectively to solve these problems, because we as individuals can't do it. That's why collective action and socialism is the only way.
I got the purple pill for you.
Wait. SCTV, you gotta let Ender respond to.
Just the absolute brainworm that you'd have to like to connect my doomer take of like, fuck, we are so fucked. We should focus on mitigating harm at this point. To X is an eco-fascist who literally wants to murder brown people. Are you fucking stupid? You got to be just like the most morally corrupt human being who's ever existed in this world. And it's no wonder so many people don't like you on Twitch politics. Go fuck yourself, Central Committee. Holy shit,
I don't know,
you're intolerable.
Wait, would you
Right.
murder white people? It's one way or the other.
I wouldn't murder anybody, Vosh. This is not
So
my
how are you
ideology.
black?
Would
How
you
are you black?
wait? Endernax, would you call that a third position?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay, I'm sorry. That was just fun.
All right, Endernax, I have a question for you.
What is the liberal position? Like, what, no. What do you want?
Oh my god.
Go
let me ask
ahead.
you a question. Okay, so assume that there's not resources enough for the carrying capacity of the planet. Like we have too many people.
That's not what my position is.
Oh, wait,
Are you
wait,
dumb?
wait. I'm asking your
Purple pill for
position.
y'all.
Stop freaking out. So your position is we will have enough resources for everybody in the planet?
Yes, if we focus on food production and making sure that people can live, yes, we should be able to handle that. Yeah,
So
that
you
was my
wanna
entire
see-
point. It wasn't,
wanna
we're going to
see-
run out of resources. The reason I said, oh, Vosh, like you're basically advocating for eco-fascism is because there's so much violence that would be necessitated by all the reactionaries and people who don't want to give up power worldwide. I'm just imagining like literal like the People's Union of like Union's Liberation Army who would be like Stalinists in Nepal who would kill the people who are coming in to try and give them green energy because they wanted their industry. Like and then like fascist groups elsewhere. That was just one such example because the Stalinists still do exist in countries like Nepal. Okay, I don't have a solution to this problem. I am simply trying to advocate for a position that would alleviate result in the least amount of deaths possible. That's my entire position.
So you would advocate for the forcible redistribution of property from the developed world to the developing world to make sure that we don't lose any people. So you would like to see the wealth.
If you could do that, whoa. If that's what it takes to solve the problem, and you could do that without it resulting in a backlash that would cause like maybe even potentially
Okay,
more,
so we know
deaths,
that it
then
would.
yes.
We know that it would cause a backlash. So what's your alternative then? So
That's exactly my point. Nuclear energy, subsidies to these countries, food production subsidies.
Wait, all of you.
It's blackpilling because it means that this world is going to get fucked up and there's nothing we can do about it.
Internex, I got you.
Okay, wait. Okay, CTV and then Rob Nora after because I do need to direct it towards other people.
So Internex, dude, I got you, right? No black pill here. This is the purple pill. What we need to do, right, is decide how the powers of the world are going to end up being able to come underneath one so that we as a species can colonize other planets, right? That's what we need. Now, follow me here through this logic.
They can't hear
what
me.
we need to do
Being
is
able to
reduce
eat
the powers
during
that the
stream, 'cause
federal
other people were
government
talking.
has
Fucking amazing. We
when
should
it
do
comes
this
to
more often.
control of certain things like i.e. substances, as an example. to where that's a decision that's made at the state level, we attract the rest of the nations of the world into joining us under ours because we want to be able to colonize other planets, right? We want to bring green energy. We want to do all these things, right? And harness the power of the sun to do that, right? So that's what we need to do.
Man,
I just want to say,
Yeah.
wait, well, next was Rob.
I mean, all of that aside, again, I think that the problem is again, I don't think anyone could give an actual consensus on when the time frame for this stuff is, how bad things will get. There is a consensus the climate's changing and it will have negative effects. There's not a consensus on how much man-made has to do with it, what solutions would be necessary to be able to solve it, how quick those solutions would be necessary, what the cost of those solutions would be. And we've seen these kind of doom and gloom climate predictions occur since like the 50s and even before it. We're entering another ice age. We were going to see the East Coast was going to be underwater by 2010. All of these claims have been made before. And the irony, I mean, I thought I was pretty polite leaving you guys talk there for a while. So if I could just finish my point. We hear these doom and gloom predictions, and it always leads to more centralized control of the government, more power for the government, and taking away the rights from more of the people. Every single time that's solution. So what we could see is if there is a problem, but we could see that the status quo is solving that problem. We can see that emissions are being reduced, because the faith that I think we're not seeing occur from people on the left that are kind of suggesting this big government overhaul to be able to do things is the ingenuity of people, particularly the American people, where they're going to come up with solutions to lower these emissions as it becomes necessary. We see that that's occurring now. It was even occurring under the Obama administration where emissions were reducing. They want us to just say, no, we're all going to die. Therefore, we need massive government control. That massive government control, massive communism and socialism will fail like it always does. And it will lead to more harms for the people that are at the lowest socioeconomic status. So I think that what we're seeing here, just like we saw with COVID, was we have to strip everyone's rights away. We have to lock them down. But then it ends up having negative consequences that weren't necessary to be able to fight the apocalyptic predictions that people were making.
Okay, my go. First of all, quick question. Rob, are you a QAnoner?
No.
Just a hunch. Thank you. Okay, so a couple of problems here. First of all, let's discuss positive and negative freedoms. Okay, so is it a detraction from one's freedom to live underneath a government? Well, in a sense, yes, because a government is a ruling body that has certain types of power over you and jurisdiction within a given providence. But in other ways, being underneath a government actually liberates you. For example, in the United States of America, it is legal to rape somebody. That is against the law. Were it not for a government and the law that comes with it, it would not be illegal. Nothing would be illegal. And right now, there is a reasonable degree of freedom for most people in this country at most points in time to believe that, due to the systems they live under, which at some points restrict their freedom, they aren't going to be raped. Obviously, it's not doing a good enough job, but it is something, and preferable to what we might have otherwise. Likewise, COVID-19. Are lockdowns an imposition on your freedom? Yes, they objectively are. It is also an imposition on my freedom to spend years locked into a country that is never going to get rid of this plague because the idiots running the government are completely unwilling to do anything to meaningfully address it. And frankly, I would rather stay inside for a month and have the government pay my bills, which it is perfectly capable of doing, than I would live forever in a blighted wasteland. Likewise, would I rather pay more in taxes, or would I see my grandchildren left to a blighted world upon which crops will never again grow? The answer for me is clear. When you talk in vague generalities about freedom, government control, what you're really doing is disguising the fact that you are bartering away the future of this planet and the people who live on it because you are uncomfortable with admitting that the Republicans you simp for were wrong about this. That's it. I don't think you even have a personal investment in the climate change question. You just know who's telling you what and where that information is coming from, who you trust. And I know who I trust. I trust the scientists, because the scientists are capable of proving their claims. I've looked at them, and they are extensive, and they are unilaterally in favor of one assertion, and that is that things are going to get very bad very fast unless we do something about this. Just because there are claims in the past, just because there have been claims in the past which are not, which have not borne out to bear, does not mean that claims are to be made in the future. And if you're actually about to ask me if I have personally seen any evidence, please do so, because I would love to respond very aggressively to that retort.
Yeah, sure. I would. What I would like to ask you is, if you've seen all the evidence, then surely you could tell me what the consensus is. How long do we have to take these actions that you're suggesting?
There is no specific consensus on how long we have. Every second we, hey, Nobody can make perfect predictions about the future,
Sure.
dumb fuck.
Mhm.
All we know is that things are going to continue to get worse with time. There are estimations that we have to reduce our emissions within a given length of time before 2025, before 2030, in order to prevent certain outcomes. The fact of the matter is that the math behind these equations is complicated enough that it's impossible for there to be a solid line. What we know is that we're on a boat that is precariously teetering at the edge of a waterfall. And to be making comments about, do you think it'll tip over in 30 seconds or in 45? Because frankly, I think the alarmism from Jeff over here is astonishing. Ridiculous. You're selling out the lives of your grandchildren. For what?
It's an absurd claim. And the reason that the specifics matter
What's
is
absurd?
because you're endorsing. It's an absurd claim to say that wanting the specifics of how much reductions we need
There are
in emissions
specifics. You
to
can
be able
look
to
up the
solve
data.
these. Okay, you've seen it all. Tell me. How much do we need to reduce emissions by say
The
2030?
greatest possible amount.
Gosh, I think
Okay,
you need
so
a
that's
history
not an
lesson.
answer. And let me say, what this does is it leads to the same mentality and government corruption we saw with things like the Patriot Act. We can't
This
tell you the
has
specifics,
nothing to
but
do.
you have to
what,
give
what
away.
freedoms are you going to lose? Answer. The Patriot Act was a direct reduction of your freedoms. That was the literal law written. What do you think is going to be a reduction of your freedoms to address
Well,
climate
let's
change?
see. So far, we've had different suggestions here. We've talked about possibly the banning of meat and the way people eat and their habits and that. We've had Endernax talk about the need to support and send institutions, send money and other things.
Nobody's
and all
banning
of these
meat.
resources to places all over. Okay, but there are all sorts of things that are being
Even
suggested.
the Green
For
New
example,
Deal
if we
doesn't say
adapt the
ban
Green,
meat.
Right. If we look at the Green New Deal, we could see many things in right. For example, it talks about the original iteration of the Green New Deal said that we will provide jobs for anyone who wants them. We will retrofit every single building in the United States.
Nope, you're
to adapt for this Green New-
nope, you are completely wrong. First of all, a jobs creation program is not saying that you're going to create jobs for anyone who wants them. Second of all, not retrofitting every single building in the United States, rather targets to retrofit certain buildings to better meet insulation guidelines. How is this an imposition on your freedom? Your
Right,
freedom.
I'm glad you asked that question.
Again,
'cause I
like
got
in
the
a,
answer.
real quick, if you let me finish, see, you're wrong. The original iteration talked even specifically about guaranteeing income for even people that chose not to work.
Are you talking
That was
about
the
the
original-
iteration that got leaked because it wasn't ready to even be released to Congress and it wasn't even a policy proposal? It was literally just like notes being written on the 2-page document that people extrapolate so much fear-mongering from?
Yeah, I am talking about the actual goals that the people in government that never told.
So you're not
power
talking
mong-
about the Green New Deal. You're talking about like the post-it notes that were left on the Green New Deal when an initial like release was. Yeah, no. So again, your
So
freedoms.
you don't think that
your
that's
freedoms.
you don't think that they took that approach
Rob,
seriously?
your freedoms. What are going to be limited if we invest in green energy? Which freedoms?
My freedom to have cheap fossil fuels and be able to drive. My freedom
Wait,
to have.
wait,
a-
hold
a
on.
job-
Wait, one at a time. No one's taking away your
Right.
freedom to drive. Okay, that's
Yes,
first
they
of
are.
all.
Well, if you have more money, it might not affect you if fossil fuel prices go through the roof.
How
it
are
does
fossil
affect the
fuel
poorest
Wait,
of
how are
Americans.
fossil fuel prices going to go through the roof?
Because we are transitioning away from fossil fuels and artificially subsidizing things like green energy.
What is artificial? You realize we currently artificially subsidize oil and gas, right? So how is this going to increase the cost of gas?
Because as we transition to green energy that doesn't exist right now, it will require investment. The only way that that investment will be able to pay off is if we artificially raise the price of fossil fuels. The reason that we've had so much. Well,
How does the
listen,
government artificially
listen.
raise the price of fossil
Okay,
fuels?
well, wait, okay, okay.
Wait a
give me in
second.
here.
Wait, let me finish.
I see you, Mike, but we'll let Rob finish. CTV wanted to sit them down, throw you over to you, Mike. Okay.
Just so you know,
You're
if
gonna
demand
make
for
me
oil goes
explode.
down, the price will plummet too.
Listen, yes, this is exactly the point. What we see is that the government, in order to make it so people use green energy, will have to artificially inflate the price of fossil fuels. Because what we've seen historically is there's pushes for things like nuclear energy and green energy. What happens is oil producing countries artificially lower the price of their fossil fuels, which then increases consumption. So the only way you could make renewable energy sustainable is to artificially inflate
How?
the price of fossil fuels
With
to
a
where
tariff?
people are forced.
We-
Well, they could do all kinds of things.
How
In
can
the
the
United-
government how?
Well, they could stop production of domestic fossil fuels. They could stop production of natural gas, transition
What do
away
you mean
from
stop
it. As
produ- These are private industries that mine these up. You realize that if we invest in green energy and more things are powered by green energy, we're going to have lower demand for oil and gas, which means that their prices are going to go down, right? That's the reason why, since COVID-19 started and people started driving less, oil prices went into negatives for future speculations because
How
they
will
were so
renewable
because they
energy
were so
compete
cheap.
with-
Huh?
How will renewable energy compete if the price of fossil fuels decreases? What people
because-
out there are going to say, well, I'll stop driving my
because
car
renewable
with treat
energy.
fossil fuels.
Because first of all, we don't transition the entire economy all at once. Not everyone's driving a clean car or a green energy car by 2025. But there are things we can do, like starting to get green energy more and more involved in the grid, or subsidizing the production of green buses or green transit or green trains or green cars, slowly but surely. But this isn't a process that's going to suddenly cause a spike in your gas prices. There is no economic evidence to suggest that it will. And even then, your right to cheap gas isn't a freedom worth buying from the world.
Do you not see?
And
all of
again,
the
what you
control
see here,
there?
though,
Okay,
is
Can I talk, please?
Okay. Okay, so next I said it was CTV, and then it's gonna be Mike, right? I gotta get the conversation.
Gosh,
next to
do
these
you
two.
not see the level of control that you're attempting to try to have there?
I haven't
That's
mentioned a
exactly
single
what you're-
policy. Not
No,
one.
every single bit of what you're talking about, though, is the government body controlling that through legislation.
What control?
That's exactly what it's talking
Subsidies? You mean like what we do for oil and gas right now?
Every single bit of what you said is direct government control through
Subsidies.
legislation,
That's
right?
not-
And we saw the exact same thing, right, happen in the 50s whenever there was leaded gasoline, right? And the scientists then said that leaded gasoline was perfectly safe, right? There was no problems with leaded gasoline, and that's what they were using. The scientists went up to Congress and they said leaded gasoline is fine.
Right.
Ultimately, science ended up finding out later that leaded gasoline was a bad thing, so then we ended up banning leaded
What are
gasoline,
you
and we only
talking
use
about? How is
literal
how is it
history that
wrong
you're
for
not-
the government to subsidize green
Shut
energy
up and
when they
listen.
currently subsidize
Shut
oil and gas?
the fuck up and listen. The whole
You okay,
point
dude?
of this is for history. The whole point's for history, right? So when you come up and you're talking about this Green New Deal, like it's supposed to be this, best thing since sliced bread, what I see is all of this control that you're trying to
What
exert
control?
over markets that have a vested interest, and you've already said to
So are
create
subsidies bad?
jobs.
Yes or no? Are subsidies bad? Yes or no?
Okay. I
Wait, I just want to know. I just want to know an answer. Yes or no?
Okay,
Because he
okay,
seems
okay,
to think
okay,
that's some type of
okay,
government control.
Okay. Well, that's what I'm gonna do is I'll give him some time to answer it and give him some time to expand on that, and then I'm gonna throw this over to Mike because Mike looks like he's about to like OD on aggressive.
Yeah, are they
temper
good or
once
they
we get out
bad?
there.
Because we do it for oil and gas right now. Do a huge amount.
No, so the literal point
Indeed,
for me
we do.
is that you don't.
So the answer is yes, subsidies are bad.
Wait. Let's use
Subsidies
my name. Wait. I'm trying to. Okay. We got to give CTV like a second here to respond. It was directed towards him.
Okay.
I
go ahead.
want him to give some time to
The
respond.
fact that we're doing it now is clearly a break in the system, right? Because we shouldn't have so much government involvement as it is.
You
The
didn't
free
answer the
market should
question.
be able to.
Bosh,
What
please.
fucking point about philosophy are you not getting, dude? This is all like. I mean, we could sit here and just talk about the way things are and how shitty they are until the cows come
Or
home.
you
or
could
we
answer
actually
whether or
talk
not
about what
subsidies are
we be able
bad.
to get out of it,
It's
right?
a yes/no
See,
question. It's so easy. I don't know why you can't just answer then move on. I won't interrupt you if you just answer.
because
Subsidies are bad.
Okay,
There
but
you go.
from CTV, if we could.
as a rule, subsidies from the government are bad.
Okay, let's remove them on oil and gas then.
Agreed.
Okay,
Yeah,
great.
let's do that.
And then let's do it to
I'm
green
glad
energy
you're not
because the
Mitch
planet's
McConnell,
dying.
though. Yeah, so your dumbass opinion doesn't actually change whether or not we give oil and gas subsidies.
The point
because-
is, though, is that you want all this control in the government to control all these industries, which have a vested interest in perpetuating this. When there's already research out there that the level of I lost that one. It had to do with
Or
solar
subsidies
panels and like the
control.
amount of environmental impact that they have on it, right? The environmental impact of just producing all of these solar panels ends up being a net negative when it comes to the power that they actually produce, which is why I would be on board with nuclear energy being able to solve a lot of these problems. So if we're talking about actual legislation, we need to go about educating the population about the net benefits of an energy that is actually usable rather than the amount of production that would be needed in order to jumpstart this program when we have I don't know if any of y'all are paying attention to economics, but the economy around the world is fucking hurting,
Okay.
right? It ain't like there's an unlimited amount of money to just be able to pour into whatever fucking
Okay,
pocket you
you're about to
want.
go. Wait, can I
right?
ask you? Do you think? Wait. Do you think it's good or bad?
Okay. Bosh, Mike is about to fall
I'm
over
gonna
his chair.
fucking smash my computer. Okay, listen. We know exactly what we need to do. It's called the International Panel for Climate Change, or the International Panel. You need to go study it on climate change. They specifically talk about what our goals need to be to avoid what outcomes. And they tell exactly what the rate of change in our global climate emissions need to be. It's an international consensus there, it's very clear what we need to do. I don't know why you're surprised. Like nobody's
What is
thought
it?
about
Just tell
this.
us. Just tell us. You've read it. You tell us.
Specifically, global net human caused emissions of carbon dioxide would need to fall by about 45% from 2010 levels by 2030, reaching net zero around 2050. And that's to reach the goal of not getting more than 1.5 degrees centigrade over the pre-industrial average.
Sounds good.
In order to do that, we have to change our energy system from a carbon-based system to one that is either carbon neutral or carbon negative. Now, we have the technology to do all of those things. It's a matter of ending the subsidies for fossil fuel. And yes, who gives a shit about government control is an arbitrary thing. And what Vosh is arguing, and what you're not understanding, is that there's a lot of government control in the status quo right now supporting the fossil fuel industry. And we have made changes to our economies when we found out that something that we were using was problematic. For example, we have the CFCs from refrigeration. We're causing a hole in the ozone layer. We got down together and big daddy governments around the world signed a treaty saying you can't use these refrigerants anymore. They're causing a hole in the ozone layer, and they banned it with government control. But yet, I don't know if you noticed, I just opened my fridge in the middle of this conversation, got a cold beverage. Refrigerants still exist. My freedom to use CFCs was impeded, but yet I still have refrigerants. And maybe that caused some sort of marginal increase in the price, but the benefit is we don't have a gigantic hole in the ozone layer. Similarly, the leaded gasoline example is actually contrary to your conservative position, because we decided that the marginal because the reason why leaded gasoline was used is because it was cheaper to increase the octane of gas, meaning that you could compress it more before it explodes. You have to understand a little bit about internal combustion engines to understand why that's a good thing, right? More efficient, the more it compresses. I know you're not very mechanically inclined. Now, it was cheaper to do that with lead-based ways of increasing the octane, but there are alternative ways of doing it that's more expensive, and that's what we went with because it was causing intractable brain damage with lead. And the lead was in the environment, hurting everyone, and we decided, paying 2 or 3 cents more a gallon is probably worth everyone not having brain damage. And we made that decision with government control, and we moved on. Similarly, we can do the same with energy. We have the technology, we have the knowledge, we just need the political know-how. And the reason why you're opposed to it is because groups like the Koch brothers and ExxonMobil have spent tens of billions of dollars spreading out bullshit because they're the incumbents who make money from the status quo. So stop being stupid, get on board with the science, and let's move on and get done with fixing these problems.
You were really holding that in. Okay, Rob, over to you.
Thanks. So several things to say here. One, they talk about how much percentage do we need to reduce emissions by 2030? What was it again?
It said we need to do 45% from 2010 levels by 2030.
So we're already about halfway there. Just last year, for example, we reduced by 2.9 or 4.8 gigatons the amount of emissions. So this is one of the problems I see when we hear
Donald Trump was president.
Excuse me. Actually, they fell under Donald Trump even after he pulled out of the Paris Climate Accord. One of the problems I hear with
Mike, let's be clear. Mike, you just went on like a 2 to 3 minute diatribe. We got to let
Was
Rob
that
respond.
2 minutes? Wow, it felt like 5 seconds.
Went fast, huh? But like one of the things we heard Vosh say, he said previously, we have to act as fast as possible, as much as possible when I ask for the specifics. But then he says, it'll be a gradual transition away from fossil fuels. This is the problem because the fear-mongering is such that they just say, we want massive socialism. That's what they want. We want massive government control of industry. We want massive redistribution. And so that's the only possible solution. We're all going to die. Oh, really? What are the specifics on this? Well, we can't give you the specifics. The truth is the status quo is transitioning to the world that they're talking about. We are reducing emissions every year. That's
first of all, we're objectively not transitioning fast enough.
It's getting a little, let's be honest. The panel's already, sorry, Dylan.
Yeah. I wanted to say I didn't really get to hear the entirety of Rob's position. Vosh, I'll let you respond after, but we do need to start wrapping up.
We need to let the other people talk too, if we can.
Yeah. I mean, I do want to get around it. It's just I haven't really seen much like oomph to get in. I mean, like Lycan's eating like a snack. Endernex is yelling at chat. Last username is casting spells or whatever with his brain powers like always. And
it's just bad we didn't get into an age of
Denims is just memeing. So I mean that's that. But if any of them want to raise their hand or at any point just jump in, I mean they can. So Rob, yeah,
Listen,
please finish.
I was just distracted by the bombardment. Like Vosh is sending all of his viewers over here to spam dicks in my chat. Like I don't know what the fuck.
Whoa, I said nothing.
I'm kidding.
Wow.
What are you, a
Vosh,
homophobe?
that's a deadly.
No, not at all.
Let's bring this back. But that is a deadly accusation. Rob, can you please finish your point and then Vosh respond, and then we're gonna have any statement so everybody can contribute. And we're also getting close to midnight, so this has gone way over where it's supposed to.
Sure. So yeah, just to wrap up this point, again, we see the status quo going in the direction without having massive government control, which fails over and over when we see massive government programs to redistribute wealth. This sort of socialism, communism would be devastating to the economic success of countries like the United States. And it's always, but there's this big fear out there. We need to take over total control. That's always the argument they make when we can see the status quo transitioning there. And you can see the disingenuousness or maybe just ignorance of sometimes, like, for example, Fauci said, well, the only reason we've reduced our emissions was because of COVID. That was a lie. When we go to the Green New Deal, he said, no, it doesn't talk about retrofitting all buildings. Section E under the Green New Deal, upgrading all existing buildings in the United States and building new buildings to achieve maximum energy efficiency, water efficiency, safety, affordability, comfort, and durability, including through certification. So this is the official House Resolution 1093 that Vaush said did not say upgrading every building. It does say that. And this is what you see oftentimes with people on the left. When they're having these massive power grabs, they say, oh, no, things trust us. Things are this way. In reality, they are misidentifying exactly what the Green New Deal is. In fact, the Green New Deal also goes on to talk, if it's just about climate change, why is there so much, for example, about race in the Green New Deal? Why is there so much about redistributing and focusing on things specifically based on your skin color and things like that? If the problem is literally climate change, then it should be a document focused specifically on climate change. Instead, we're going to retrofit every building in the United States for comfort. This is the policy when we can see the status quo is working now. So why risk this horrible government takeover?
Okay.
Vosh,
So-
and then I see somebody who hasn't had shown.
First of all, I know this is a
Let them-
waste of.
let them go.
I know this is a waste of time because there's no relationship between the shit Rob says and the shit Rob hears. It's just there's a complete disconnect between those two faculties of his brain. But let's give it a shot. So first of all, no, objectively, if you take a look at the math and the current trends, we are absolutely not meeting the deadlines that we need for reducing climate emissions, not even fucking close. We're also talking about a need to drop it on a global level, which means we're going to need to work cooperatively with other countries, not just within our own country. Additionally, your claim that solar panels actually have a detrimental carbon output based on their construction is factually incorrect. Wait, was that from CTV?
Yeah,
Maybe
I
it
didn't
was
say
from CTV.
that.
My
Just
apologies.
cleared up.
That additionally, I like how I said this earlier. You are the fearmonger, my dude. I'm literally talking about subsidizing green energy, and you're the one talking about communist control of government. You are the paranoid nut here. I'm the one standing behind thousands of
Can I real quick?
Hold
do
on.
you support the Green New Deal?
Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
Okay.
Experiments and surveys and studies. I'm the one standing behind the plurality of evidence. I'm the one pointing at things that everyone with their mind on this properly can agree is going to happen. You're the one saying that a communist takeover is when you subsidize green energy the way we've subsidized oil and gas. Like, the level of fearmongering here is insane. Nobody's taking away your rights. Nobody at all. Even if we were to go with, and again, the Green New Deal isn't policy. The Green New Deal is a statement of priorities, which I completely support. Even if we were to take everything the Green New Deal does and says at face value, I will pay 99% taxes, okay, to personally retrofit every single building in this fucking country with little baby windows that you can only look at with one eye at a time. If it means my grandchildren get to fly across the world and go to the beautiful verdant land of New Zealand, which is not sunk into the fucking ocean. Every time you motherfuckers fearmonger about this, you fail to contextualize your fearmongering against the very real and very legitimate fact that we are bargaining with the safety of the species here. And I like the...
Look, if you're willing to pay 99%, do it.
Yeah.
Why wait for the law to tell you?
Because right now, if I paid it, it wouldn't go towards climate change shit. I would absolutely take a massive tax hike if it meant Green New Deal.
You can do whatever the fuck you want with it.
Wait, you can hold me to this.
Hypocrite.
I will take a huge tax hike if it means the government implements Green New Deal policies. 100%. I make a lot of money. Okay, I will dump that shit. I will personally go over to the IRS and with a comically large suitcase full of $100 bills, and I will empty that shit all over their desk if it means that my money goes towards making this country a better place. That's the difference between you and me. I'm okay making the world
That's
a better
garbage.
place, even if it means it
It's
personally
garbage.
comes at the expense of my own wealth, my own
Then do
well-being.
it. You're telling me that you can't find people right now that are affected by climate change that couldn't use your money?
What are you
You're telling me
wait,
that
wait,
you
wait, wait,
couldn't
hold on, hold on. Since you've only been doing whataboutism this entire conversation, I should have expected this. Now we've
course.
reached the point where you don't have arguments, so instead you're saying, if you want to improve the world, why not donate every cent of your income to charities?
You said it!
If you really care about ending war in the Middle East, sir, why haven't you gone over to Yemen and personally fed milk into the mouths of undernourished babies? This is meaningless whataboutism, okay? Wait, you are easier to read than a book. You are easier to read than the 2-page Green New Deal, okay? The facts are this. Climate change is happening. We're not fixing it fast enough. We can fix it. I want my grandchildren to live good lives, so I am going to work towards that end. You are a paranoid conspiracy theorist who is terrified, not because you actually care about your fucking tax margins going to climate change, but because you don't want to accept the fact that your parasocial idols who you read the Twitter feeds of were wrong, okay? It is so transparently obvious every time I talk with people like you that you have no fucking idea and you don't care about any of the outcomes of what you're talking about here. It's literally just a sports game to you. But this is the world, okay? It's a planet. It may be shaped like a sports ball, but it is not one, okay? So let's deal with reality.
Okay, Rob, you're gonna respond, and then we gotta show it over to Denims, and then we gotta wrap it up.
Yeah,
with
I'm done.
outro
The
statements
next
to finish
statement I
up.
make
Okay.
is going to be the final closing.
Wonderful. Okay, Rob.
Fine. So we could see again the condescension and the arrogance that comes from people like Bosch, who says, "Oh, I would gladly give 90%, 99% of my wealth to be able to solve this problem." No one's stopping him. What he's really interested in is having his political ideology take over and have massive control of people. He's the one who started to claim that I was immoral, and he had the morally righteous side of this argument. But Mr. Moral Vosh here is only willing to give money to help people suffering from climate change if he's compelled to do so by force
to
from the
fix
government.
climate change.
It is a ridiculous, again, like
Not
you
to help
can't
people
even not
suffering,
interrupt
dumb
people.
fuck,
Your
to fix it.
condensation, it's absolutely ridiculous. Like it's just pathetic, and your arrogance and your condescension is unwarranted. You're nowhere near as smart as you think. In fact, you were proven wrong twice on factual claims you made on this very subject. The claim that you made that the only reason the U.S. reduced emissions was because of COVID, but the truth was we were reducing emissions better than Europe in 2019. And the claim you made that the actual Green New Deal that was passed as a House resolution did not say that it would retrofit every building, something that is also inaccurate. You've supported the Green New Deal, so you're not someone who's just, hey, I'm just saying subsidies, for example, for renewables. That's not what the Green New Deal says. That's not what their objectives are. You agree that you support those objectives. So the arrogance that you have in this faux moral superiority that you somehow think that only people that adapt your massive socialist ideology are the people that really care about the country are laughable.
True.
If you cared about the future of pilled children, if you cared about the future of the country, you wouldn't wait to withhold your 99% of money you were willing to give until the government tells you you have to. There are people right now, according to studies that you would read, according to a consensus of scientists, that are suffering because of things like climate change. We could argue about how many those people are, but you could go out there and make a difference with the 99% of money that you were willing to give up. But you won't do it because you're a hypocrite. Now, normally I wouldn't bring up this hypocrisy, but when you act like that you're morally superior than other people, it becomes quite evident that that's not the case, that you're merely arguing for political power and you don't really care about these issues. Else, you would be out there doing something. And Mike, like, way to be a toady for Vouch. You're really good.
No, it's just the hypocrisy from a conservative.
Anybody else who speaks that is not Denims, I'm gonna send live tigers into your home. Okay, Denims, speak, and then we're gonna wrap it
Minecraft.
up.
Be careful, TOS.
No, not in Minecraft.
For the record, sorry I haven't interjected. I wake up at like 6 a.m. in the morning, and it's like 9 for me now. So like, and I need 9 hours of sleep. So I'm like running low on energy now. But okay, so my perspective on this is that it seems like we have a problem. We have a proposed solution for this problem. The proposed solution is something that we do to a bunch of other things, right? Like aka subsidies and taxing things. We do it for a fuck ton of subsidies in America. Nobody ever complains about these subsidies. I don't understand why we're so against that. I'm really, really confused, and I'm genuinely asking, I guess, anyone who is against the Green New Deal or anyone who's against, maybe not even specifically the Green New Deal, but targeting climate change. Why are we against it?
Okay, I don't think it's not as if we have a
look. Last, I know you like cats. Do you like tigers? Would you like to get to know them better?
them. Adorable.
Well, wonderful. You'll get to know one really, really well.
But I'm just
very soon.
responding to what you said.
I understand. Can you do that in any statement? I said, I just really want to wrap this up. I just really want to wrap this up because it is now past midnight. It is 30 minutes past when we were supposed to end it. And you know what? Last username. You have been the most behaved out of the whole panel. Therefore, I will bend the rules to you and only you. Because
Are we doing any
powerful
statements
wizard.
now?
You're a powerful wizard. You're a powerful wizard, last username, and you cast a spell on me. You will destroy my life. So you will be the only person I make an exception for, since you have been so well the whole panel. You'll get to say something here, and then we'll do any statements. Okay?
Sorry, I thought we were still doing the open talk, but okay. If you want to wrap this up, you know what? Just do the rest, and I'll do my finishing statement. I'll say what I have to say there.
Well, see, he can't even. I tried to bend the rules to him, and he just wouldn't even take it. Wouldn't even take it. Look, he's great. Okay, we're gonna start with Lycan in the top left-hand corner.
Sorry, I'm slow to the unmute button. First of all, I want to say
chicken though.
Yeah. I want to say thank you very much for hosting this, Dylan. It was awesome. With regard to climate change, I think unless I missed some political violence propositions, I completely agree with Bosch, and I think he covered it for me pretty well. At the end of the day, it's real, it's a problem, it needs to be dealt with, and continuing to put our head in the sand like ostriches is not productive, and it's a product of partisanship. I think the fact that Al Gore is the one that came out and really started to put the climate change discussion on the table is what led us to where we are, because Republicans said, Al Gore said this, well, fuck. And then it became a super politicized issue when it should have just been something that said, where scientists came out and said, hey, climate change is happening. We should probably do something about this. You remember reading in your weekly reader about the hole in the ozone layer? Yeah, well, it's going to fucking kill you in a couple years. That would have been really cool if we had just handled this like adults, but we didn't. And that's why we're here having stupid fucking discussions about climate change, because it's been politicized. And this harkens to the masks. This harkens back to the fucking Trump section with regard to legacy. Like, this fucking stupid American politics, dumbest fucking shit we can fight about. We fight about it. So here we are. I don't have anything else to say to that. I just want to say thank you, Dylan, for having this. It was really awesome. And yeah, that's it.
No problem. Next is Vosh.
Yeah, okay. So closing statements, I guess, for the final subject. So I'll sort of broadly wrap this up. Okay. I believe in socialism for Rob's grandchildren, okay? Because I want those beautiful, probably unborn, just judging from looking at you, you're not like 70, unborn souls. I want them to live a free and fair life where they are not fighting in the resource wars over the last few freshwater sources left on the planet. Look, at the end of the day, when it comes to climate change debates, it always boils down to the exact same back and forth, the exact same Mott and Bailey, okay? The conservative will say, I understand the science, I recognize the science exists, but you want control, you want X, you want Y, you want socialism. And then you say, okay, well, here are some solutions I have proposed to prevent the end of the world. What do you have? And they'll never answer. And if they do answer, what they'll implicitly suggest with their response is that they don't actually believe the climate science is real. What they'll do is they'll oscillate back and forth between not denying the science and then proposing solutions that no scientist would say is sufficient to fix the problem. And what this ultimately is, I mean, they're doing what they're told. They are marching soldiers, shoulder to shoulder, in line, taking orders from Murdoch, taking orders from the Koch brothers. May one of them rest in hell. They are taking orders from all of the oil and gas and coal propaganda outlets that they have been listening to since they were born. And I deeply, deeply feel sorry for them, especially because I am well positioned to survive climate change. Not everyone in this country is. It is genuinely sad that, like, I feel a greater impetus to protect the lives of my fellow countrymen and the people who I live with on this planet than people who would be more directly affected by it. You know? I mean, God help the Floridians, right? They're the first ones to go. An entire state is like 2 feet above seawater.
Okay, I'm going to now throw it over to Rob Noor.
Thank you, as always, Dylan, for hosting. I thought you did a fantastic job, as
thank you,
usual,
Dylan.
hosting. And I enjoyed the conversation, even if it gets condescending and morally superior from some of the people. But, there were all sorts of distinctions and I think things that were tenuous hypocrisy or just positions that were tenuous in each other that we see from people on the left. For example, when I talk about the media being a tool that was almost completely behind Joe Biden, they don't have a problem with that. That's just life, no problem. I talk about the specifics of how when you have a situation like that with the intel community working hand in hand with the media, when you have a situation with corporations, establishment, people in both parties, they're all hand in hand in that, pushing for one agent, it leads to disinformation. It allows people to not really have a voice because that persuasion is so powerful in the American people that they'll be able to pick whoever they want for president. I was mocked for that. And then immediately when we get to climate change, the problem is, that the media is involved with the Koch brothers and that they have this whole narrative going on against climate change. And we need to fight that narrative to be able to convince people they need to fight climate change. So you can see how it's tenuous, the way they approach that. Also, don't forget, Vosh was wrong and people on the left were wrong when they suggested exactly what's going on. Our emissions have been going down. I was looking at the EIA.org, the Energy Administration, and it talks about in some things such as coal-produced electricity since 2070, we're down 50% in emissions. And understand these things will exponentially increase in going down because as the market develops more renewable energies and nuclear, this stuff will go down. So what we see is this advocacy, as always, this fear-mongering that says we have to radically change now and endorse things like the Green New Deal that would be horrible. And again, like the Green New Deal says, things like focusing on race-based policies, things like focusing on retrofitting every building in the United States for comfort, whatever that means. These are the sort of policies, these grandiose government control policies that are socialist in nature that we see. We also see claims of moral superiority, but people are only willing to act morally when the government compels them to do so. That's not morality. Now, we could argue the strategic nature of that, but to pretend one side's more moral than the other is laughable. Morality is you doing things out of the goodness of your heart, not because the government compels you to do so. So all in all, I think that I've been able to show throughout this debate that what we see is a problem, and I think Vosh would agree with this, and others on Central Committee maybe as well, that there is a problem when we have the control of information that is being controlled by a few corporations and a few entities that don't have the best people's interest at heart. And if we don't change that, even issues like climate change won't matter because they will just be able to control who gets elected, and then our opinions on these specific policies will be irrelevant.
Okay, next I'm going to throw it over to Denims.
I think that the pushback on green energy is really, really fucking bizarre. It seems like such an easy Republican piece, right? It feels like people on the right should eat it up just fine, but they don't. And I'm really, it makes me really confused. It would provide a bunch of new jobs. It's good for the future of the country. It would, so to speak, make America great again. You know, it has so many factors that would normally seem like they would appeal to a Republican base, but they don't. And I don't get it. I genuinely don't understand what the frustration with it is, because people on the right, well, they'll support subsidies for coal, they'll support subsidies for fracking, they'll support, and maybe those are controversial or whatever, but they'll support subsidies for like farmers and stuff, or, you know, like whatever the industry is, they're fine with it because they view it as providing a net good to society. But for some reason, when it comes to providing subsidies to green energy just takes it a step too far, and it's just too much. And it's the most bizarre thing in the world. And I genuinely want to understand it, but it feels like they just spend their time debunking on why it's bad instead of saying why they don't like it. And it's beyond me.
Next is the last username.
Okay, so there seem to be some people claiming here that are acting as if there's this sort of straightforward solution to climate, and it's just about, you know, letting the government subsidize this or subsidize that, or, you know, like we know the solution and we just have to do it. That's not true. That may have been true for some other problems, like the thing with CFCs and the ozone layer, thing with leaded gasoline. Those are much more straightforward problems to solve. Very simple sort of technological fix that the increased cost was relatively minor. The carbon issue is much more complicated and probably much more expensive. So if we had, it's easy to say, we just need the government to do exactly the right things to solve this incredibly complicated problem. It's quite reasonable to say, I don't really trust the government to be able to do those complicated things. The things they've seen proposed from them, like the Green New Deal, are clearly not going to do that. And look at the things. I mean, we're already doing stupid things that exacerbate the problem, like, as Vosh pointed out, subsidizing fossil fuels. So why is the organization that's doing that, why are we suddenly going to trust them to solve the problem that they're largely responsible for causing? So it's not a conspiracy theory to say I don't trust the solution of the government doing things. And anytime you're going to give the government the power to do something, you're giving that power to the people who are not going to be on board with that solution, right? Like, you can look at, okay, this guy, let's elect this guy, and he's going to do the right thing and solve this problem. But what happens when the next person is elected and they're from the other side of the aisle of that guy, and they do all the other things? And why is the other side of the aisle automatically against everything that the other guy is doing? It's almost like the political process sort of creates this polarization. And it's because of that half of the people are strangely opposed to just solving this problem. I think that's a result of mass politics, not of a few coal companies lobbying things. I just don't see how they could have that much influence over things. The demand for this kind of controversy comes from politics. I would have liked to talk about that more, but I think this conversation demonstrates how an issue like this becoming a political football is what makes it unsolvable, is what creates this polarization and this gridlock. And I don't think you can solve that problem with more politics. I think you have to separate it from politics in order to start solving it collectively and cooperatively as individuals.
Okay, next we're going to throw it over to Mike.
So this is why we have fundamental ideological disagreements on this panel. The exercise of state power in order to accomplish an objective is necessarily going to impede on some people's rights for the purpose of a greater objective. And there's never been a clearer case than climate change. And whether, as if the problem isn't as complicated as our ANCAP friend makes it out to be. Most of our, for example, electricity generation is highly centralized already. It's already done through utilities, which are state-granted monopolies. And we know how much energy we need to have produced and where we need it to have produced because we have historical records. So we could substitute existing power generation that is carbon-based for a carbon-free version of power and provide it in similar times in similar places to where it was provided in the past. This is actually a situation where central planning is highly effective. And I just wholeheartedly disagree with it's too complicated for the government, especially in a situation like right now in COVID-19, where relying on individual human action has so catastrophically failed. The countries like Vietnam, for example, that imposed the strictest lockdowns, that enforced the mandates through both social ostracization and government force, are the ones that have managed to cram down this pandemic the most successfully. Those states like our own, where people wander around going, it's my personal freedom to not wear a mask, is where hundreds of thousands of people are dying. So yes, the problem is very straightforward. And yes, the solution is relatively straightforward. And the reason why we're not doing it is not because we don't know how or because conservatives just haven't heard the right arguments. It's because there are institutions of power and wealth in this society who want to keep their position. And they have influence in our government. They have influence in our institutions. And that influence must be overturned via action from the people before it's too late. And there's a famous saying, it's from Rosa Luxemburg, and the solution is before us: socialism or barbarism. Either we will fail to rise to the challenge of climate change and our global civilization will be imperiled, or we will adopt collective action and together, for the good of humanity, for equity for all, we will act in a socialist manner to solve this problem. Now, those of you who are opposed to solving the problem are, in fact, enemies of humanity, and I will do everything in my power to defeat you.
Okay, next I'm going to throw it over to CTV.
All right. So Fosh said there's, what was it? Always, never solutions to the problems, right? So what I'm going to do is kind of lay out some of the basics of what I'm seeing, right? Is that this Green New Deal just implements government control inside the United States in an attempt to meaningfully reduce CO2 emissions here in the United States, right? So what I would say is that if you put a coalition of states together that wanted to donate a percentage of their tax money, and their states are contributing directly to a project of a bigger means, right? What would be a project that would be able to do something to affect some real change? Well, considering the fact that the number one reducer of CO2 or the recycling of CO2 is the process of photosynthesis, right? So what we need to do is be able to create more trees somehow. Well, how could we do that? Well, there's a huge swath of land out there in Africa called the Sahara Desert that used to be a tropical rainforest. Now, what does it not have now that it had then? Water. So what if we put together a fund to build nuclear power plants there that would provide energy for the African continent, right? That could be used for the nation to create industrialization there, and also create a rainforest at the same time, because now we're pumping millions of gallons of fresh water from the sea onto the land. So my question is that are you really taking like what could actually affect enough change to be able to make a real difference just here? Or are you really looking at it as humanity and what would be great for the planet, right? So I just kind of weigh those things out whenever I'm thinking about those kinds of things.
Okay, we're going to throw it over to Ender next to wrap it up.
Yeah. So instead of addressing the point, I'm gonna take time to say a couple things to do an outro. This entire conversation was very interesting. It's so sad to me that there's so many people who really just either you have to take a position that's very skeptical of science, or you have to just be ignorant of it and not look at it. But that's besides the point. The real point here is that I run a Minecraft server with political YouTube or streamers, like Dylan Burns here. He is a leader of one of the kingdoms on my Minecraft server that it has a player council. We actually have player representation. Players own the means of production in my Minecraft server. There are communists. There are actual unironic.
I don't like this.
Okay, I won't mention that part. There are right-wingers who have unsavory opinions, and they have their own kingdom that the communists gang up on in a.
I've server muted him because I am nope, I'm not letting him advertise his Minecraft server. You can advertise everything here, not the Minecraft server, okay?
So that was all in Minecraft, correct?
Yes. Yeah, literally in Minecraft. If you are okay, enter next, I'll do it. If you want to go on his Minecraft server, send him a DM on Twitter. He was in the original tweet on my thing. There you go. You can contact him there. Or you could probably find him in my Discord in one of the streamer contact thing. Okay. I'm hijacking that because I just no. Okay. I'm just no. I'm breaking rules. I don't care. Okay. And then next, you want to finish your ending statement?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I do want to finish my ending statement. You know what, Dylan? I'm not going to say anything about the thing that I'm not allowed to mention, but he plays it actively. Okay, so even though he's disavowing right now, like a meanie poo-poo head. Okay,
disavowing Minecraft.
The other thing I was going to say is, I've only been streaming for 4 months or something, and I went from being a 10 viewer Andy. I'm blessed to be have an audience of just 50 people in general. So I'm just gonna say there's one thing that I've noticed, and that's there's some really chill people who stream and some really shitty people. I'm not gonna call out the shitty people, but I do want to call out the people who are actually pretty cool. So Dylan Burns, I want to thank you for hosting these political panels. They're honestly a great time, and you're a good guy. I mean, we play a lot of video games together. I know I've made a lot of memes about that to your chat. I feel like honestly, there's not enough people like you in Twitch politics, and that's the honest truth. So thank you for doing what you do. I love you, dude.
Love you too. You got pretty eyes. Anyway,
so
thank you.
Very based.
Anyway,
Very bait.
Thanks. That was the special YouTube edition of the Hippie Dippy Roundtable. You can find my social medias on Twitter at Dylan Burns 1776, which is DYLAN.
Can I say one last thing, actually?
1776. Sure.
Yeah,
What is
okay.
it?
Yeah, you guys should check out Dylan Burns, my preferred foreign policy correspondent. Thank you very much for hosting this. I appreciate it. I know you had to bring it out to the wastelands so I could participate without all of you getting banned from Twitch, but I had fun. Also, I just want to say, CTV and Rob, I really do appreciate you both coming on, by the way. I know that
Thanks,
generally
man. Same to
speaking,
you.
online political engagement, especially on Twitch, especially with Twitch streamers, tends to be fairly left-leaning. I know how these panels tend to go. I think being able to come on here and defend your positions is pretty awesome, regardless of the disposition. So thank you for
Thanks.
that.
Same to you.
Kiss.
Vosh is the
Kiss.
only big
Kiss.
streamer who's ever
Kiss.
responded to any of my emails and DMs. Random Discord DMs. This man, I invited him to my Minecraft server. He told me respectfully no. Okay, just saying.
Mm.
So what you're saying to the community is that when given the option, he said no to the server.
Well, yeah, but that's because he doesn't really play
okay.
Minecraft. That's what he said anyway.
I'll take
No,
I'll
like
take the
the
compliment.
thank you.
I'd say getting 15,000 concurrents and still responding to emails and Discord DMs personally is pretty good. I'd say, I'll take that one. Okay, that's the actual W I'm taking. No Minecraft. though.
Yep.
And I just want to say thank you to everybody here. I had a really great time tonight. And Dylan Burns, ever since I came in and even started talking, has been the fairest moderator across the board. And I always love being able to do whatever I can to help this man out. So definitely, whatever you can do to support him, do that. And everybody else, I appreciate so much the patience with allowing me to get my thoughts out there so that we could actually have a great conversation.
Yeah. So if you want to know how you support me, there's 2 Senate Democrats in Georgia who could really use your help. John Ossoff and Warnock. You could really use they could really use your help. Gotta get a little partisan in there. Anyway, thank you all for coming on. I'm gonna end stream now. You all have a blessed afternoon, a blessed night, and a blessed weekend. For all my viewers, I'll be back on Monday. I'm organizing more debates. I'm organizing more content. It's going to be great. And for everybody, my Mike Gravel interview will be going up on my YouTube very shortly, where we talk to former presidential candidate Mike Gravel, my former boss, and a senator who's very well known for helping to read the Pentagon Papers into the public record and help bring an end to the Vietnam War. You all have a blessed afternoon and stay safe out there.
Yeah.
World's crazy.
Don't be a stranger to YouTube.